The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The Final Four are ready to battle at the 2026 Grand Chess Tour Finals in St. Louis. Defending champ Fabiano Caruana was in trouble early against compatriot Wesley but expertly danced his way out of danger, escaping with a draw. An opening gamble by Praggnanandhaa Babu gave him winning chances, but Keymer kept his composure and navigated to equality. Both matches are tied. Who will land the first blow? Day 2 of world-class chess, coming up next.
After two scintillating draws yesterday, the four chess titans are back in the hunt for a crucial victory on their way to the Grand Chess Tour title. Hello, everyone. It is day 2 of the finals. Yesterday, two players had a chance. It was Fabi against the wall and Wesley with a big opportunity, but he missed it. Pragg also had a great chance as well, even Vincent for that matter, but they weren't able to seal the deal. Today they'll be looking for 6 big points if they can win. That action starts right now.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the GCT Finals. I'm your host, Yasser, and I'm delighted to be surrounded by a team of all-star chess commentary, Maurice, Peter, and Nasi. Well, a big welcome to you all. My goodness, and I just got to say that yesterday had me so excited. But first of all, Peter, results.
Let's take a look. Although it has been somewhat teased by Maurice in his open,
Yes.
Both games eventually were drawn, but Wesley missed a very big opportunity versus Fabi. And the game between Vincent and Pragg was a proper seesaw, with Vincent having very, very good winning chances early on, and then frankly being completely busted in the end game. But no decisive results yet, which means that today somebody could go very, very far ahead, and potentially we could get some treats for us at the end of the day.
Nice. How do our finalists compare in world rankings, Peter?
Let's take a look. And this is an absolutely star-studded field. And as you can see on your screen, our top 4 players are 4 of the 8 best players in the world, which is a stunning, stunning collection of fantastic athletes, and a pleasure to watch them, frankly.
Absolutely. And the format for these GCT finals.
Let's take a look. This is because the tour comprises both classical and rapid events.
Right.
We play both in the finals. This is a 4-player knockout. There will be 2 semi-final matches. They're in progress right now.
Right.
A final match and a match for third. There will be 2 classical games, which are worth 6 points apiece. 2 rapid games, which are 4 points apiece. And then 4 Blitz, with a win being 2 points for the victor. And the treat I was referring to is a bonus Blitz match, which is very much possible today. If players make a second draw, they will play a kind of an unending Blitz match until somebody wins the game. There will be a coin flip for the color in the first one,
right.
And then they will play until somebody wins the game, with colors being reversed every other game. But for now, it's still classical chess. The time control is 90 minutes for 40 moves, and then 30 minutes until the end of the game, with a 30-second increment beginning from move 1. Of course, the 6 points already referred to is a very, very big prize at the end of the rainbow there.
And Maurice, it sure is hard to win a game of classical chess in these finals.
It's incredible. We've had so many finals games, and it's draw after draw after draw. Yesterday was a prime example of that. Amazing chess, fighting chess, but still drawn. And if you look at history, you'll see it's not an aberration. In fact, of the 26 games that have been played, it was 3 years of finals matches plus this one as well. Only 2 of them were decisive. 2 out of 26. That's insane, and they both happened in the exact same year. And that is when Carlsen defeated Irene in their third place match game, and then Ding went on to defeat MVL in their finals match game on his way to the title. This is strange. Usually top players draw. But gentlemen, 2 out of 26? Why do you think that is?
I want to begin by saying that the Grand Chess Tour is as close as you can get to the 9 best. The full tour participants is basically as close as you can get to the 9 best players in the world playing against each other. So this is already a very, very level playing field. And then you get a final where the 4 best of those 9 compete against each other. And winning chess games when players of the same strength and this strength play against each other is difficult. But still, 24 out of 26 should not be the number. No. I really don't think this is normal.
No, not even close. 6 points. 6 points. That's a big score. Players are risk averse.
Yeah, 6 points, you go down heavily in the match. And I got to say, that's a big deal. But also the missed opportunities, they're a factor in it as well. There's so much tension involved that you don't want to make that mistake, and then you miss out on these chances. And we've got Nazi with some thoughts on these missed opportunities from yesterday. Nazi?
Thank you, Maurice. Absolutely. I'm here to talk about some big missed opportunities yesterday in both classical games. I'll start with Wesley against Fabi. It was an exchange French variation. You don't think you would get an exciting position from that, but on move 17, Wesley had this incredible opportunity to play simple knight g4. Instead, he played knight f7, and that turned out to be a mistake. I'll show you on my board. As you can see, Fabi's king on f8 is not a happy king. Didn't manage to castle. So here, Wesley was supposed to go knight g4, trade this knight, which was a good defender, and have control of e4 square. It's pretty complicated to understand, but if you follow the engine analysis, you will understand why this was such a crucial move. It wasn't found, however, and instead Wesley could not resist a piece sacrifice. Knight takes f7 is what he played instead. King takes f7, rook e6, and from here on, Fabi found all the best defensive moves and saved the game. In the next game between Vincent Keymer and Praggnanandhaa, that was a roller coaster game. Both definitely had a lot of opportunities. For Vincent, it was on move 24 when he played rook a1, offered the rook trade instead of playing either b5 or d takes e6. He had a huge advantage. But later it was Pragg who had an exchange up, endgame, and didn't manage to convert. On move 37 was a critical moment when he played king f8, logical move, bring the king in the center, but instead he should have played rook e4 and rook d4, cutting white's king off, and if Vincent's king doesn't make it to the center, it's going to be lost. However, after this, Vincent's king made it to the center and he was able to hold this endgame. So a lot of missed opportunities indeed yesterday. We'll see if there will be more today.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Nazi. That ending turned out to be quite the classic. But Peter, tell us about the brackets.
Let's take a look at what awaits us in this tournament. And this only being 4 players, the brackets are very easily understood. Right. The semifinals are on your screen. Pragg is white today with the colors reversed from yesterday. White against Vincent Keymer, and Fabiano is going to have the white pieces against Wesley. The finals will be obviously contested by the winners of those 2 matches. But very importantly, the match for third, which very often is just an ornamental affair, just to give a medal, is of huge importance on the Grand Chess Tour, because only 3 of those 4 players will get an automatic qualification for the next year's tour. So it's not just them playing for a lot of money, and we will show you this in a moment. Qualifying for the tour is very good for your career and also very good for your pocket. So there's actually a lot more money at stake in that match than just the $25,000.
Tell us about the pocket.
Yes, and there it is. As you can see, the total prize fund for the Grand Chess Tour Finals is a very, very nice $450,000, with 50 going to the player who will finish in 4th, 75 to the 3rd place finisher. The loser of the finals gets $125,000 and a whopping $200,000 to the winner. But as I mentioned, there's a big difference between third and fourth. I think much larger than the $25,000 on your screen.
I agree. Seeding into next year's Grand Chess Tour is something very special indeed. As we see Pragg taking a seat, he'll have the white pieces today. Fabi just coming into the game, also having the white pieces today.
Actually, just want to mention that Pragg played in the finals last year, and he ended up in the last place fourth and didn't have a guaranteed spot in this year's Grand Chess Tour. He qualified with his high rating.
Right, exactly.
It has to be heartbreaking to play so well on the tour that you qualify for the top four and then fail to qualify anyway for the next year. So one of those four players will be left very, very disappointed.
And I think the arbiter Chris just reminded them that if these games are drawn, they have to come back and play the Blitz.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But that will happen pretty much immediately. We clarified this with the chief arbiter, and he did say that even if the second game is still in progress, they have a separate board set up in a different hole so that the clock banging doesn't distract the players by still playing the slow-paced game, and the bonus Blitz match will happen pretty much instantaneously.
Absolutely. E2, E4, Peter. Look at this. Are we going to see a French defense?
Probably not. No. Wesley has been very consistent in the Sinquefield Cup in going for the Berlin, and I don't expect him to deviate. I witnessed once, and it was genuinely kind of hard to watch from a certain point on. Wesley got invited to the Levitov Chess Week one year.
Right, in Amsterdam.
Yeah, in Amsterdam. And it's a rapid tournament, which is basically a tournament of friends. There is definitely a prize fund, but in general, the atmosphere there is very kind of cordial.
Right.
And during his opening remarks, Ilya Levitov, who organizes the event, said, "I would very much like to see fighting chess. Please, no Berlin." And obviously, there will be no fines for Berlins or anything.
Right.
But Wesley kind of took it to heart and played the Sicilian the entire tournament, losing to all kind of non-entities like myself.
Oh, my.
And he seemed genuinely uncomfortable when he felt that he can't play the Berlin. But yeah, Berlin today.
Berlin today. And Maurice, I see that Pragg has essayed the Bishop's opening, a kind of indication he didn't have any answer to what?
Well, obviously, again, with the black pieces, Keymer could have gone for something a bit more solid.
I think
Pragg wants a game.
Yeah, I think Vincent also has begun playing the Berlins, at least a little bit. Although throughout his career, I think because he is very much a pupil of Peter Lekker's, he used to play almost exclusively the Marshall and Marshall adjacent types of Ruy Lopez, but he has now added, I think, some Berlins to his repertoire.
By the way, Fabi did not play the traditional Berlin ending after Bishop takes e6. Neither did he play, for that matter, a4 or some of the other Bishop a4. And I've been seeing this creep up a little bit.
This has become somewhat popular. All of these lines. A4 you're referring to is a bit different, and I think we've seen this in the Sinquefield Cup, right? There was a game between who was that? Where this position had been discussed with Black playing E4 and knight C3. I think it was probably Livon's game. Yeah. But d4 and then bishop a4 is another way to play kind of a gambit position. Black generally, shockingly, e takes d4. It looks very dangerous to open the e-file like this, but Black castles quickly enough, and e takes d4 is not unplayable, but I think the main line remains e5, e4, which looks very logical. Right. White tends to play knight e5 here. Black needs to finish development, so you play bishop e7, knight c3, castles, and now you have choices. You can play bishop b3, you can play rook e1, but Black genuinely can try to preserve this extra pawn. Let's say if you play rook e1, there are ways to try to equalize on the spot, or you can play f7, f5 and say, I am not giving this back.
Right.
Show me why you have enough for the pawn here.
Exactly.
This could become very sharp and very interesting. We'll see how Wesley responds.
And I think Wesley's well aware that Fabi is playing for the win. This is not Fabi trying to get into some maybe little edge somewhere. Fabi normally has something devastating prepared, something unusual. And there is some mini bomb. I'm going to say there's a mine somewhere that Wesley has to avoid, and he's incredible at doing so. It's amazing how Wesley navigates himself into these solid positions, but he realizes that now with this move, Bishop A4, Fabi's willing to play a line that's supposed to be perfectly fine for black and maybe even slightly better for black, but Fabi is no slouch.
Right.
He's not just randomly putting this A4 move, Bishop A4 move on the board.
Right. Peter, if you don't mind me, I'm a pawn grubber.
Yep.
And I don't mind, I'm sitting there looking at my pieces in the center, a little bit messed up. I take the pawn, and maybe I include B5, just because I don't mind having an extra tempo with the bishop.
I think b5 is correct. I'm wondering if there's a difference between b5 and bishop e7, cd4, b5, which appears to be the main line. I don't know if there is. Let's say we play bishop, I don't know, c2.
Bishop. Well, this was my thing. If we could go back to the initial position. No, sorry, the live position.
I'm sorry, just to interrupt just briefly. Wesley did move. He did capture the pawn on d4.
Yeah, e takes d4 has been played.
So he's sitting there by himself at the moment, and it's been some time since Fabi has been away and has not yet returned to the board. So just a little bit of intrigue at this moment as Fabi's clock has been ticking for about a minute already.
All right, let's go ahead and go with e takes d4.
Okay.
C3.
Yes.
B5.
I'm not sure if c2 or b3 is better here, but let's choose one randomly.
Bishop e7.
Yep.
Pause. Okay. Knight b4.
This is what I saw on my screen when the
please.
screen was still displaying some engine lines. Now b4 seems very logical because I think this is a very good diagonal. And if you castle here, I am probably playing knight c3. And then if you chase it away, it will probably go to b1.
Right.
And conversely, had I chosen b3 after b5, had I chosen b3, I think it's quite likely it gets at some point
kicked to c2.
But because you want the bishop on b7 to be in
do.
play. Black plays bishop b7. Let's say we play rook e1, castles, knight c3, and once again knight a5 seems to be quite useful.
Right.
Bishop c2. I suspect there's even moves from here. But Wesley, as I mentioned, top line did appear to be beginning with bishop e7. He takes d4 already on the board, and you can also play castles straight away there. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with not playing b7, b5 this quickly.
Okay. Go ahead, put it on the board.
So if you play castles, then after knight c3, we are probably not playing b5 anymore because that's a pawn white will quite happily win back, although it's actually one of the top lines on my screen anyway. The other option appears to be this somewhat strange-looking move, knight d6, c4.
Well,
but we do want to play d7, d5, of course.
Exactly.
So white probably stops it. But that gives us the e5 square. And we get the kind of a position which, this is like a very typical 2026 chess theory position, where I think if you showed this to me when I was like 15, I would think, but why isn't white lost? We're definitely, I can play d7, d6. d7, d6 doesn't lose any material. There is no immediate, quote-unquote, attack on the king side. There's maybe some pressure in the center, but we're a healthy pawn down.
Right.
Black has no structural weaknesses. Black has finished development. The king is on g8. Why are we not much, much worse with white here?
And we should note, the pawn has been sacrificed.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you are playing this, you're Wesley, you're playing a line, Fabi looks completely comfortable.
Right.
Just look, he's like, got this. This is my prep.
Right.
I'm down a pawn right from the opening. You have no structural weaknesses. We still have to develop pieces. And if you get your knight off of d6, as you said, and the bishop comes in the game, what does white have? Now, clearly, white has some space with that pawn sitting on d4, potentially on d5, but a pawn is a pawn. Wesley knows Fabi prepared this, and I don't think Wesley was well prepared for exactly this line as he's sitting there. If he was, wondering, again, what does Fabi have in mind? And by the way, if we jump to the other game, we have more strange happenings.
Oh, absolutely.
As Prague has played the move a3.
I was going to bring this up,
in the opening. And, I mean, Vincent just played 3 natural moves, and Prague said, I'm just going to play a3 and chill and get into some position. And he's away from the board as well. amazing things that happen in modern chess.
But once again, this kind of, I referred to this a little bit yesterday, and it maybe wasn't as obvious yesterday, but I kind of stand by my remarks, and they have been reinforced today. The difference in the approach between the 20-year-olds and the 35-ish-year-olds here is quite pronounced. Fabi is playing a sacrificial line, but it's still a line inside the absolutely mainstream opening, and he will have some new idea somewhere, but he is doing things that, you know, are well established as being kind of central. And Pragg on the other board is just freestyling by move 4, just to get a game. Like A3, Machine already says, oh, I mean, not after G6, but after A3, Machine was giving Black a slight advantage, you know.
D5.
D7, D5, we have more pieces in the center. Why should we be ever unhappy about this?
Right.
So yeah, the difference in approach is quite striking.
Yes, and it induced the move G6, which White is happy to see on the board.
Definitely a lot happier than D5. Like,
of course. I mean, look, natural play for... Yeah. But that said, Vincent knew that D5 was on Pragg's board.
Of course.
And so if he put the pawn there, the most principled move, he would have to deal with preparation. And he's not sure what that preparation looks like because he did not prepare against A3 at all.
I will say, though, that, and like, seriously, in this position, which is like a very, very mainstream Italian position, right? Or 4 knights, this move exists these days. People genuinely do this, I think, right? Takes, castles, bishop b7, rook e1, f6. This has been a pretty serious topic of conversation. I think there was a game like this in the Cairns Cup this year. And like if I click on explore here, I think there will be hundreds of games. Yeah, thousands of games, actually. So what I'm driving at is if we assume the plan was to reply to d5 with takes, and knight f3, Black has made 4 normal moves, and White, instead of castling in this position, played a to a3.
Right.
Why would you not play this with Black is kind of not clear to me, frankly.
Right.
Why would you choose anything else? But Vincent decides now, I am also not against the idea of just playing some random game of chess.
That is the reason. There's only one reason. There can only be one reason, and that is he knows his opponent has prepared this deeply. And yes, a3 looks suspicious. I'm going to even put a stronger word to it. It looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I think you both would agree with that characterization.
Absolutely, yeah.
But Pragg is no slouch. He has prepared exactly against d5. And Vincent has to sit there and go, all right, I know principal move is d5. What has he got in mind? And am I going to walk into it because I just want to stick to principle? And he said, no, I'm not going there. I'll trust you, whatever. Let's just play a regular chess game where we're completely out of your preparation and the game just continues.
Yeah, that seems very much what he chose to do. But I'm still, like, I understand the concept of respecting your opponent's prep, but when your opponent plays a3 on move 4 in a bishop opening, maybe you shouldn't really fear it that much?
You know, it's funny, gentlemen. In my professional career, when I'm playing Black, the one move really had the most bite for me. I didn't like to play against it that much as I liked to play against other moves, was one e2, e4. E2, e4 was always, for me, the biggest test, the biggest challenge. If you wanted to play d4, knight f3, or g3, I felt a little bit better. If you were going to play e4 and follow it up with a3, I would embrace you. I would have said, thank you. I mean, what a great idea. Keep it up. You know?
Do it every time.
Yeah,
we'll play matches with this.
Make me a happy camper. So the combination of e4 followed by a3.
What's that quote? Yeah,
Bobby Fischer.
Do not interrupt your opponent when he's making a mistake.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. I think Bobby Fischer would look at that and say, that is not best by test.
No.
I think a lot of the classical masters from the past would say a3. I want to see if I'm going to fail this exam and play d5 and see what you have in mind.
And the explanation. Why did you do it? I was trying to get a game.
Yeah.
That wouldn't work either. I mean,
no, I think
Bent Larson would look at you just say,
people would look at you slightly sideways. Yeah.
Here's a dime. Go call your mom and tell her you're not going to be a professional.
You're making fun of the move. And again, it was Pragg who played it.
He played it.
Pragg knows everything we know.
Right.
And more.
Of course.
And so he's clear on the fact that A3 is
Less of a
not the
challenge.
move that his colleagues would jump up and down about as a revolutionary new idea. He's also clear on the fact that some people might have a couple of jokes to make, like
us.
like we are right now.
I'm pretty sure if we do get him into the studio, he'll be the first to start making jokes about it.
Right.
But that said, he came to the board, came to the game prepared, and now we're in a completely different position. And by the way, after Bishop G7, he's played Bishop G5. They're going completely into different territory with this kind of chess. Right. So we will note, I mean, this position has actually been seen before, so it's not completely, okay, let's say, untoward in terms of the highest level. That said, the other game has gone down the line that you talked about, Peter, with the healthy extra pawn. We've got a centralized knight. Trades are being made, so superfluous knights are gone. Fabi is still well in his prep. Wesley is wondering what the heck is happening here.
Knight takes e5 is very interesting to me.
Yeah, that's
because
it has to be f4 based.
Yeah, my screen was very much against it, and I also, looking at my screen, because this is obviously prep, I have a feeling I know what is to follow. We are going to have a fun day today.
Okay. He's got to justify his loss, so to speak, of a pawn, and that justification seems to be, I think you'll be saying, Peter, the move f4.
And then after knight d7?
And then after knight d7, you really think he's going to play g4?
Yes. And he's going to play it instantly as well.
To move. If this position comes on the board and Fabi has prepped it deeply, we're in for some kind of game. We do see some control over the light squares on the king side. We do see that a pawn could go to g5, a queen could show up on this diagonal, or even this one, a rook could go up. Yes, there's some potential. Do we believe it?
The thing is, if you don't do that, and the point of g4 is not even necessarily, like we are going to, we will be obliged to go for an attack on the king side here, obviously. But the bigger point, arguably, is we want to deny the f6 square to the black pieces. If you allow black to play knight f6 in peace, where's your compensation? Like, how do you ever have anything at all there?
Well, f4 is on the board, and
big question is whether Wesley wants to play knight g6. The engine doesn't like it as much, but I think maybe I could, no, knight g6, f5, and then knight e4, we are worse, actually, with black.
Now, he's got to play knight d7.
Yeah, I think knight d7 is very logical.
And Fabi is not blinking. I mean, Fabi's at 1:34 on the clock.
Yeah.
He is not blinking. He had this on his screen this morning.
I agree.
Walking out of his apartment, because he lives nearby. He doesn't stay at the hotel because he lives just 2 blocks away from this playing hall, the club, the beautiful St. Louis Chess Club. We might add it extended its walls and now just looks absolutely resplendent. As I have to say, the studio here too. We used to be in the basement.
Right.
Wasn't bad. But now we get this magnificent new studio that we're in. So spacious all around. You got a sofa on one side. You got a bar stool behind me. You guys have even more room. I got a nice station for myself.
Wow.
You got to thank Rex Sinkfield for his generosity. All these spectacular cameras all around us as well. Just amazing, amazing new studio. But that said, now we get to really drill down into this last move, f4. Wesley smells a rat. He knows Fabi has prepped this. What to do to avoid the preparation? And maybe nothing to do right now. You just got to keep going with the flow.
Yeah, and I briefly, while you were speaking, I showed on the analysis board exactly why knight g6 is so dangerous. It's specifically because of f5. You can't allow f7, f5. Black will stabilize. And with a knight on g6, g4 makes much less sense. It's very, very well placed.
I might even be able to play f5 immediately.
Yeah, f5
right?
might be possible. Bishop f6 is happier here, I think, and also like c6 is playable now. So the point is f5, knight e5, knight e4, creating, I think, an immediate threat of f5, f6. And regardless of what you choose, after f6, I think it's more obvious, but even in response to knight g7, White's best play here is a very, very nice-looking move a2, a4, with that idea of rook a3, h3.
Right.
Because we need this one on f1. It might actually participate in the attack from where it stands. The other one is completely out of play currently, and we are bringing it in. Black cannot stop rook a3. Here you can play knight f6, and maybe you're not doing that poorly. But this is a very serious attack. You have to play very, very concretely with black not to get completely overrun. Like if you allow rook h3 and queen h5, you might just not get out.
Exactly.
Out of the opening here. Machine says bishop g5 might be playable, but those are scary positions. Bishop g5 we take, queen takes g5, we throw in maybe f5 f6 as well. Like this looks like you might get mated in 5 moves flat. So not very many people will play this happily. They
My
might
extra
still
pawn
play.
is the pawn on c7. That's not a lot of fun.
So I'm expecting knight g7, and there we go.
And g4 immediately, yes. As expected. And wow, we've got a barn burner of a game, but Nasi, you had, oh, not yet. Not yet.
Did he play knight d7 already? No.
Not yet. No, Wesley is still considering. There is also, how bad is knight g5? It looks weird, but yeah.
It's on the board. Here we go. This is the moment.
G7.
Does he bang down g4
Yeah,
instantly?
it's going to be on the board instantly.
Wow! This is good now.
Today's going to be a good day.
Wesley's heart must be pounding in his chest. I'm sorry. You know that your opponent has prepped exactly this line and is whipping out the moves, and it is likely a position he's never seen in his life. And here it is on the board, and he's got to figure out how to orchestrate a proper defense against what looks like potentially very dangerous attack.
Appears to be completely new, although you have to say, I wouldn't even though he's already burned through 10 minutes, I wouldn't even entirely rule out the possibility that Wesley has seen this before. Because this is, he clearly knew everything up to g6, everything up to g6 is not even new. And this is like the second line of the machine. Not the first line, but the second. And you generally check what the second line says.
I'm going to bet otherwise.
All right.
Yeah, we'll try to confirm later from the players. I'm going to bet that Wesley has never seen this position in his life.
Let's give this one a pause and toss it to Nasi as you've been looking at the game of Prague and Vincent, Nasi.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, I've been looking at the other game, but this definitely caught my eye. Earlier, when you guys were analyzing f4, g4, I thought wishful thinking, that's never going to happen. I can't believe we have it on the board. Very exciting day. In the other game, we have this interesting opening, as the guys already discussed. We had 4-move a3 by Prague, then Vincent responding with g6. So very exciting to see something new. I was just trying to come up with natural moves and see how game could continue. For example, we play knight d5. Black is uncomfortable with the pin, let's say, goes h6. We trade the bishops and play queen f3. I want to show you a simple tactic. If you go bishop g7, it's not that simple, but move knight b6 would be absolutely crushing. You can't take on b6 because of queen f7 mate. So you have to play bishop e7. And you might ask, well, why isn't knight b6 working right now? It is if you take with the a pawn, because it still leads to a beautiful mate. However, if you take with the c pawn, now black king gets to run to c7 and is completely safe. So after bishop e7, we can play knight b6. Let's look at some normal developing moves. Knight e2, castles, knight e7 at some point. And you can castle short, but then I think everything is quite balanced. Or white could play h4 and try to castle long and create some chances on the king side. Given that Prague chose such an unusual opening, and he definitely wants to play for a win, I'm hoping to see this on the board. After h4, let's say black goes bishop e6. The pawn on h6 is the only weakness at the moment, and I think white will target that pawn right away with something like queen e3, king g7, and long castle. If we get this on the board, are we going to see another g4?
It's very possible. And yeah, I want to say we had a brief discussion prior to going live on air, and our internal kind of, I think, consensus even was that we might have a bit of a shorter day today. Does not look as probable anymore.
Not quite as sure. If you bring Nasi's position up on your board, Peter, one of the whole thing with castles and everything, yeah.
Okay.
Takes.
Queen f3,
Yeah,
bishop b7 must play. Knight e2, castles. Let's say we take, we play h4.
Yeah. And Nasi was asking us, well, are we going to see castles in g4? one of the World Championship match games between Tigran Petrosian and Boris Spassky was featuring one of these types of attacks. Actually, it was going on the queen side. And when you go h4, Petrosian played h6. And when Spassky was going g4, so Petrosian was leaving it and ready to block one way or the other.
This is a very well-known construction where Black always meets h5 with g5 and g5 with h5.
Exactly, and it left an enormous impression on me. And after that, I walked around proudly, understanding how to keep a position closed.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, that was my
That happens a lot in
lesson.
the King's Indian defense, right?
Yes, exactly. You know, you got to learn how to open a position, pry open a position, and how to keep it closed. That's why we talk about hooks so often, and the idea of being forceful in opening a position.
Yeah, but
Knight GE2.
Pragg chooses not to engage with this because I think this is maybe the development he was aiming for anyway. And if Black plays something like h6 and then bishop e6, I noticed on my screen that the engine quite liked the idea of playing f2, f3 kind of preemptively.
Interesting.
To give yourself a retreating square if it ever gets chased away. Black isn't really doing that poorly here. Like, we probably don't want to take on c4. I think this change of structure with white exerting full control over the d5 square immediately makes white quite happy.
Agreed.
We can sort of compare it, if I'm allowed a slight theoretical X-course. There's this line, right?
Right.
Which is quite famous. It's existed for a very, very long time.
Right.
But if we compare this position with this
One
position,
you just showed.
the trade on c4 happened for a different piece, which is very relevant. Even this turns out to be playable for white, despite Black having the bishop pair. But here there would be no bishop pair, because the piece taking on c4 was a bishop on e6.
Right.
And I think it's just very pleasant for white. Not winning or anything, but very, very pleasant.
Easier to play.
Yeah, but Black probably unpins themselves by playing queen d7 sooner rather than later. And we get a kind of a maneuvering game. Where
If you don't mind, I'd go for a different change of the pawn structure. Go back just a move or two.
Okay.
Let's just go back. Yes, this is fine. G5.
And then d5, yeah.
And d5.
Yeah, I thought this was very logical. I agree with you. Very playable white. Another, I think, advantage of playing f3 this early is that we have such a sturdy center that we can, if we want, just say, I am not obliged to react whatsoever.
Agreed.
It's playable to play bishop e5.
Agreed.
Or we could try e takes d5, knight takes d5, and maybe try to make an argument that we're slightly better even here. Although, like, if you give me, let me make a bunch of very poor moves for Black. I don't know, g4, and then some other completely inconsequential move, and white gets this setup.
Now
you are now in trouble with Black. But obviously, all of those were really, really bad.
Helpful.
Yeah, like the bishop on g7 needs to breathe to such an extent that the engine immediately goes e5, e4. In this
I was about to
match,
say, maybe even the pawn sacrifice e4 is a way to equalize.
We shall see. Yeah. h6, bishop h4 on the board in the meantime. And yeah, Vincent, bishop e6 does seem logical. And then I guess Vincent will have to decide what to do in terms of pawn breaks.
Maurice, I just know you're chomping at the bit. You see f4, g4, and you go, all right, you know, let's get the attack going. Now, you've been getting a chance to work with the engines and to see potential defenses for Wesley. And what do you think the main line is going to be going forwards?
Well, I want to say the first thing is the engine thinks that what Fabi's doing is wrong.
Right.
It's down a pawn, but it gives Black a slight edge. Whenever you see that, you're happy. If you're playing with the white pieces, you say, oh, wait a minute. I'm down a full pawn, and you're only giving a point to, that means you think I have compensation. That's the first challenge. First assurance you have. Now you ask, well, how does Black unravel? And particularly the queenside pieces. And if we take a look now, we see the bishop on c8 is the problem child. How do you get this bishop into the game? Because, and by the way, taking into account that white does have a direct attack, he's trying to plot against the king, which may not land immediately, but could happen at any moment. So, for example, let's say you decide, I need to bring this bishop into the game. And b6 looks like a positionally suspect move, I agree. weakening the c6 square. But we're up a pawn, we're trying to get our bishop into the game. Well, it turns out this move already is dangerous with g5, and now you got your bishop. You say, I got that in the game, but now this rook could go to f3, and now you're seeing the shades of a bishop h7 sacrifice followed by rook h3, and you're going, wait, I got my bishop in the game, but I'm only helping my opponent here. The move rook e8, for example, already loses on the spot to this attacker. You're just getting mated, and we've seen this mate many times before. This position is busted. You try to open up or just play g6 and shut you down, and that is that. So you cannot get your bishop into the game. So even if you got your bishop in the game the other way, what square are you going on? It's not going to be f5. It's not going to be e6. It's going to be d7. So where does the knight go? But whatever you do, your pieces are going to be clustered in a small space. You can't get past the third rank. Maybe knight to c5, for example. Again, we're going to play the move g5. Now, the engine is bold enough to say, I think the best move is the positional a5. What? Situation like this? Already there's a possibility of sacrificing and going for this position. And look at what's happening here. Potential ideas of rook f3, rook h3, potential ideas of g6 in time once we develop this bishop. You still haven't developed this piece. The engine miraculously defends this position with knight to d3, knight e4, and then brings the knight back and says, do your worst. I think I can survive. But even here, it's already giving white the advantage. Again, it's about this bishop on c8. It's not easy at all. The more I'm trying to figure out how to defend, the engine gives this as a possible move, saying that against g5 now you can just drop back with this, and against f5 you are going to put the knight here. White can play slowly with a4, as Peter pointed out, and it hopes to slowly defend with g6, saying that f5 is not that strong because of c6. I mean, come on. This is not easy. I still have not figured out a natural construction with the black pieces in this position that flows, that makes you feel like you're getting your pieces out and blunting White's initiative. I don't know if you guys can come up with some ideas, but it looks extremely difficult to defend this position with black, and I think this is why Fabi was so attracted to this variation.
Absolutely. I even wanted to stop you, which is something we try not to do here, but the line you were showing, I became very, very confused by something, and I will now try to investigate on my board, maybe. You showed us this position, and then you didn't tell us anything about bishop takes f5 and g6, which apparently loses, but I'm guessing to queen h6, and then if you take the rook to g6, okay, no. G6 is okay. How? I'm winning here with white, but it's not g6. I'm very sure. I guess bishop e3, g4. No. No. Yeah, this is why I was so curious about us showing us this and then not telling us anything about bishop takes f5.
I apologize. You're right. This is a great line. Is it king h1 maybe?
Maybe we have time to play king h1 or something. Yeah? Amazing.
With the idea.
Wow,
I'm happy I brought this up because
yes, I'm happy you did.
Yeah,
and Peter, feel free to interrupt me whenever you like. If you think I said something.
And the point of king h1 is black still cannot stop g5, g6, and we want to be one step closer to landing the rook on g1 afterwards. So let's say you play knight g3, we go, we invest another tempo. Whoa! I am very happy I brought this up. We're just winning with quiet moves here, being a full rook down.
Because you're not really a rook down. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, because it's over there.
Because the rook is all the way over there, and you're just attacking.
And we are about to play rook g1, and this collapses somehow. Now, this is a very beautiful line. I'm very happy I brought this up.
But you should oh, no, actually, I can't even
So, yeah, bishop takes f5 appears to be straight up losing, more or less. Rook f5, g6, not even in the top two moves here in this position. Okay, now it is. But yeah, queen h6, gf, king h, yeah. King h1. Imagine, I mean, this is not going to happen, but imagine going here and thinking, okay, g6 is a perpetual, I'm not that worried, and then your opponent blitzes out king h1, and you slowly come to the realization that your pieces still cannot connect to the defense of the king side. Quite amazing, yeah. In more general terms, I think it pretty much always begins with rook e8, if we talk about the setups, because rook on the open file, good. Access to the f8 square,
very good.
Actually for both of your minor pieces, might be extremely important because we expect...
The problem is both of them can't occupy the square.
Yes, but they need to go somewhere, and f6 will be denied them. we know the pawn gets to g5 eventually, so we can't really put anything on f6. And we need squares. So I think giving yourself an f8 square is going to be very useful.
No, but keep going. I mean, queen f3?
Well, queen f3, one move, g5, another. My screen currently says bishop d2, which is mind-boggling.
No. Let's play queen f3. I would like to understand. He wants to play bishop d2, eventually play g5, get the other rook in the game.
Yeah.
How do you unravel? This is the problem I have.
Now that you've given me the d4 square, maybe I play bishop f6?
Okay, bishop d2.
I just like the idea of check and
maybe,
knight f6.
Yeah, maybe. Well, yeah, I thought that, but I guess we still don't have squares for the knight after g5.
Is that true?
Appears to be true, yeah, because we
point.
don't particularly want to go knight g4, and we definitely don't want to go back.
Well, knight g4, queen d3, right?
Yeah, that as well. Yeah. So maybe like bishop f6, g6. Eventually, like I really hate the idea of b7, b6, but I did notice that engine, having done some preparation on the king side, does often play b6, b6, bishop a6. It looks so ugly that I think I would struggle. I would struggle to do it.
This is my challenge when you were asking me to come up with some moves.
Right.
I don't want to play this move and weaken everything. And it looks like it gives him comp on the queen side as well.
Yeah. Let's give our analysis a pause for just a moment and ask our statistician, I'll do that again, Ben Underwood and the pie charts. Who's going to win the event, Peter?
Absolutely. And this is pre-tournament, and the striking thing about this graph is Vincent at 10% and everybody else round about the quarter that you would expect. There are 4 players of seemingly very equal strength, and yet we have Wesley and Pragg in favor. Fabi slightly above the quarter of the pie, and Vincent all the way down to 10%.
And now after day one?
And after day one, it's Vincent even lower down, I guess because he played a classical game with white and now has a black game.
Yeah.
Wesley still in front, Pragg still right behind him, and Fabi now slightly above the quarter of the pie, which you would expect. And we discussed it yesterday. I don't want to repeat the entire discussion. I think we settled on Vincent really being the only one of the 4 who appears to not have a good tour in terms of shorter time controls. In particular, he had an absolute nightmare in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, finishing in clear 9th.
Exactly.
And that, I guess, kind of
swayed the stats against him.
Means the computer feels that because of how important the rapid games are.
Right.
Could we please contextualize for a moment and let's start making some guesses? Fabi prepped this position, but he did not prep g4 in isolation. He did not, on my assumption, he did not say, oh, this line looks interesting, I'm just going to play g4 and I'm good.
No, of course it continues, yeah.
He knows the possible continuations for black right now. He probably knows it, 8 moves deep?
In some cases, not against everything.
Not against everything,
yeah.
but in some cases he knows it deeply. And he knows certainly the natural ones, like, for example, rook to e8, potentially b6, those lines. So what Wesley is facing is not just the occurrence of this g4 move on the board, which Fabi, he knows has prepared this far. It's the rest of it. And the potential for just an absolute disaster if you make the wrong move. We've shown lines like the one you just showed so beautifully. He knows Fabi has a bunch of those memorized, and he's got to figure out, well, how do I resolve my situation, knowing that my opponent has probably spent a couple of hours beforehand analyzing exactly this position. I think this is a monumental feat he has in front of him, and it's just incredibly dangerous because it's not about some positional nuance. It's about me ripping your king apart. And Wesley has to check and double check, and he also doesn't even know the assessment of the position. And remember you said, Peter, he probably knows this line also? Well, if he did, he's forgotten what his recipe was.
Not anymore, no. Now that he spent 15 minutes here, and I said I wouldn't rule it out. I didn't say it was likely. I said I wouldn't entirely rule it out. But yeah, he would have played something already. And he's gone c6, which is very natural, actually, because you do want to start digging at the white center. It appears to not be as fast as maybe he would like, but it's definitely one of the moves that do come to mind, trying to maybe play knight b6 takes d5. Get some pieces off the board, lighten your load a little bit.
And there goes Fabi. He hasn't blinked against this move. And Wesley's got to be thinking, when is he going to stop playing at Blitz pace. We're playing classical chess right now. And this guy's banging down every single move, and Wesley does not know the eval of this position. We have it on our screens, but he has no clue if he's walked into something that is slightly better, much better, just compensation. Maybe he's the one who's worse. He has no idea.
Wow, G5, and you just saw it, 1 hour, 34 minutes for Fabi. He's gained 4.5 minutes on his clock from the starting time. Shotgun, let's go.
He's in control.
But let's pause our analysis and throw it to you, Nasi.
Thank you, Yasser. Yeah, what a preparation by Fabi, which we all could prepare like that. But I'm going to update you on the other game between Praggnanandhaa and Vincent. Vincent's last move was bishop e6, offering to mess up his own pawn structure. And typically when we see doubled pawns like this, we assume this is a bad thing. Also a big weakness on g6. But I really sat there and tried to figure out a way to take advantage of it, and I absolutely could not find it. So for example, f3 is a good move. In case of g5, we can hide on f2. Makes sense, but here, black can even castle short, but I was looking at queen d7, queen d2, for example, even long castle, and this pawn on e6, instead of a weakness, it's a great pawn, controlling all the central squares that my knights want to jump to. So the conclusion was that white should not take on e6 and instead wait for Vincent to take on c4. So for example, instead play queen f3, immediately f3, with the idea to hide on f2. Now, if you take on c4, this is absolutely great double pawn, giving us the d5 square for our knight. Beautiful setup. In this variation, if you go queen, let's say if you go queen d7 and I play queen d2, you castle long now. Good luck with that. Knight d5, b4 is coming, and bishop on f2 is going to be also beautiful. Great attack. So after f3, the best move is to simply play queen d7, queen d2, and again, if you castle, I'll play knight d5, b4 is coming, and I don't think Vincent wants to sit in this position. So instead, I think the key idea for black to equalize is to play d5, the central pawn break. But my bad, I just blundered. I have to include g5 just to show, yes, on d5 there is bishop f6 and the pawn on d5 is lost. So g5 first, bishop f2, and then d5. After all these trades, they're not forced, of course, but they're natural to trade everything. Queen takes, knight c3, queen goes to e6. I was thinking here maybe let's castle long, but black also goes long castle, and position looks quite balanced. What do you guys think? Does white have any advantage in this position?
I don't see it myself.
Not against best play, I would say, and Vincent is now playing quite nicely. He is, I would argue, maybe actually not even on the clock. I was going to say for Pragg is probably in control on the clock, but not so much. They are roughly equal on the clock. I think Pragg just got a very fresh position, which I think maybe he has seen before, and Vincent, I would say, definitely hasn't. Right. But it's not really a problem for Vincent as such. It's just, as usual, they're aiming to play something fresh and just compete in their understanding. And
yeah, I think when you play fourth move a3, you're not necessarily fighting for an advantage.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't seem like it should be refute Vincent's position. Maurice, over to you.
Well, yesterday we got caught up in Fabi's and Wesley's game. Why? Because white has such a tremendous position with
knight f7,
attacking chances. And the other game proceeded very slowly until Fabi and Wesley's game ended, and then we were all about Pragg's game. So this is seemingly the theme now. It's very complicated in their game, that is the one between Pragg and Vincent, but it's a slow-moving affair. Meantime, on the other board, it's completely explosive, and we have no choice. We've got to take a deep look at this position. And I've got to say a big moment came in the game because Wesley played quickly with the move knight b6, and Fabi almost instantly took him 59 seconds to play the move h4. He is playing the position the way he might have prepared, but there was the line we discussed, and it is crazy. Bishop h7 was playable, and after takes, check, and now f5. Everything works the same as before. If bishop takes, rook takes, and g6 is calmly met by queen h6, and black is busted. If you take this piece, the winning move, king h1. And that's all she wrote. There's no saving this position. It's going to be bishop out. It's going to be the rook to g1. And that's all that's going to happen. And white has a crushing attack in this position. So why didn't Fabi play this way is the question. Bishop takes, check, king push. The two cool calm moves, so to speak, knight c4 or even knight takes on d5. Now, after this capture, white is able to play the seemingly devastating f6 in this position. There's only one move to get out of it, and that is queen b6 with check. That must be played. And now, after you move, you must now sacrifice. Well, you could play queen c7 as well, giving the bishop back. But in this line, black defends miraculously. Now the absolute only move, queen d4, dealing with the queen g5 check threat. By if you now play this, suddenly we get queen g4 check, and we're out. We're safe. And by putting the queen on that square, if captures, then we can take with the queen with check, forcing the king to move back. And now the bishop screams into the game, and black is safe. That is the way he would have survived against bishop takes on h7. Now, that bishop h7 line, if you do look at it, it seems so attractive that to see Fabi just bang down h4, which is the engine's top move, by the way, means that he did look at bishop h7, probably saw that attack if Wesley defends perfectly doesn't work, and said, I'm leaving that alone. I'm still playing this kind of nebulous, hazy, compensation type chess.
One thing I will say about all this is the move h4 here represents a stunning endorsement of Wesley's calculation abilities. Because I think by this point we think Wesley's on his own. And I think not playing bishop takes f5 and g6 there would have been quite difficult. And against a lesser player, I think it's a very decent semi-bluff. You go bishop h7, you go queen h5, you go f5, and you sit there as if it's a draw offer. Because your opponent probably thinks, okay, I will pick up the rook, g6, queen takes g6, queen h6, perpetual, let's play a blitz game. And Fabi basically says, I'm pretty sure you don't know what's happening here, and yet I trust you not to fall for this.
Right, because the move king h1 would have been devastating and wins the game, and you would have assumed that Wesley would have seen through all of this.
Yeah. It's really a testament to what Fabi thinks about Wesley.
It's, I think, a testament to how these guys play. Look what happened yesterday with Fabi defending that razor-sharp position against knight takes f7. Here we have bishop takes h7, and you have to defend that position. They know how good they are. That's just what we're saying. They're not perfect human beings, but they're darn near superhuman. And knowing that each other will be able to find these incredible moves, mind-blowing.
Yeah. Thank you, Maurice. Peter, talk to the current position after h4. What is the idea?
Well, that changed the situation dramatically.
I was about to say,
f7,
what is
f5,
the idea of h4?
And that kills off. Basically, it stops the attack for the time being, but it also kills off your entire position. The bishop on a7 is now in tears. The bishop on c8, you know, your hope, I guess, with black is that he will take on d5, everything will come off, and it will find a place on c6. But I think white, and already in this position, I was looking at the lines the machine was giving, and like knight d5, we do have to take, but I'm pretty sure we are never touching that pawn on d5. I think the idea is to leave it there and try to park our own bishop on d4, meaning that black does not get the long diagonal of the bishop d7, c6. And this is a very, very messy position. Machine says zeros by at least like 3 different ways, but in human terms, very unclear, quite frightening for black, I would say. But f5 the engine does not like at all. And once again, our good friend, the rook lift, making itself known.
I'm not clear on the rook lift here because
The knights are in the way. A4, A5.
Not just that, but it.
Peter?
Yeah,
A5.
It's not just easy to see if the rook is over there, so to speak, what it's doing. I can understand chasing the knight away. But I want to say one thing, if you guys can help me. I remember a Tal Larson Sicilian.
Yeah.
Is that, am I mistaken?
I know the game you're talking about. I'm trying to figure out who was playing black and kind of blanking a little bit. But I know exactly the game you're talking about. And
with this same pawn formation,
Yeah.
Tal socks a piece to get this this exact pawn on f5, this pawn formation with the white pieces, or with the white pawns, this triangle, and you don't get out of it.
Yeah, the problem.
And that's what f5 looks like to me.
Yeah, the problem is, obviously, black would very much welcome g takes f6 en passant, but nobody's going to do it. And f5, Wesley hopes this stops the attack, when in fact it doesn't really. The attack just becomes slower, but sort of more unstoppable, because you now really have no way of dealing with the king side, because you're stuck with this structure. And
it's outside of Fabi's preparation for the first time. The move, he did not have this on the board. He sees this pawn here and he's thinking, what's this move about? Is it a good one? Both of them now outside of preparation, and he can't rely on anything but his own understanding of chess and his preparation before this to get these types of positions. But f5 is such a committal move. He's not taking en passant. That's to be clear. That's not going to happen on the next move. Yeah, it's how does he now prosecute this attack where he has a clear advantage. The shoe's on the other foot from yesterday. Same thing we saw yesterday, white having that big edge. Now it's Fabi's turn to try to make his opponent suffer.
Yeah, and you're probably right. A4 is not really so much a rook lift. There's maybe in some cases we actually want to force black to take on d5 because it makes our life more, I wouldn't say easier, it's sort of more defined. We know what we're dealing with once the trade on d5 happens. We're never taking on c6, obviously, because that would improve black's situation tremendously. So a4 is playable, rook e1 is playable, I guess queen d3 machine says is playable. But a4, just to ask the question, does black have to worry about allowing a5 or not? And then depending on Wesley's reaction, we move forward.
I was trying to understand the move h2, h4, and what it was about the move. Why do you need h4? Why is h4 a better move than bishop to d2? Why is h4 a better move than queen to f3? And I'm thinking that in this position, I'm going to play a bad move for black, a5, just a bad move. So then I was thinking, well, the move h4 actually defends g5. So we could play queen to d3. Black would play g6. He'd have to weaken his king side. Now we could play f5, and there's no bishop takes g5.
Absolutely.
So I started to think, okay, maybe h4 is designed not
I'm in full agreement.
Not just to play h5, g6, but maybe just to play queen d3 and f5, and that was why Wesley was attracted to the f5 move.
Yeah, and the thing is, I understand the reasoning and I understand how you landed at 5, but I think you kind of need to be braver here, and the engine takes on d5, and if you play f4, f5 here, or queen d3 and f5, the thing is, you're not obliged to react to this. And there is a bunch of options for like the one the engine likes the most is an incredibly cold-hearted queen c7, just giving ourselves the d8 square for the bishop. Because the threat arguably wasn't even fg6, it was f5, f6, capturing the bishop on e7. I wanted rook e8, but I have a feeling f takes g6 and rook takes f7 might be a bit of a problem.
I would guess
so. So rook e8 followed by bishop f8 would have been my first choice, but not if we get mated straight away.
Exactly.
Which is why queen c7 is the option here.
Cold-hearted.
Yeah, or another way to do it while also begging for some trades would be to do this.
I see.
Maybe this is honestly slightly more human compared to the move queen c7. Queen c7 is a little bit too reptilian, you know.
Reptilian. Yeah. How did these two players match up? I know it's an incredible number of games that they played against one another. Peter.
Let's take a look. I had
one extra draw.
One extra draw. Yeah, that's exactly the. I was trying to remember what this graphic said yesterday, and this has actually been updated. I don't know why I don't trust our production. They are the most trustworthy people on the face of the earth.
They're delighted to hear it.
So Fabi is slightly ahead with the 6-5 decisive game score, but a bunch of draws, as you can see. Pretty much 4 out of every 5 games they play are draws.
Wow. Okay, back to the current position. H2, H4, and
F7, F5.
F7, F5. Now, from Wesley's point of view, Wesley's thinking in his mind's eye, well, I've stopped F4, F5, I've stopped Queen D3. Give me time to play Rook E8, Bishop F8. I'll be happy. How does Fabi rock his world?
I think we are kind of stuck slightly in limbo here, waiting for black to take on d5, and perhaps we even want it so much that we are trying to provoke it. So let's take a look at a4, and let's take a look, first and foremost, let's take a look at what happens if black does take on d5 twice.
He falls for it.
Yeah, and yeah, machine goes rook e1, and then interestingly, I think on my screen, I'm now seeing the second reason for playing a4, because machine seems to very often play b4, b5 to completely deny the c6 square to the bishop.
Okay.
And then it says, with this formation, like let me show one of the lines on my screen. It goes before here, rook a b5. This is actually quite funny. I don't think I've ever seen this before. The bishops on e7 and d7 being
Very
completely
passive.
restricted by the white structure.
G5
And this also gives us bishop b2, queen d4 ideas,
Gotcha.
which could become very, very relevant in the future. And this particular position appears to be borderline lost for black,
All right.
despite currently being 2 pawns up. White wants bishop b3, bishop b2, and eventually something bad will start happening on the king side, and black is completely devoid of any counterplay.
Agreed.
So this is horrible. Because of that, the engine says maybe a7, a5, stopping a4, a5, stopping those before ideas. White goes, let's say, bishop b3. Now, I was worried I was blundering knight c4, but the engine is completely unconcerned and says just bishop f2, you can never take on b2. I guess it doesn't return if you do that.
Okay.
So after bishop e3, machine says perhaps rook e8, rook e1, bishop f8, as you mentioned. And now we can play h5, apparently is playable, queen d3 is playable. And we get this kind of a slow burn where I don't think there are any direct threats necessarily, but it's just very, very difficult for black to play because you don't know what you're supposed to be aiming for. You maybe want your bishop on the long diagonal, but if you play g7, g6, after bishop d4, trading the dark square bishops probably with a queen landing on d4 might be just bad in a very concrete way. Allowing it to land on f6 also not particularly attractive. So you probably don't want to do that. So I guess maybe you play some waiting moves like bishop d7, white goes h5. You still need to make a move. Which move is very, very unclear.
Right.
This is going to be tough. And the thing is, Fabi, I'm sure we discussed it on air many a time, and you know where I'm going with this, but Fabi is both happy and unhappy about f5, right?
How so?
Well, he now is forced to think on his own, but also because he's forced to think on his own, he knows this is not a good move.
Right, right.
So it's this kind of combination which is very very usual these days.
Because of what you kind of shown the outlines, the contours of how a slow burn attack with a4, b4, b5 could impact Wesley, I was thinking that if you're going to play a4, I'm not going to play knight takes d4. I'm going to wait for you to play the move a5, Peter. I will go rook e8.
Yes, a5.
You'll go a5. Now I'll play knight d5, and I'll congratulate myself for being clever.
White could even take on d5, let's say king h8 and bishop d2, c3, and this appears to be very, very bad for black.
So even though I got in an extra tempo, it's very good for
these
white.
These structures are just horrible, yeah.
Maurice, some real challenges for the players.
Yes, and I found the game that I was talking about. It was Tal Larsen. It was played in Bled, a candidate semifinal. We're going back to 1965. And it's a famous Tal game. And Tal is my favorite player, as you guys well know. And in this position, it is a different opening, but you're going to see the contours show up very quickly. After bishop d3, Larsen played b4, and knight to d5 was the response, sacrificing a piece and just saying, I got this. It's a piece, clean piece. But you'll see very quickly, Larsen tried to shut the game down the exact same way Wesley is trying to shut the position down. And in 2 moves, we're going to see the pawn on h4. And this is very much resembling that structure on the king side that Fabi has right now against Wesley. The bishop on d4 being the key piece, the one piece that's lording over the position, if you will, the 2 bishops pointed. And we could see this in their game very shortly. Well, we're seeing something similar unfold in their game. I'll continue this game to show you how Tal prosecuted the attack. He sacked on f5. He got this position. And Larsen tried to do some fancy footwork but Tal said, I'm continuing to sacrifice. Finally, he couldn't chase the queen anymore, and this position happened. And just show you the finish of the game very quickly, as White had the extra pawns now, 2 pawns up, and now 3 pawns up, just desperation on the part of Larson, but the game finished in a nice style with queen to f7, and there are no moves to deal with the finish. So you see, if we jump back to the current game, and let me just fill out my screen. Okay, get this here. Well, he has played a4, by the way, and I think I just had to press f11. But we can go back to you guys, as I think we have the position at any rate. You see the contours here. The secret is to get the bishop to the d4 square. That's the whole thing. That will look very much like Tal Larson. The bishop on d4, 2 bishops pointed at the king. There's pawns in a bind, the king side in a bind. And, you know, if Fabi, who's now played a very ultra-aggressive and correct a4, has this kind of same contours in his databank, which Fabi is a classical student of the game. And no doubt he has seen this Tal Larson game. And even if he didn't, he knows this construct is very good for him. Dangerous days ahead for Wesley So.
Oh, absolutely. Fantastic bit of, very modern opening prep by Fabi, where you go for something which the engine begins by disliking, but you understand that it's going to be much easier for you to play, in particular against somebody who perhaps have not prepared it. And we are already seeing it bear fruit, because White is objectively better already just by being a pawn down, and Wesley is going to continue, I think, sliding down in terms of the clock times. Could be in severe time trouble at some point.
All right, brings us back to the current position, and I'll go back to a5 just to stop a. And are you playing rook a3 or what?
No, rook a3 is not really a thing. I think because we are going to be able to play bishop e3 and queen d3, we can connect the rooks in kind of normal fashion.
Shadoop.
Yeah, Wesley doing the Shadoop being there on your screen.
Right. So you think bishop e3?
Or queen d3 first, if you don't want to even calculate knight c4.
It's funny. I'm absolutely certain the move f7, f5 was designed to take the sting out of queen d3, and then you go ahead and put the queen on d3 anyway.
Well, it's just a good square. There's no sting here, but it's just a good square. We want to play bishop e3. We want to play a rook to e1. At some point, we want to at least start threatening h5, h6. Right. Which is going to be very strong with the connection of what Maurice was describing. The bishop eventually arriving on d4 in connection with h5, h6 ideas is going to be very potent. And black just doesn't have squares. You're very, very restricted in your counterplay here.
I agree. And in fact, the bishop, Maurice was talking about the bishop on c8 as being a problem piece. I'm looking at the bishop on e7 as being a problem piece as well. And the moves rook e8, bishop f8 at least gives me some kind of a breathing.
Yeah, but you still have to make moves here.
Right.
And the engine goes rook e7, perhaps in some cases to bring the queen over to e8, or maybe queen c7, rook e8.
Queen e8 looks actually attractive.
Yeah, it's not lost yet, but it's very, very uncomfortable to play. And the good thing for White is you can even start offering trades, like bishop f2 is one of the main moves in the position. White is genuinely quite okay with even the rooks coming off, because you will continue having a lot of initiative on the king's side.
Wonderful. Nasi, I was just going to ask you, in this exact position that we have right now on the analysis board, we're both Caro-Kann players. We like being material ahead, but do you like the dynamic compensation or the pawn?
I very much do, yes.
Both?
Both. I'd want to be both in this position, but I think I like Fabi's time. The fact that he came so well prepared and didn't use any time, blitzed out everything. He has a psychological advantage for sure in this game.
All right. We are in break territory, and as we do go to break, Maurice got a chance to sit down with Pragg and have an interview. Enjoy, and we'll see you on the other side of our break. I like
Praggnanandhaa, congratulations on making the Final Four. I know it may not mean that much, but you did win the tour on points to get into the Final Four. What does it mean for you?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's great, of course, to be on top of the standings after like the old tour events. It's a tough format, like you have to perform consistently, and I'm happy that I managed to do it. And it also feels like I made it comfortably, like I made it to round to spare, which is great. Yeah, it's nice to be on top, but still like it's just a start. Yeah, we have to perform in the finals, and it's a different tournament altogether. So looking forward to it. It's going to be exciting.
Before we get to those finals, you have had a pretty good year. Most people would be thrilled with the year you've had, the number of tournaments you've won, including Norway Chess, and you won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. You've done incredibly well. Wesley made a joke about trying to make sure you don't win everything. I mean, you tied for first here at the Sinkfield Cup. What is it this year that you feel has clicked, that's made it different for you?
Yeah, if you remove the last like 3 months and then see the year, then it's like just a bad year. Yeah, I had really bad Paikidze at the start, and then I had a bad candidates, of course. So yeah, like I mean, from like towards the end of last year to like from the Grand Swiss around September of last year to the candidates, I had a horrible period. I lost like a 50 rating points. But I think these periods of good and bad, I think it's normal for any player in not just in chess but like any field. You have these up and downs, so I think you just take the positives and try to improve on the weaknesses and move on. You can't really go too much into it, I think.
Very wise words for somebody so young. You last year qualified for these finals. What's going to make it different this year for you to win it all?
Yeah, definitely last year's the experience makes a difference. Last year I suffered mainly because of Rapid and Blitz, because all the classical games were drawn, but Rapid and Blitz didn't go my way at all. Out of the 4 Rapid games, I made 1 draw, so which is horrible result. But I feel like last 1 year I've improved on Rapid and Blitz part. That's an area I feel I've improved a lot. Like I've shown it in St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, so I have confidence in that area. I mean, overall, it's just it's 1 year, so there is a lot of improvement. Not just me, but all the players. So it's going to be really exciting. And everyone is strong here, so if you like, and anyone can win it. So if you run this tournament multiple times, we will have new winners every time, I think. So it's going to be interesting, and I think whoever performs well on that particular day is going to take it.
It's basically sort of a veteran group in having Fabi and Wesley, and then the young guns in you and Vincent. What do you think about that mix?
Honestly, at this point, I feel veteran as well. I mean, I think if you play 1 candidate, you already feel like you worked a lot, you were training for it, you were playing, but I played 2 already, so, and this is like second year of Grand Chess Tour finals as well, so, yeah, I feel like I've been playing all these players a lot already, so when you see it as like a generation, it's nice to have 2 and 2. It would have been interesting to have like the different pairing, and we could like have generation battle, but it's great. I mean, I think our generation, we have shown consistently that we are fighting for the first place in every tournament, and that's interesting, I think, for the people watching as well to see this generation clash.
Do you feel a changing of the guard has occurred already, or it's in progress as the slightly older crowd seems to, well, at least you don't seem to be afraid of those guys anymore. It seems like you play toe-to-toe against them.
I think we are already there. Like I don't know like why it is still like changing, or like why it's in progress, because if you take the tournaments that happened this year, except Sinkfield, I think almost every tournament, I mean, okay, you don't like, I'm not taking EWC into account. I mean, of course, Magnus wins all these online and things. But like over the board events, I feel the generation from like 2003 to 6, we are like winning almost everything except Sinkfield, which Wesley won. Yeah, so I think we are showing that we are fighting for the top spot every event. So, I mean, of course, other generation is also really good. They're also fighting, and I think it's great to have such fights.
Great perspective. What about your generational clash now against Vincent? How do you see this playing out in the next few days?
Yeah, it's interesting. As I said, like it's a different event altogether. You have to, because there is also like Rapid and Blitz attached to it. It gives a different thing. But I feel at the end of the day, whoever plays the best is going to take it. So I think it's about giving your best on that particular day, and everyone is super strong here.
But specifically Vincent, though, I don't want to duck there. Any matchup of anything about intrigue that you have with Vincent?
No, we always have some fighting games, and we have traded a lot of wins against each other. So it's it's going to be interesting. I think we both really enjoy playing fighting chess. We actually rarely have draws. We always have some result on the board, so it's going to be interesting.
We're looking forward to it. Good luck in the next few days.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the GCT Finals. And we are in round 2. First, let's just take a quick look at the results, Peter.
Well, the results from yesterday were both games were drawn. Do not be alarmed by the 3-3 score there on your screen. These are worth 6 points each of all of the classical games, which is why the score is as it is. And those of us, and that I think includes all 4 of us who are expected to maybe a slightly quieter day today, are getting anything but, frankly.
Yeah, we've got 2 very, very lively games on the board, and most especially the game of Fabi, as Fabi blitzed through his opening preparation, which included a pawn sacrifice, and maybe even 2, Peter. Let's jump to the current position in that game after bishop d7. And as we went on break, none of us here on panel, Maurice, Nasi, like Black's position.
Oh, no. I think this is the kind of stuff that we learn in our schoolgirl days, that you sack a pawn, you get space, you get the bind on the king, you get aggression, and what pawn? I mean, you're not counting the a7 and b7 pawns as involved in the game at all. It's just about the attack and Wesley needing to defend with all his life.
Right. And Nasi, bishop d7, when we were going on a break, our main move was actually a5 because we were afraid of a5.
Exactly, for a good reason. Yes, because after a5 now, if Peter can make moves, I'm sacrificing a second pawn, take on d5, and I'm just going to follow it up with b4, put the bishop on b2. You don't have queen b6, you don't have any active moves, and look at those bishops on d7 and e7 for Wesley, and your extra pawns are doubled on d5 and d6. And it also looks like I can always get at least one of them back, but I don't think I even need to.
No, they're obstacles, Peter.
Absolutely, and I think the biggest threat genuinely is bishop b2, queen d4, and a very brute force attack against the pawn on g7, followed up by h5, h6 maybe in some cases. This is bad. I think Wesley kind of perhaps has not appreciated so far just how unnecessary queen takes d5 here is, because if you make a mistake of removing one of them, Black is instantly pretty much completely fine, because the bishop will come to c6 and it will have squares. Black will have counterplay, all the things which are completely anathema to white in this position. b4 is not the only thing that is strong here. You can also play, I mean, rook e1 is pretty good, but b4 with the intention of playing bishop b2 seems very, very logical.
Yeah, and let's just remind everybody of our breakdown today. What today the players are going to be doing, their schedule.
Absolutely. Today is the second day of the semifinals, so they begin by playing this classical game, the 2 classical games that we're watching right now, with a time control of 90 minutes for the first 40, and then 30 minutes till the end of the game with a half-a-minute increment throughout. And once again, 6 points for a win, 3 for a draw. And this is now looking a lot less likely than it did before the round began.
Right.
If any of the games are draws today, that means that both the classical games were drawn yet again. And this year, players get punished for it, or rewarded, depending on how you view these things. They will play bonus blitz matches. In the case of 2 draws, the arbiter will flip a coin to choose who starts with white in game 1. And then they will play until somebody wins a game of blitz. And that person earns an additional 2 points, meaning that they will enter the final day of the match with a score of 8-6 in somebody's favor.
Makes sense. And so we'll have a blitz to look forward to quite possibly Maurice.
I'm seeing echoes. I keep seeing echoes everywhere. I saw the one with Tal Larson, and now I see this echo for the game from yesterday. Yesterday we saw Wesley sack a pawn and say, you want my pawn on d5? You can have it. I don't care. I'm going to get play. I'm going to get play against your weakened king. This is the position I have in front of me from yesterday that actually, I want to just back up a moment. Right here. It was this position that Fabi realized after Wesley played the very powerful bishop to d2 and put his bishop on the long diagonal this way, that Fabi realized that he was in some sort of trouble. And when this happened, now he tried to go after pawns. Wesley said, anytime you want to take it, you can take it. You're just going to open up lines for my pieces against your king. And just note, I just want to briefly note this idea. The sacrifice did not work out in the end by just a small margin with rook to e6, but this rook landed on the e6 square with force, and these are the kind of things that can happen when your position opens up. But I just want to talk about the bishop on the long diagonal and the rook landing on e6 and the pawn sacrifice. The pawn sacrifice has already happened today. That is echo number one. We go to that. That has already happened. The second thing is the point you guys made about the sacrifice on d5. You want it? You can have it. We don't care. The second point. The next point is the move b4. With the idea of putting the bishop on the long diagonal, again, we see this idea. And now I'm going to make another point that could have happened after the move a5. And I was analyzing this before the break. Queen d3, bishop d7. I analyzed bishop to e3, looking to get on the long diagonal. But here was my idea. I said, what happens, computer, if I play the move bishop e8? I want to get my bishop on an active square on this diagonal. Forget about this old diagonal. Bishop said, you want that diagonal? You can have it. In fact, I'm going to give that to you, and I'm actually going to chill on this square. And when you play your knight back, I'm going to plant a rook on e6. If you try to eject me because I can't take this pawn because suddenly you play bishop g6, you're winning material. Instead of that, I'm just going to chill with the rook planted in your face on the e6 square with a terrific position, hitting your bishop. Don't take this because after check, you try to hide. We're just going to go after this very trapped piece. You can't leave because queen f5, you're getting mated or you're going to have to give stuff up after this check. The position is completely busted right now. Just echoes. Am I off? I'm just seeing the same echoes from yesterday. Wesley has a tremendous defensive task on his hands if now Fabi continues with the move a5, which he has not done as yet. And his time is also coming closer and closer to Wesley's. I wonder if Fabi has noted this idea of capturing on d5 and putting his bishop on that fantastic diagonal. If he spots that, this game is all but over.
I think he does. I think he's just choosing whether to play a5 or to wait for another move. But I think waiting for another move just gives Black perhaps a chance to correct themselves and play a7, a5 yet again. So a5 is not only forcing Black to make a decision, it's also denying them a chance to kind of realize their mistake and play a5.
But is it maybe this line with a5, knight takes, d5, takes, and this position right here?
Yeah, there we go.
And if you have this position, you have to restrain yourself.
Yes.
You have to completely understand, I've given up a second pawn, but I'm not supposed to get anything back. Mm-hmm. This is, Black's not going to give me any kind of resistance if I just chill. I'll just wait around and play the slower game. Now, the c-file did open. The bishop may not get this diagonal, but it does have this diagonal. But not right now, of course, because the queen d5 check. But you might start feeling like Black has some counterplay somewhere in this region, and you might avoid playing this way.
One thing I wanted to ask you, though, Maurice, because trying to understand what Fabi is thinking about, can we put the pawn back on b2 and ask ourselves, is bishop e3 significantly weaker than b4? Because I think we're kind of we are taught to develop pieces, right? It has the same kind of a general idea, planting the bishop on d4, not taking on d5 at all. And I think bishop e3 is a move that kind of comes to mind easier than the move b4. And we can see on the screen that the bar, while still preferring white, kind of, the advantage is smaller. And I wonder why such a dramatic difference.
No, it is a dramatic difference because your bishop and queen are competing for the same square. That's the d4 square.
That's what I suspect.
You don't want to put the bishop on d4. If you could get both of them, b4 says, we get the diagonal and I get queen d4. And once that happens, black is contorting himself to try to figure out exactly what to do. So that's the point of, I'm not even sure, no, okay, b3 also shuts my bishop down, so I wouldn't want to do that. No, b4 is the right way to do it. Free both bishops for this kind of work, and black is just in deep trouble. Once the bishop lands on b2, it then goes to d4, the queen goes to d4, black is just tied up, needing to defend against this attack. It's tremendous.
Thank you, Maurice. And let's just give our analysis on the Fabi game a pause as Nasi, you seem to be paying attention to the Prague game, and a very good thing as well.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, the other game is very exciting, but I've been watching and following Prague against Vincent. If you remember the last time I showed you this position, I suggested that Vincent should go g5, kick the bishop, and then d5, and this equalizes the position. Instead, Vincent chose to play knight d7, indicating his intentions to play d5. But it seems like over-preparation was unnecessary. For example, if Prague castles here and Vincent goes d5, there are some issues in this position. For example, I trade, you take with the knight, I can play immediately d4, and suddenly it shows that you left the king in the center and you have some problems to solve. d5 is hanging, I'm threatening d takes e5. What are you going to do? If you, for example, castle, trying to avoid it all, you immediately lose to d takes e5. If you take on d4, after knight d4, again, you can castle, you don't lose immediately, but this position, the engine says it's more than +3, absolutely crushing. So this was an option for Prague to castle long here and not allow d5 still. Instead, after knight e7, Prague decided to take on e6. Again, I mentioned earlier that doubling up these pawns is not bad for black. These pawns are doing absolutely fine. But after Prague's next move, d4, now it completely changes the structure. Vincent has taken on d4, knight d4 on the board, and g5, bishop f2, and this is the current position. Completely different than it was 5 moves ago. This does remind me of a lot of Sicilian openings, but of course it's not the Sicilian. The pawn is still on c7. However, everything else that white has done, if you look at the white's position, it looks like the Najdorf bishop e3 line. But what black has done is quite different, and I am not too happy with Vincent's position. And I want to ask you guys, do you think it's still equal, or now Vincent's slightly uncomfortable in this position?
I'm not sure, Nazi. One of the funny things is an open Sicilian where the f7 pawn is missing, right, in the d4 pawn. So an open Sicilian is like a completely very confused one. But Peter, more to Nazi's question.
I wanted to say that this is one of those cases where I actually managed to guess the entire sequence, and this is bad news for Vincent. Because, playing sort of like how I expected these days is not a good sign. Right. And I was checking this while we were looking at some other positions, and I was pretty sure g5, knight g6 was likely. It's just not good, because we are providing white with an additional target on the king's side. And the engine was saying that you can castle without including g5 for now, long castles. Now we go rook a b8. I think it's slightly faster than playing a6, because we do want to play b7, b5. And this is quite playable. Black isn't really suffering all that much, because it's important that there's nothing white can do on the king's side just yet.
But to what Yasser said, this position, don't you want to move the c7 pawn to f7?
You absolutely do.
Yes.
You absolutely do.
Okay.
Instead, Vincent played g5, knight g6. I very much understand the desire to give some squares to this knight.
Right.
But now, after long castles, you can't really comfortably castle kingside at all, because it will run into h4 straight away. He played a6, which is the best move.
Right.
White, for the time being, probably needs to wait. I think, and as somebody who's played a lot of Sicilians on the white side of it, the kind of an itch you get when you castle queenside and you haven't played king b1 yet.
Is to tuck it in.
Yeah, you just need to do it because otherwise your position somehow feels incomplete. So
Right.
we throw this in.
Right? Aesthetics.
And now black has a choice. You can castle, I'm guessing queenside is more likely. But then,
Otherwise, h4 is coming.
yeah,
right?
because I value the bishops, but opening the h file is just going to be a lot more important than the bishop here because this is just going to come very, very quickly. So I guess you castle queenside, and then white might play something like knight b3 because genuinely in these types of positions, you do have to worry about queen e3, a7 ideas. They often become very, very annoying, or queen d4, a7. You definitely pick white, but maybe it's still okay-ish.
It's scary to me. I'm looking at queen e3, a7, and I really don't want to pick up my c pawn.
Or b pawn. Yeah.
And I don't want to pick, but I know I'm going to have to deal with that threat. Queen a7, just frightening. Instead of castles, just for a moment, because these moments where you've played the move king b1 and say, please, sir, give me your address. Tell me where your residence is. In such situations, I would like to keep that knowledge.
What's a good waiting move? Then?
Exactly.
Can find one.
I'd like to keep the knowledge to myself.
Machine goes queen f7, which is a kind of a vague move, which I think is genuinely a waiting move.
Maybe I want to play knight d7 after queen f7.
Maybe to take
yeah.
advantage of the e5 score. I'll get behind queen f7 actually.
We can now actually switch to this. Even though there is no king on g8, this makes sense positionally.
Okay.
And we can also, as my screen tells me, we can connect it with the idea of playing f4, f5, and trying to plonk a knight on e6.
That's
but this
unfair.
maybe is not that horrible though, because whenever a lot of stuff comes off the board, Black I think has decent chances of
It's a relief.
coming out alive. Yeah.
It's a relief. I mean, my goodness. And at least in this position, you're not playing queen e3 to a7 and checkmating me. Or at least driving.
And queen f7 also does a very good job of asking exactly the same question of white. Like, what's your next move? Do you want to play queen e2 maybe with some queen c4 idea somewhere? Do you want to play rook h1?
Right.
But if rook h1, maybe now we go knight d7, and maybe now we will be a lot happier about potentially castling.
And especially
in this direction.
if I've got you away from h2.
Exactly,
h4,
yeah, because h4 is no longer supported.
So yeah, those positions where the king becomes a fixed target, especially after castle short, like what you were saying there, Nasi. H4, I can see that Vincent will be in a lot of trouble. By the way, 55 to 54, they've matched each other pretty closely.
Yeah, very, very even on the clock. 15 moves gone. 55 minutes for the last 25 is normally quite a normal amount of time to have, but this is a pretty complicated and kind of an unusual position, so they might be playing quite slowly from here on out.
Thank you, Nasi. Returning back to the game between Fabi and Wesley, who have played each other so many games. What's going on, Maurice? I've been expecting a pawn, a black pawn or a white pawn to be on a5 by now. I'm missing something. Why isn't there a pawn on a5?
Very strange. Very strange. You play a4 to play a5. I mean, it's not.
You say
major
A,
mystery.
you say B.
You play a4 to play a5.
Right.
Fabi saw bishop d7, and again, he said he's been a little bit off in his game. He wants to start playing well again. His words when he was here yesterday, and he said it before as well. And for him to not find this idea with b4, it's
confusing.
It's Fabiano Caruana.
Hello.
And that would have been your expectation, that he would have played for this position. Instead, after bishop d7, he decided to put in the move rook to e1.
Not bad.
Reasonable move, generalized move, but not related to the move a4, you would think. Why did you decide to do it this way? And his opponent played the move rook to c8. And now, this specific move also can be met by a5. And it just shows how strong a5 is that the engine says knight a8 is the best move.
No way is Wesley going to play knight.
Nobody's playing that. But if you play this way, takes, now this bishop can go to b3, and you've got some questions to answer. Bishop c6 actually allows takes, and then bishop to e3, and once again, white has a fantastic position. White super comfortable. The queen side coming under pressure, the king side in a bind, the queen in a dominant position on d5. But he could have had this with a5 easily. So it's a little bit surprising as we go back in time that at this moment he did not go for this line. And my worry, right here, my worry is that Fabi actually looked at this and thought bishop b3 or queen d5, and it wasn't enough, and didn't decide, I'm not sacking the second pawn. I mean, I am sacking the second pawn. I'm not worried about taking the second pawn. I'm just going to play chess. We're not the ones down 2 pawns, but at the same time, this looks kind of naturally good. Instead, he's put himself in a different situation with this, the rooks now entering the game. This is a tempo ahead that you didn't need to give black. And now he's kind of looking around for what you would think is more of an advantage. He's still in great shape, let's be clear. But it's when you start making slightly suboptimal moves that we start wondering, are you going to get the job done? Because you could have gotten a big position in a very forcing sequence. Now, we got to look around. What should you be doing here?
Yeah, and he's also been burning through the clock quite a bit. He was, I think, up to h4, he barely spent any time at all.
He gained time.
Yeah, he made 2 moves since and is down half an hour. It's a complicated position. He also knows that he's probably better now and he needs to play precisely. So on its own, spending time on moves here is justifiable and correct. But decisions appear to be, I mean, a4 was very good. He did not know about a4. a5 clearly caught him by surprise, so he found the best move there. But not appreciating how strong a5 was is maybe a slight alarm bell.
Peter, it's hard for me to believe that after a5, as Maurice says, knight a8 is an engine suggestion. Have you even bothered to investigate that? Because
I have.
How unlikely it is?
I was looking at sort of very similar lines to what Maurice was showing, and I'm pretty sure both of them are only calculating knight takes d5.
Clear.
Because they're both allowing a5 and have been allowing a5 for a while.
Right.
But knight d5 is very bad, and it's quite striking just how strong this is, because I was also looking at this, and let's say king h8, bishop b3. I played a6 here just to see what happens,
Sure.
and after bishop b6, queen e8, and h4, h5, machine says plus like 2.5.
Wow.
Because nobody moves. Black is completely devoid of any source of play. We are threatening, let's say against h6, I can even maybe go, full materialist style by pinning a bishop on e7 and winning it next move because it has no squares. It hasn't had any squares for a while, actually. So yeah, this is bad. And it's striking because the white king has no cover whatsoever, right?
Right.
You would think on a fairly open board with open files available
Queen
to the black
G3
rooks
check.
and so on, you would think black has some source of counterplay, but yeah, it appears to be just genuinely very, very bad for black in pretty much all of these positions.
Wow.
Knight a8 is stronger. I just wonder if Wesley even intends to look in that direction. Knight a8 is stronger with the, we're just waiting. I wanted to say with the intention of, but I don't think there's any intention. We're just not playing knight takes d5 because it's bad.
Right.
That's our intention here. We just don't want to make a bad move. We want to make a better move.
Okay.
And machine likes a6. I think natural would be to consider bishop e3.
Sure.
Against that, black actually plays c6, c5, denies white the d4 square. I always thought that if we force c6, c5, now black really has no pawn breaks anywhere, and we're sort of completely free to do something on the king side. But in this particular setup, it thinks maybe knight c7, b5 becomes a source of quote-unquote counterplay. I don't know what that does, but it does something.
Okay.
And also, I guess we're not fast enough on the king side. We don't have any direct threats yet.
But we've lost our diagonal control.
Yeah.
The long diagonal has disappeared because of that pawn.
Bishop
I still
C5.
like it a great deal, frankly. I'm surprised it's not better than what it says, because it gives me like a 0.5 here. And also only after the move b2, b4, which I think would be difficult to make because we're giving up more material. But I guess the idea of landing knight on e6 is quite potent.
And getting the diagonal again. You could have sacrificed your pawn a different way in order
Let's
to get
talk
that
about
structure.
alternatives, though. We can still play queen d3, I guess. And we're going to be better if you take on d5, although, as we already alluded to, denying the black queen the b6 square is definitely one of the large reasons for having the pawn on a5.
Yeah.
But here we can play bishop b3. I think we're still better here. So queen d3 maybe just sort of passes the decision over to Wesley and says...
Okay, rook e8. I hate that bishop on e7.
Yeah.
Let me do something.
Let's continue not playing a5, because if we haven't played a5 yet, I think the indication might be that Fabi is looking for ways to not do it. Let's make some moves.
And finally, bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Yeah, okay, now it does play a4. If it says, like, you can't wait forever, eventually you have to pull the trigger on this. White is still better.
You know, it's funny, now that we've played all of these moves, the idea of knight a8 suddenly starts to have more of an appeal, right?
We have a push on the other side, and the problem...
Are you going g6? No.
We're just gaining space. We're reminding black that you have to worry about maybe h6 in some positions. We're definitely not playing g6 when black can play queen h4. I'm not giving black any squares.
Knight c7.
Yeah, knight c7, some move.
I don't feel like I'm suffering like I was before.
Yeah, but not b3. Machine was playing b4.
b4.
Just to continue gaining space. Okay. One thing I noted, by the way, that if we do include h4, h5, engine often actually responds with h7, h6. Kind of asking,
then go queen h4.
Yeah, would you like to give me squares? Why generally doesn't react to it, but I did notice that h6 becomes a topic once the pawn departs from h4. But we're getting carried away. This is very
I feel the game's slipping a little bit away from Fabi, Maurice. I don't like the failure to play a5.
Well, I got to say, one of the big things you mentioned earlier, you learned this idea of, from the Petrosian, of keeping your pawns on
h6, g6.
h6, g6, or a6, b6 on the other side, just in case they push, you push past.
Exactly.
I remember when I first learned the concept of avoid open files for your rooks if your opponent can compete with you on those open files, because it just invites trades. And what? Just, you know, it's an open file. You just automatically put your piece on the file. It was even more interesting when I started seeing players, you have a rook on another rook, it's an open file, it's the only open file on the board, and you see a player take his rook off that open file and put it on a closed file just to avoid trades. And I'm like, wait, you just gave him the file. Why did you do that? And the point was, that side couldn't make use of the file, and so you don't want trades. They're not going to do anything down the file because you got all the business squares covered, and so it's not a problem. You take your rook off the file and go work somewhere else. Fabi putting his rook on e1 optically looks good, but then you guys have been showing you compete for the file with your rook as well in that variation you just showed. Right. And suddenly you're going, my attack wanted more flow than this, and my rook didn't belong on e1 pretty much at all.
Right.
So now we're getting into this kind of weird nuance territory where Fabi had more forceful ways. He's still better. He can still keep control of this game. And if this is all he got, then you'd say, okay, we're happy with it. But the fact that he didn't drop the hammer down now, boom, just hit him with a5, hit him b4, put the bishop on the diagonal, queen d4, flow, flow, flow. That's making us say, all right, we know you're a gangster normally, but you've also not been playing your best chess, and you're letting clock flow, and you're looking for certainty right now instead of just playing the game. I'm starting to worry a little bit about Fabi's possibilities of actually converting this better position.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling as well. Also, Peter, if you don't mind me asking you, the move rook e1, I understand it's more useful, let's say, on e1 than f1. I much prefer the forcing lines. We've been looking at a knight a8. Knight a8. Nobody's impressed by knight a8. I'm wondering if after the move rook e1, I don't include rook c8 for a moment. Maurice said the bishop on d7 is passive, bishop e8, looking for a better, and maybe after a5, knight d7? Can I?
And now you once again have no squares anywhere.
Okay, but you know I'm going to sacrifice a pawn to get some kind of knight to c5 to e4, to get some kind of...
But you can't open that diagonal because why? First of all, once again, you actually just lost your bishop on e7.
My terrible bishop.
We keep on forgetting just how poor that piece is.
That bishop is, yes, agreed. Okay, so this is So I'm just strangled, essentially.
In fact, why have we not played queen e2? Okay, I guess we needed to be able to play rook f7, g6, which is why we included h5
why you included
first.
h5.
This is still very good, but this is why h5 was so strong, because
I
it
see.
introduced the idea of queen e2 and then g6 to meet rook f7.
Back to the live position. And again, what is Fabi struggling with? If he's not playing a5, what's his alternatives? Is he doing the queen d3,
queen
bishop e3?
There's also, but this is incredibly difficult, I think, from a... Fabi understands chess quite well. And for somebody who understands chess quite well, playing d5 takes c6 is going to be borderline impossible, I think.
What?
Improving the structure, giving black some breathing space, giving black ideas of d5, bishop d6. But you could actually make an argument for something like this and just trying to win the a7 pawn. You might actually be successful in winning it, because black does not have time to defend it. If you play something like rook c7, those pieces never come out.
Oh, that's just ugly.
So yeah, machine goes d5, bishop takes a7, bishop b4, and gives white an advantage, but not a decisive one.
Yeah, this is not.
I mean, the pawn survives. It might be on a7 in a couple of moves.
Yeah.
This also looks pretty good, actually.
It's not bad.
It's just that d takes c6 is such an inhuman first move in that line.
How do you consider that? Yeah. We're going to pause our analysis of Fabi's game and Nasi, what is going on in Prague and Vincent?
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, I've been trying to work out all the nuances in this game between Pragg and Vincent. It's such an interesting position. Where we left off is this position, and we looked at king b1, but Pragg played this move queen e3, which is a very sneaky move. If you castle here with black, I want to go knight b3, and as Yasser earlier was talking about, the queen is going to a7 and getting into this queenside position where king's going to get checkmated. So it's provoking this move b6, which you don't want to make. And after that, white can play a4, and I'm still going to try to play a5 and open up this diagonal, which is quite dangerous for black. So after queen e3, black absolutely cannot castle. You have to make a wait-in move. And since earlier we discovered that queen f7 is the best wait-in move, this is what happened in the game. Vincent found the best move. And now, this is a very interesting position. White needs to play on both sides of the board. For example, this is what I'm talking about. You start with h4, but not with the idea to take back. You want to go knight e2, with the idea to play queen b3, attacking both e6 and b7. Why do we need to include h4 for this? That's a very good question. I'm going to back up and show you what would happen if you start with knight e2 right away. After knight e2, I just castle short. Now if you go h4, that's too late because of tactics. I'm playing c5, and if you drop back, knight g4. And suddenly this is just a lost position for white. Queen comes to f2, rook comes to f2, and look at that. I mean, I have a fantastic rook on this second rank, and this bishop is great. This is just winning for black. So you can't play h4 in this position. Let me back up. After queen f7, knight e2, castles, black is already completely fine. So we start with h4, because now, after knight e2, you can no longer castle short. I will immediately take bishop h4, and you have a weak king side. This is exactly what we wanted. So black also has to be smart, and after this position, not castle short, but instead, Engine suggests best move is long castle, which is not easy to make because we know already white's plans. Knight b3, the queen is coming into a7. Here, black again is forced to either play b6 or c5. And this is pretty much where we left off earlier in a similar position. Yasser was saying, I don't want to touch the b pawn or c pawn. This is not how we play this type of positions. But if Pragg plays h4 then knight e2, Vincent has to go for this line. This is the best option. How comfortable are we playing c5 in this position?
Not very.
Oh, Nasi. Yeah, some real subtle interplay there. When to play h4, when not to play h4. And that knight g4 was
came out of nowhere,
a cold
right?
shower, right?
Yeah.
Woo! Where did that come from?
Pragg finally plays king b1. But
king b1, by the way. We always like tucking in the king.
But now that idea of knight d7
d7
seems very comfortable because we want to park it on e5, and then with that established, I think our position becomes a lot safer.
Easier.
It's a bit slow.
Yes. But it's sort of like the tidy move. You just want to make your king a little bit more comfy, but
H4 was necessary for
Yeah, in that
Big
line you
tempo.
were showing, I was wondering, well,
Without King
I
B1.
wasn't wondering, I was reading my screen, let's not lie about this. Is this a move anyway?
And after queen b3,
With the idea of playing knight
Knight
c5?
a queen e2. I was looking at this line. You temporarily defend both pawns, but
This is so cute.
right?
Because b2, b4 is now being threatened against
Yes.
the pawn on e6, and if you have to play e6, e5, which it appears you might have to, you give white to this very beautiful square on f5.
Right.
Maybe you survive here after bishop f6 on knight e6. You can't allow bishop takes e5, you have to go knight
No,
e6.
96. But
Yeah.
still, white's for choice.
White's definitely for choice after bishop takes h4.
Absolutely.
It's a very beautiful line with queen a2.
Let's pause this one and jump back. Maurice, over to you.
Talk about white for choice. Wesley did not play knight a8. It's hard to play a move like knight a8. You bury your knight in the corner, even if it's coming back out, you think. But he did capture on d5 after Fabi finally did play a5. And here Fabi could have just made one short move to not have to play bishop b3 later. You cannot stop knight takes. But this is also quite good, and he's sitting on this position right now. Bishop to b3 is the move we expect.
He played bishop e3, though, which is slightly less precise because it allows black to play d5, d4.
Bishop,
D5,
again, you're wondering about Fabi's incisiveness in this round so far. As you said, he did not have to allow this move d4, which then allows the move d5. And if you play d5, you free the bishop on e7. And this is
At last.
breathing, yes, indeed. And you got, like, wait a second now. This is a different type of game suddenly.
This is an
Fabi just-
exposed white king, sorry.
Yes, the white king is exposed. Black can hope for counterplay in this line. You likely drop this pawn on a7. But the point is that you get some breathing room.
Yeah.
You get some breathing room. You don't want to play a move like a6, for example. So c takes d5, bishop to e3 instead of bishop to b3. Fabi still controls the game. Let's be clear. But it's the kind of game where you could lose control with your exposed king and your opponent's piece is starting to breathe. But he's still better. He's still better. He's still under control. And he has lost some of his bigger advantages, but Wesley's still the one on the back foot defending.
On the back foot.
And it's interesting that
you, Maurice.
he clearly understands that he doesn't really want to remove the pawn from d5, at least until he gets a larger prize for it, so to speak. And yet he still allowed d5, d4. So it's not like he's unaware of the intricacies of this position and the fact that he needs to control the bishops, he needs to not give them any breathing room. But the execution is not perfect.
No.
He's making good moves, but not the best moves.
And it looks like he will actually have to take this pawn on a7. That's the funny part after the d4, d5 idea. It looks like he will have to if he wants any sort of advantage. And
so d5, d4, specifically with the idea, I think bishop c6 is weaker, although you could also maybe take a look at this. Although here, interestingly, the engine throws in a5, a6 in some positions, trying, I guess, to get the rook to a7 and once again re-establish some mating threats.
Okay.
But bishop takes a7 is always playable. But I think d6, d5 is smarter because we do maybe want to play bishop c5 in some cases. The choices here are we can play bishop c3, against which probably bishop c6 is going to be played. And now we can go queen d2 and play slower. Or we can, machine really likes a5, a6 in all of these positions. b6, rook c1, trying to play very, very concretely, trying to use the fact that the black pieces are on slightly uncomfortable squares. Black still has bishop c5. Now machine goes king, frankly, anywhere, shockingly.
But this is the moment where you kind of stop and say, I played g4, g5, h4, f4,
it's a bit,
and maybe I'm a little drafty.
It's a bit drafty over there, yeah, for sure. And yeah, the suggestion to make a quiet move here and continue to exert some pressure against the black position, I think maybe you can land on it, because I think the major reason for this is we would like to take on c5 twice,
right?
If not for the existence of the move queen b6. Yeah. So by playing king h2, we have unpinned our future rook on c5. So we will have moves there.
You know, one of the things about being a commentator or an annotator or seeing the game after the fact is that we tell a story about the game. We like to make it seem as, in the past, it was smooth narratives. Alekhine would say, I'm going to do this, and this. My opponent's going to sit there, wait like a dead fish, and then I'm going to carve him up, and that's the end of the story.
Right.
And in modern chess, it's move by move. It's, wait, I see what you're trying to do, so I'm going to try to disrupt that whole narrative. And that's what you would have expected from this game from Fabi if we go back a few moves and just, again, take a look at a critical moment in the game. The narrative was quite simple. He had sacrificed a pawn, had Fabi, to get this position. And now he played a4. The narrative would have been easy if he had played, instead of rook e1, he played a5 and said, I sacked a second pawn. This is truly in the style of the old masters. Bishop on b2, queen on d4, we line you up and, again, carve you, reel in the fish, and that's going to be all. The narrative would have been very direct. Instead, he played rook to e1, and after rook c8, a5 takes, and takes. Now bishop to e3. Okay, you're attacking a pawn, but suddenly a shift in the storyline. Takes and d5. This bishop that used to be curtailed completely now is free to move. We did all this to take the a7 pawn? No. I guess now we might as well, since it's sitting there. But that's not why we did it. We were trying to get a kingside attack going. It so happens that our opponent has now changed the entire direction of the game, forcibly so, and we have to play along. And so you feel, again, okay, he's still under control, but that word still is my problem. Still under control, still better. But we had such easy paths before that would have been a single storyline, and Black could not have done anything about it. Nothing. Just die is what would have happened. You'd have rolled him up with b4, bishop b2, queen d4. It would have been over. Now we're starting to enter chances territory, and we wouldn't be completely shocked if Wesley managed to save this game.
Absolutely.
But Fabi is still under control.
Still in control.
Very important moment, though, for Wesley, because you will not, like, if Fabi realizes what's happening and returns to the good ideas, if you don't play d4 now, you will not have a second chance. If you play bishop c6 here, bishop b3, bishop takes d5, returns us to the ground we covered earlier, which appears to be borderline lost for Black.
But, well, you make it seem so black and white. Wesley has not played the move d5, d4. You mentioned bishop c6 as being a bad move. What other choice could Wesley be considering if he's not going to play d4?
Position,
yeah.
I don't think, I mean, queen e8, but it just doesn't do anything. You never get to h5. White will never allow that queen to reach h5. Let's say you play queen e8, once again, bishop b3 or bishop a7 even. We can make choices. We take on a7, we return it to d4, and nothing goes anywhere.
Like queen f7, bishop d4, and Black is
rook
just
f8.
stuck.
And you dream of one day playing bishop f8, rook e4, but
right.
The problem is even endgames are probably lost now. We can take on e8 here, rook takes e8, and play rook e1. And I think if you play rook e4, I'm probably, okay, I thought maybe I was taking, but no. Now it goes rook c1. This is a bit difficult.
That is.
But I guess something like this maybe is quite strong. We play bishop d1, we play b4. Eventually I will play bishop f3.
Yeah.
I will play bishop f3, and you will either have to sacrifice that exchange or you will have to trade the rooks. And then, despite Black being a pawn up, I would argue many of those endgames are just straight up lost.
Yeah, I don't like them.
Because of the majority on the
Can I
side.
say, it's actually really funny that Black is currently up 2 pawns.
Up 2 pawns.
And
defending.
No, and can gift them, when you give back these 2 pawns, d4, d5, you take on a7, it's not like Black is down anything. Black's just returning the 2 pawns.
Yeah.
So it's really about the position on the board now and how bad is it. And so that's an improvement for sure. Playing d5, d4, and giving you the second pawn on a7. Yes, you got your 2 pawns back, but the liberation of this bishop means so much to Black's position. Don't forget, Black actually has a passed pawn. I know that's wishful thinking that it'll be anything. But White's king is exposed. Black can move the king off the line and say, okay, you know, you could get this position. I'm definitely worse. But pay attention to your position. You know, your pawn here is maybe get a little bit weak. If you try doing things like this, maybe I'll challenge you. And your attack is not the same attack anymore. You're not grabbing my pawn. I mean, don't get ridiculous. I'm better now. Like, you better start defending because you open up this line and your king is showing its exposure. So if it looks as though black's shedding pawns, but black can shed those pawns being 2 pawns up. And in fact, it's a common technique when you're ahead material to give it back so that you can stabilize the position. So D4, I suspect that's coming out of Wesley's fingertips. I would be shocked if he doesn't play it.
I think he is definitely strong and experienced enough to know that you can't defend positions like this passively. You need to create counterplay both for yourself and also so that your opponent doesn't feel like he's coasting. Because for white, what you want here is to continue completely dominating everywhere. You want to be the one with the play. Whoa.
Wow.
Okay.
He stopped to defend that pawn. That is absolutely shocking, and it gives Fabi everything he wasn't trying to do. He's going to get it now. Right. Bishop B3, and it's a party.
This straight up loses to Bishop B3.
Sorry?
This straight up loses to Bishop B3.
I mean, A6 is so... I don't know what to say about it. It's such a general, I'll just save my pawn kind of move.
But forgive me, I mean, I love pinning my opponent's pieces. I love Bishop B3. Bishop B6, Queen E8, Bishop B3. I want to see that queen land on
slightly weaker because of, specifically in this position, Queen F7 exists, which didn't exist earlier. Like, we want not to allow Queen F7. Queen takes B7, Bishop D8. Very important move, I suspect. And because of because of this being a check, you have to play some endgame, which you might not win. The idea of Bishop B6 is exactly correct, but you need to begin by Bishop B3, and if Bishop C6, we actually take on D5 first. And we had this position on the screen. I do want to continue the line a little bit.
This is the line. This
and
is the position I want to achieve.
Yeah, and I'm wondering why this is so lost, because I thought Rook C2 here. Yeah, and just shockingly, just Bishop F2 and Queen G2, and if Queen takes F4, Rook A to E1, and then your checks have run out, and I'm going to start giving my own checks.
Right.
+3 on my screen.
Wow.
And the problem in this position after H5 is that the pin along the E file is so strong that you genuinely cannot do anything about it. The threat currently is Bishop takes 6 and then Queen E2, and the bishop falls.
Wow, no Rook C7, no Rook F7.
You can also not play Queen D7 because Bishop E6 wins a Rook, not even an exchange, it's a Rook.
Right.
Because you also lose the one on E7.
Let's see, through the magic of television, if we can see Fabi's reaction to this move blunder, A6. When Wesley played A6, that must have... I can't...
Yeah, that's ambiguous a little bit.
Right. I mean, he was happy to write it down on the score sheet, I can tell you that. But, okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what Wesley was thinking. A7 is a pawn, but D4, I'm afraid he's just going to get completely handcuffed.
Yeah.
The thing is, too, with these kinds of positions, you don't see them every day.
Yeah.
You don't have to play this kind of stuff. We want to go back. Do we remember that this actually came out of the opening with E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6? This is a Ruy Lopez.
This one?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah. This came out of this.
Yeah.
Right? And we jump ahead. Would you have guessed if I showed this to you? I said,
No.
What opening is this?
It's a bit some Benoni gone wrong.
It's like, no, what do you mean?
Now I think it's just a Sicilian.
It looks like a Sicilian to me.
It's just.
It looks just like it's again that Tal Larsen game is running in my head. It looks just like we're playing a Sicilian of some kind.
It's a bit weird that the white king is not on B1, but it's still a Sicilian.
And even with the king on G1, you get this kind of Sicilian when they play G4, G4, H, etc. And if the bishop goes to B3 and you remove this pawn, it's definitely a Sicilian, 100%. So it's so weird that you've morphed from one structure into a completely different structure, and you have to know how to play this new structure. But it's all about when you're. I literally feel like I'm playing the black side of a Sicilian, and my counterplay is going to be against this king somehow, and I need to get some space. So D4, sorry, here, what A7 pawn? Like, please, just let me breathe, because you had me suffering for so long. Fascinating that Wesley played the move A6 and just gave Fabi everything he could have dreamt of. Bishop B3 now is tremendous.
Yeah, and I'm trying to decipher it, and I think Wesley probably got to a position on my board. I think you absolutely look at Bishop B3. It's one of the most obvious moves in the position, of course.
Exactly.
Maybe he wants King H8, but after Bishop takes D5, you will struggle to make a smarter move than Bishop C6 anyway, because you can't really give up both of those. That will lose. I think he is intending to play Bishop C6 here, and we get there. And I was staring at this position because, obviously, it's very easy for me. I have the screen. And I was trying to figure out if maybe Wesley thinks this is defensible because he hopes that he will be able to play Bishop takes D5 and Queen F7 with that tactic of Queen takes B7 being met by Bishop D8. And the moves that win here, they're kind of tricky. H5, specifically inviting black to take more stuff on the king side, is not that easy. Best line appears to be this really, really opaque move, Rook E1, E2. I'm guessing with the intention of meeting takes, takes, and Queen F7 with, what's the difference? Why is Bishop D8 not saving? Ah, okay. Somehow, in this position, it's very important that we play Rook A1, Rook A2, E1. But Rook E2 also is not that obvious. But honestly, even if you don't see those moves which probably disqualify white from the tournament, like H5 maybe is findable, Rook E2 is just forbidden, I think. The issue is, and Bishop B3 has been played. The issue is, if we take on C6 and play Queen E2, you have to play Rook F7, otherwise I will just take on E7 for nothing.
Right.
And now we can finally return to our favorite rook lift.
Looks
Even this
marvelous.
is horrific for black. Let's say you play Queen C8, I play Rook E3. If you play Bishop F8, you will never come out of the corner. Like, look at this position. Yes, we're still a pawn down. Who cares?
We are a pawn down?
I mean,
sure?
We're winning a queen, yeah. We're actually winning a queen because it runs out of squares pretty quickly. So let's say Rook E3, Rook C2, and we make one more precise move somewhere so that we don't get mated on a long diagonal. And once again, once it lands on E8, the position will collapse pretty quickly. Let's say Queen C4, and we can start going H5, G6 and just giving mate on the king side again. Right. So I'm just struggling to figure out what he thought was acceptable about this. I thought maybe I will find some reason why he thought he wasn't losing. And then, okay, I understand not giving up on A7. A7 is an important pawn. Let's not make, too much of a deal about this, because you really don't want to give up on A7 in general. But it just looks horrendous. I'm kind of struggling to justify this decision.
The other game, by the way, H4, after knight D7, H4 was played, and GH4, black managing to defend that position quite well. It has been a little bit of a slow roll in that game, but this one pawn break, and bishop takes on H4. We expect to see a capture of the dark square bishop and then castling. This one will last a while, for sure, and no big advantage clearly we have the...
Black is completely fine now.
Yeah, we have this weird pawn structure, and certainly it's an uneven pawn structure, if you will. But other than that, it's asymmetrical is what I want to say. But other than that, it's just fine for black, and black should be A-OK after capturing on H4. We might be seeing a bonus blitz game in this one if they draw for all the marbles. But it's the other game where we feel there'll be a decisive result, and it has happened. Bishop C6 and bishop takes D5 with check. Fabi has gotten back one pawn, but that's not the real point here. It's the domination of the bishops, of the rook, the position that Wesley allowed his bishop on E7 to remain buried is shocking to us.
Definitely. No words. And we're now looking at King H8, more or less force.
I wondered if maybe Wesley wants to take on D5, but that loses maybe even faster if we take a look at my analysis board in the current position. If you take on D5, queen takes D5.
Rook F7, the only way of justifying...
Well, Rook F7, after H5, you are...
I'm still going to go G6.
Incredibly sad, right? G6 takes bishop D4. You're just going to get mated. Like, you have no squares for anything.
Rook G6.
Rook E6 takes G6. Everything is coming in. Even bishop takes G5, we go Rook E6. We're just playing for mate now, and we are going to get there eventually.
Right.
So let's say king h8. I mean, frankly, everything wins here, but specifically after bishop d4, queen d7, h5, you are
awful.
You are in so much trouble. Rook f d8. We can play h6. We can also like this just to illustrate how bad this is. Rook e3, rook e1. Eventually, something lands on e7, and you can't even challenge anything. Queen c6. I can play queen f7. I can play also h7 is mate in 5 apparently, which is even stronger.
Mm-hmm.
So
not a surprise either.
Yeah. So it's just grim. I just don't understand what he thought was okay about this.
Yeah. Oversight. No other way of putting it.
I think that's
so from the
fair
current
description.
position, we're going to have king h8. We've been looking at this position for some time, and the move bishop b6, forcing the queen to e8. Yeah. We've been looking at h5. We looked at rook e2. Yeah. Another move I thought
rook
was very
a3
attractive.
actually throws much of an advantage away.
Really?
Let me show you why.
Please.
I had this on my screen.
Yeah.
At some point when I was clicking through things.
Because in some ways it would be the perfect, if it was a good move, it'd be a perfect link to
But interestingly,
a4, a5.
specifically when the rook departs from the back rank, you can take and play queen h5, and now rook takes e7 no longer works because there's rook c1 check ideas. If you take on e7 here, after rook c1, black actually gets enough counterplay. King g2 only move. We throw in queen g4 check to force the rook to g3, and then we take on h4. And you actually have to play precisely with white now. It becomes a bit dangerous for white even, which is completely unfair. Like
that
what
should happened to my big advantage.
Yeah, that should not be how things go in this game.
Exactly.
So the way to throw it away is rook a3, and maybe this is what Wesley calculated. But
in some ways, a natural move. Though,
very would have been completely winning if not for that one tactical issue. But I think, I mean, the biggest issue is this: just if I don't want to, if I want to play kind of normally. This is incredibly strong. I thought a pretty kind of cute line here, d5, rook e3, and I thought rook takes b6, saving ourselves with the spin.
Clever.
Regrettably,
there's a background
we can simplify into a rook ending in which we're winning a full rook because this is unstoppable.
That hurt.
Yeah, that is unpleasant for black. Yeah. And of course, if you begin with rook takes b6 and then d5, nobody will play rook e3.
No.
We will play rook c3 and then rook c7, and you will resign anyway.
Comfortably. Wow.
Wesley's considering his next move.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit surprising because trading and allowing that queen to land on d5 with check followed by bishop d4 looks horrific. So we think he's going to move his king. You know, I think that one line is the key line. King h8 is the move you were looking at. Bishop b6, queen e8, h5. I know there's supposed to be the ultra nuanced rook e2. I'm not.
Yeah, we're not buying that
move. Takes, queen takes h5, and now you grab your piece, but then you have to worry about this particular move, and you only have one winning move. You have to allow this, and now king f1 apparently, but queen g2, queen takes. This is a very deep analysis, and I'm trying to take a look. It's 7 moves, and to evaluate that we come to this position right here, right now, and we're winning as white. It's not out of bounds for Fabiano Caruana. It's not out of bounds for Wesley So. It's just them going deep into the calculation and not being general about it, meaning there's an exposed king. Let me not allow that. So he did move his king to
h8 as expected.
But this is definitely much better for white. If he now just plays bishop b6 and h5, it's virtually winning.
Yeah, and once again, not to harp about that too much, but bishop f2 is +3 here.
Bishop f2.
Black has so few moves ever that you can afford to play bishop f2. And black will still not be able to unpin.
Wow.
Or untangle, not unpin exactly, untangle himself.
I mean, Nasi, this position is so very nice for white. You don't look at bishop f2. You look at moves like bishop b6 takes and queen e2. You want to pin, right?
Depends. If you enjoy torturing your opponents, then you consider bishop f2.
Correct answer.
Little,
Correct
a
answer is correct.
little bit sadistic. Okay, we are going to prepare for a break over here, and on our break, we are going to deliver you to the good hands of Ben Underwood, as he has prepared something for you during a break. We'll see you on the other side. Bishop f2.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your continued break coverage of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. My name is Ben Underwood, statistician at the St. Louis Chess Club. We're going to be hanging out and talking about how did we get here, how did we get to these finals, how have these four players performed throughout the tour, and what can we expect from them in the coming days. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. But before we do any of that, we have a puzzle as usual. This one comes from the 2018 London Classic. Of course, that is the 2018 Grand Chess Tour Finals between Hikaru Nakamura and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It is white to move and win in this position. There's actually multiple answers. So go ahead and take a crack at this. Go ahead and take 5 seconds or more. Pause if you need to. And we're going to be coming back at the end of the break to solve this one together. So, here are the GCT points for fourth place. So the minimum number of points that you need to make the finals each year of the Grand Chess Tour, that there was 4 tournaments per player. We see it starts off in 2016, 21.8 points. As we get up to 2018, you get 26, and you start to see this upward trend. 2022, huge result at 28 points. And then in these last 2 years, it has been the hardest to make the finals in any other tour. 30 points in 2025 and 28.5 points in 2026. So you're seeing this upward trend. I don't expect it to get much higher than 30 points, possibly up to 32, I would say. But, you know, there's a limited number of points and a limited number of players. But this trend does go to show that these top players are becoming more competitive in the top 20, 25 players that get these Grand Chess Tour invites. It's just getting more competitive, which makes it much more exciting for us, the fans. Now, we showed this graphic a few other times during the Grand Chess Tour, Romania, Croatia, and this is the points between 4th and 5th place. How competitive is it in those middle spots to make the finals? Well, take a look here, and in every year, except for 2, the Grand Chess Tour final spot was decided by a point or less. Adding 2026 to this graph, 0.5 2025, 0.5 2026, it has been decided by less than a point these last 2 years. Now, what does this mean? Well, I made the argument in previous tournaments that in every tournament, no matter where you are in the standings, you have to be fighting for an extra place. 1 point is 1 place in 1 tournament, and you play 4. So take Vincent Keymer, for example. He got 9th in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Had he gotten 10th, Sukandar would be in the finals right now and not him. Every place matters. And it has been more and more exciting seeing that it is such a close race between that 4th and 5th spots in previous Grand Chess Tours. So we were going into the last day of Sinkfield Cup in day 9, and we had these exciting probabilities. This was my model after day 8 on who was likely to make the Grand Chess Tour, and it was these 4 players fighting. You see So at 99%, Caruana at 93.7%, and then Keymer and Sukandar kind of fighting for what seemed like that last place spot at 79.8 and 27.5. And the commentators were talking, I was wondering, So at only 99%, what could possibly happen in just a single day for Wesley So not to make these finals? Well, of course he made the finals, but I want to show what would have happened for him not to, because these probabilities and these situations were just too crazy. Let's take a look at the pairings for round 9 right here. So I'm going to go ahead and mark these so you all can go ahead and follow along. So of course, Wesley would have had to lose that game. Sukandar would have had to win. Now, the other two contenders for that final spot, Keymer would have had to win his game, and Caruana as well. Now, Pragg was already clinched, but he would have had to win a game to cement himself higher into the top of the standings, taking more GCT points from the other players. So he had to win his game as well. Now, for decisive results already, Wesley So would still have an over 50% chance of making the finals. So it comes down to this wild card game. Now, had this game drawn, Wesley would have been in the finals. But if either player won the game, they would have been at 5 points, taking more GCT finals points away from Wesley, forcing a final GCT playoff between him and Sukandar. This was just too crazy of a situation not to show. It shows that every game matters, even the wild cards. So we are here. What can we expect from these players? Well, chances to win the tournament, pre-tournament, Wesley So is the favorite at 32.1%, Pragg closely behind 31.7%. These are pretty much interchangeable, but the big surprise here that the commentators were talking about too is Keymer at only 10%. Well, I'm here to explain that right now, and it's definitely just because of his quick chess ratings and his quick chess performance on the Grand Chess Tour so far. He's gotten most of his points from Classical, been a huge contender in these Classical matches, but his quick chess in Rapid and Blitz tends to lag behind these other players quite a little bit. Maybe more than quite a little bit, at almost 100 points, as we'll see in the next graphs. Now, I also want to look at Pragg right here at 31.7. This is so high because the model is not liking Keymer at this point. Should Pragg be the contender in the finals and make it past this semifinal round, I believe no matter who it is, Wesley So or Caruana, Pragg will only be at around 40%. So it's favoring the matchup between the two millennials for either one of them to win the finals. However, Pragg at a huge, I think 75% to make it past this semifinal round. And we talked about this Classical chess performance already. Let's take a look right here. 3 players, better GCT performance rating than their live rating right now. Pragg at 2780, So 2784, and Keymer crushing this graph at 2809. The only player right here with a worse GCT performance rating than their current live rating is Caruana. And I was laughing at this a little bit because we were talking about Caruana's performance in the Sinkfield Cup and saying, he's not doing as well as he normally does. Well, take a look right here, 2781. It just shows that he's less than 20 points away from a 2800 performance rating. We expect a lot out of him, and we are probably bound to see it in these GCT Finals Classical chess games. That brings us back to our puzzle. Go ahead and take 5 more seconds, try to solve this one, multiple different answers here. But what it all comes down to is this bishop g4 move. That queen is trapped. It has no squares that it can safely run to. And of course, if you take that bishop, there is a fork here on h6. Now you have a couple other move options. You can check with the knight on h6 first because it is, of course, guarded by the bishop on d2. There's also some computer lines where you can bring the bishop back to f1, threatening the queen that way. But awesome puzzle right here in the game between Nakamura and MVL. We have a few more seconds, and we're going to get to these Rapid and Blitz matches tomorrow. What can we expect from the players in those? Well, here are the live versus GCT performance ratings in the Rapid and Blitz so far. Pragg crushing his normal live rating at 2786 in Rapid, and Wesley So doing much better than he normally does at 2764 in his Rapid chess. We know how dangerous Wesley is in Blitz chess, so this is a huge result for him. In Blitz chess, how are they performing? Well, Caruana at 2765, highest performance rating of Grand Chess Tour so far in these Blitz matches. That brings us to the end of our segment, but for now, I am going to throw it back to the studio for continued coverage of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the GCT Finals. Before we get into play, let's just recap the results of yesterday. Peter?
Absolutely. Both games were very, very exciting and full of vim and vigor and things of that nature, but still ended in a draw somehow. Wesley letting go of a pretty large advantage in his game against Fabi, and Prague not winning a completely winning endgame against Keymer after being much worse straight out of the opening.
Maurice, we complained at the opening of the show, it's hard to win in classical chess. Too many drawn games, we said. We're not seeing that right now.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You know, anything could happen. But right now, it does look as though Fabi has this position under control. He's playing a forcing line that looks like he's just about going to win a piece. Not quite, but it's going to be so dominant that it's going to be hard for Wesley to fight back after this trade on c6 and that bishop on e7, which he could have released by playing d4 and d5, is now about to find itself just buried either on e7 or on f8 and struggling to breathe. Looks like Fabi should deliver on this one, and I think bishop c6 suggests that he has a clear path in mind.
Exactly, and Nazi, that clear path is taking advantage of the e-file pin, right?
It looks very easy to my eye, but I can see on Peter's computer that the val says only plus 1.5.
Really?
So not a completely winning position, so let's not jinx ourselves. And we might still see two draws because I've been focusing on the other game today, and the other one is quite balanced.
How did you get to the position that you have right now? Bishop takes e6, rook takes e6.
Queen e2, rook f7, and I've been looking at options. First of all, h4, h5 does exist, creating a very direct threat of g6 and queen takes e7. Black has to play d6, d5, reconnecting the rook to the 6th rank.
Makes
and
sense.
White is still much, much better after rook a d1.
Okay.
The black position is on the verge of collapse. You have to choose between some very poor positions like queen b8. White can even simply trade queens, and you get this kind of a position. Let's say king g8, we take this rook on d5. Yes, the bishop now has some squares, but black is still obviously in dire, dire trouble because b7 is going to be quite weak. We still have to contend with the fact that we have no squares for anything.
I thought we were winning a piece down the e-file.
How did we after rook a3, the machine is clever. Machine says we have queen. I think specifically b8 was worrying me for a second.
B8.
With the idea of meeting rook e3 with bishop f8, and now we have rook c8. And this, while still better for white, is entering the territory where you can misplay it. But now that I've given it some time to think, after queen b8 it says we can play queen e6.
Tickle the rook?
Yeah, now if the queen returns we can further pin it and then win material. And if you play king g8, queen d5,
how are we not
followed by h5, and the black position collapses. So I think the 1.5 is until you give it some time to think. I think it's probably worse than that.
I was about to say commentator's curse, and I saw this bishop on e7, and I thought, boy, that's a whole piece. Maurice, that would. If he gets out of this one, we're going to be talking about Houdini and Wesley So in the same breath.
If he gets out of this, it's because Fabi played badly. That's the way he's going to get out.
I think
of
that's
it.
fair.
And he needs to put up as much resistance as possible. But if Fabi plays accurate chess, he seals the deal here. He has too many advantages in the position. But we know in one move you could blow it. The big deal is the clock. It's 25 moves, 34 minutes. It's actually not a big deal. Fabi is very comfortable on the clock. And we're looking at this chess position, and you see it all. This horrible bishop. The king is stuck because of these pawns. White's king is secure, has no worries because you don't have pieces to exploit that on that side. And the white rook on a1, the only non-working piece, is about to come into the game very quickly. Once that happens, White will have his pick of the litter and how to win the position. So we'll see. But there's really... It's going to take a blunder from Fabi to not win this game.
Thank you, Maurice. And let's just remind our viewers, Peter, of the format today and what we're anticipating in case of two draws as well as 6 points up for grabs.
Today is the second day of the semis where we have a classical game for sure in both matches, and the time control is the same one that we've just watched the full Sinquefield Cup played. With the 90 minutes for 40 moves and then 30 until the end of the game with a half-a-minute increment. But that info down below there could be more relevant regarding the match between Vincent and Pragg, the way things stand right now. But if both classical games are drawn, and this will be also true about the final and the match for the third place, so we will continue repeating this. They will play a bonus blitz match if necessary. They flip a coin to determine who begins with white.
Okay.
And then they play blitz until somebody wins, with colors being reversed every other game, of course.
And right now, I'm just thinking the position is so overwhelming for Fabi, even though the computer just says 1.5 or whatever.
Not anymore.
It just looks overwhelming. 6 points.
Oh yeah.
6 points.
Should Fabi actually win this, he will be instantly a massive favorite to get to the finals, secure his place. Not that he was in too much danger to not qualify for the Grand Chess Tour 2027, but instantly secure the qualification for the tour next year. And I mean, nothing is guaranteed,
right.
And people have come back from large deficits. But 9-3 up after the classical portion is going to be a very big advantage. And this position I particularly want to show our viewers because of how comical it is. After Rook A3, there is the option of playing King G8 and King F8 and sort of saying, I will defend the bishop on E7 with my hands, kind of thing. You know, not even with my pieces, with my hands. But the thing is, nothing moves. It's going to be very, very difficult to make moves. And after, let's say, Queen D7, the engine like throws in King H1 and says you still have no moves. And if Rook C4, G5, G6 now wins on the spot. So black is restricted to perhaps shuffling on the D7, D8 squares. And eventually we will find a way to create a threat. For instance, he can go B4 and then Bishop C5. And the moment we attack the bishop on C7 one more time, the whole edifice completely crumbles. Wesley will not do that. Fabi actually, to be fair, Fabi hasn't played Queen E2 yet.
Right.
And he kind of needs to. If he doesn't, like if you play Rook A3 here, black has Rook C4 with ideas
just in
of Rook
time
E4.
to interpose.
Allowing that would be criminal.
Yes. Wow. Yeah, but Rook C4, no. I mean, Queen E2. But again, how long is he spent on this specific move?
At least I want to say maybe 7 to 10 minutes, which is quite a lot for a move which I thought would be on the board a long time ago. Yeah.
Let's pause our analysis and ask Nasi what is going on with Vincent and Pragg. Nasi.
Thank you, Yasser. The other game has been progressing very slowly, both players taking a lot of time before making any moves, but I will still give you an update. So Pragg played H4 in this position, and after Vincent took, we're all surprised that Vincent didn't take the bishop on H4. The question remains, why didn't he do this? After castle, this is the position you get, but you have this beautiful dark squared bishop unopposed. You get to control all of the dark squares. So this is still a puzzle for us, why he didn't take on H4. He allowed for Pragg's bishop to stay alive. Instead, he played knight b6, but he does have an interesting idea behind it. So, of course, Pragg instantly dropped the bishop back to keep it alive. And now Vincent has been thinking for about 20 minutes in this position. I think sooner or later he has to commit to long castle because, of course, castle in short is just suicidal. Everything here is open. Each file is mine. G file, this is absolutely unplayable. So sooner or later, Vincent has to castle long. And then remember how we were trying to get our queen on A7? If we still try that, so for example, we make a move, knight b3, and I'll just make some random move for black h5 and we go a4. Black has this idea, simple, king b8, a5, and knight c8. And this is a very good defender of the square a7. With the knight on c8, the king feels absolutely safe, and it's not easy for white to actually generate an attack on the queen side. So in this position, I actually prefer black. You can see Valbar says it's about equal, but I think practically speaking, it's easier to play for black. And as I'm analyzing this, I think Vincent just made a long castle after a long think. So I'm struggling to come up with good plans for Pragg. Maybe he should try a4 right away. But again, let's try king b8. Maybe this is a better version because the knight is not on b3. Can we just go crazy and go b4? I'm inspired by Fabi's g4 today. Let's try it. So for example, I play b4. Let's make some logical move for black, knight e5, and I'm just going knight a4, and I want to maybe lift the rook. If you go knight c4, b5's coming. There are some ideas. Of course, this attack feels artificial. What do you guys think?
I think we've lost control, Peter. I think whatever she's taking, Nasi's enjoying herself too much. B4, A5, let's go.
This happens occasionally. My immediate reaction was, and this is going to be a bit too kind of disconnected to the current position on the board, but in the knight c3 Petrov, where both sides actually castle queenside, there are lines there where both sides castle queenside. Yes. Those types of attacks with a4 and b5, despite the white king on c1, despite the generally kind of a quiet nature of the position, they often become very dangerous. So this is not at all absurd. I don't know if it works. It probably doesn't against the engine for sure. But this is not at all absurd.
If you want to play for a win, you got to try something like that.
Yeah, you have to try something. And Pragg has been kind of struggling to find a plan here. What is shocking here is how slowly they got here.
Exactly.
This is move 20. Pragg has 20 minutes. Vincent is slightly better off on half an hour, but this has been a very, very slow-moving game so far, and they will need to speed up. You can't maintain this pace. You will be in terrible trouble in like 5 moves flat.
Peter, there are some certain moments in the games today which have confused me. By that I mean to say the moments that occurred, you just play obvious moves. Queen e2, for example, in Fabi's game. But knight takes h4.
Yeah, I'm very confused by this.
I just take that bishop off and say thank you very much.
Leaving the bishop on g7 alone on the board on this gorgeous long diagonal seemed so natural and also just genuinely good, I think, that, I'm very surprised it hasn't been played. Pragg has just played knight d2, e2. And it's interesting that the engine now says, you've built this battery? Show me why.
Really?
Okay, let's go queen a7.
Queen a7, it just goes knight g2, e5, and says, I would like to catch your queen, force you to go queen a8, queen, like, let's make a stupid move. We have lost the game on the spot to this very, very direct idea, and black actually will be the one giving mate on the queen side.
Hilarious.
I don't know if he plays knight c4. It's a bit outlandish, frankly. But this is honestly trending in black's favor. I think even, let's say, if you play rook df8 or h6, h5.
If you don't mind, after knight c4, queen a7, could black play c5 and actually trap the queen? It looks scary, right?
Yeah, but who is... And now we want to go knight e5, knight
yeah,
e6.
exactly.
Only move not to lose bishop g3, because we need to be taking that knight when the peer is on e5.
Look, now we know why we didn't take it.
Knight c4 is very playable then, because, I mean, I think the idea of playing queen a7 and just allowing queen a8 check is going to be difficult to find. But if c5 also exists, I think you just go knight c4 and you kind of pass the move to your opponent. And if you have to play queen c1, which might be best, you go h6, h5. I mean, I'm taking black every day of the week here.
Bishop h6 is a threat? Yeah, this looks
Knight
great.
c4.
Played it.
Whoa.
That's
Nicely done
hilarious.
by Vincent.
Maurice, that's like a slap in the face. You have a threat? Nobody believes you.
Yeah. In particular, in response to specifically knight d2. Yeah, white opened up this diagonal to prevent knight c4, more or less. And
I love this kind of chess.
Yeah,
this
still lands.
Wow.
One of my favorite moves. It reminds me of the martial art I practiced for years, Aikido, where you say, you know, if you want to do that, I want you to. You bring your opponent in with their attack so that you can use their energy for your counterattack. This is exactly what this is. Give them what they want and then punish them for it. What a fantastic move. And it turns out that queen a7 happens to be the best move. Because where else are you going to put your queen? I mean, your queen
C1, we run it.
is suddenly stuck.
Queen c1 is sad.
You play this, you walk into knight e5, and it's hilarious watching this queen get trapped just in the middle of the board. That's really funny.
Yeah, that is
spectacular. Not funny for him, but funny to see.
So queen a7.
Otherwise, as you mentioned, this h5 move with this very nasty threat, and suddenly you have to give up your bishop to compete against the piece. And now queen in, and then knight to e5. You've got to shut down the move. I mean, how else do you stop knights? You can't even get home. Did you say, no, bishop g3?
That was against c5. That was not here. That was against c5.
But I'm saying, so in this position, knight c6, your queen did some kind of weird dance. You got off the diagonal. You got nothing for your efforts. And even here, black can start saying, I'm the one who's attacking. Let's go. This is beautiful for black. Just absolutely incredible. I think this move is going to come as a complete shock. After this move, the idea of knight to d4, allowing c5, and now your only move is knight to b5?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Exactly, yeah. No.
Wanting to play like this, and you're still going to be worse after knight c6, queen here, and the funniest move ever, knight back to b8 with the idea of knight b6. Wait, what's happening here? The knight is trapped. Knight a7 runs into king c7, and white is desperate for moves. This is a completely hilarious line. As the queen is currently trapped, knight c6, knight b6 are ideas. And if you start playing checks like this one, the winning move is king to b6. What is happening? That
is quite spectacular.
Incredible.
That position.
You just don't see chess like this. Knight c4 and get up from the board. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bug house position. Give me a knight. I need a knight.
Knight a4 check is probably pretty strong here.
Desperately.
Probably pretty strong.
But it's funny that the knight isn't captured on b5 on the initial position. Is not captured again on b5, but you avoid capturing the knight on a7, the queen on a8 are both stuck. That is comedic, actually. But can we see once again, slower, queen a7,
Absolutely.
c5. Are you telling me?
No, that wasn't from c5. That was knight e5.
Okay, knight e5. So pause just here, because I still have to come to grips with the idea that queen a8 check, king d7, queen takes b7, rook b8, queen takes a6, rook takes b2.
Maybe
I'm
knight,
getting
actually.
killed? I'm getting killed here, Peter?
Yeah. Why is this shocking?
Because I have knight b5 and rook takes d6?
Well, the rook is hanging. So to begin
That's
with,
bad luck.
Yeah, to begin with, you will have to give up an exchange, and then I guess we'll
Okay.
have to make a careful move somewhere. And
The king is somehow safe, and okay, now I have to get off my own diagonal, the own file.
This isn't great.
This is not great, huh?
This isn't great at
Okay.
all. No, knight g4 strictly best. Black, on the other hand, also needs to play carefully, because white will find something to do if you give white too much time. So c5,
Okay.
knight b5. Now, the interesting part is why not a takes b5? Because seemingly we can do exactly the same thing with knight c6 and knight b8. But if you do it here, b2, b3 is winning for white. Because the queen will be able to come back. Okay, Pragg bailed on all of them and played.
Pragg did not want to see any of that line.
Yeah. Let's pause our analysis and just how do these two players match up? I know their rivalry is fierce one.
Yeah, this is a very, very hotly contested matchup. As you can see, they have played, with yesterday's game, they've played 15 games in total, out of which 9 were decisive. So 2 out of 3 games they play end up being decisive. And that's with a draw yesterday, which should have been a decisive game.
As well.
Whichever way. Like, both
Yeah.
of them could have won it at certain points.
Exactly.
And once again, imbalance is appearing on the board today, with, in particular, if black finds that move h6, h5 here, which is quite awkward to meet. It's very important to do it immediately, because if you give white time to play bishop d4 and the bishops come off, it's not going to be that horrible. But h5 with the idea of bishop h6 is mightily annoying.
Challenges, Maurice.
I'm glad we came at an exciting moment in this game. It was perfect, and we'll see how that game transpires. But what's happening over in Fabi's game?
I have no idea.
Because we expected Queen E2 15, 20 minutes ago, and he hasn't played it. And I'd love to see how much time he spent. And he just, as we said, he
Rook F7.
just played Queen E2 and Rook F7 on the board.
It took him like 17 minutes, which is, I thought...
Was it 17?
17 minutes for this move, yeah.
17 minutes on what looked like the most automatic move we could have imagined. And now let's see how long he takes before he makes his next move. Because Queen E2, well, takes on C6 looked like Queen E2 and the whole thing was well prepared, and that's what his point was. If not, why did you play this particular variation? But now he's down to 19 minutes. And I remembered the moment he passed Wesley on the clock. you guys were analyzing something else. I saw him go by that 29:07 moment, and I said, okay, how much more will he go? And he kept going a whole 10 minutes
There we go.
more.
There we have it.
And
Queenie 2 is how long? 31?
Queenie 2 was 30.
No, that's not right. That's much longer than that. It'll get corrected eventually.
Yeah,
The
it
system
says
sometimes
31
glitches
seconds.
and then,
That
But
doesn't no.
he spent quite a bit of time, and he knows that Rook F7 was the only move. There's no
Right.
other move to play.
Exactly.
So you spend all that time to think about Queen E2. You finally say, okay, I'm going to play Queen E2, and when he plays Rook F7, I'm going to play, I don't know what I'm going to play. What is happening right now?
Yeah,
Fabi uncertain about how large his advantage really is after walking into this line. And he had so much time on his clock with 15 moves to go. Now he has 14 moves to go with 18 minutes. He better hope nothing funky happens in the next couple of moves, nothing that surprises him, because he started getting us really uncomfortable. What looked like a straightforward win.
Yeah,
Truly.
and I think I figured out what is confusing him a little bit, and it's actually pretty tricky, and I feel a bit ashamed that we hadn't shown this line so far.
Rook A3.
After Rook A3, which appears
Most
to be like...
natural.
Yeah, H5 is also very good, though, and maybe he will actually land on H5. But after Rook A3, we should have discussed Queen D7. It's a bit criminal that we haven't yet. Rook E3, Bishop F8. And now, if you don't play H5, the advantage not exactly dissipates, but let's say Rook E8, Rook C8, you might not win anymore. But H5 is very, very strong, creating the idea of G6 simply, and then perhaps Bishop D4 if Rook F6. You provoke D5, and then you play Rook E8.
Okay.
And the difference is if you play, and now we have it, 16 and a half minutes.
16 and a half minutes.
Yeah. With the inclusion
But that
of
was half his clock.
Yeah, that was maybe, exactly half his clock, actually.
Wow.
With the inclusion of H5 and D5, in this position we can play Rook takes E8 and Queen E8, and these endgames are just completely lost because Black basically never unpins themselves.
It's an eternal pin.
Yeah, like this is forever.
Oh my gosh, this is
forever.
a dream.
G6, H6, and please make some moves, sir.
Dream scenario.
Yeah, but this has to be carefully assessed because if you don't realize how strong H5 is, Rook E8 is just a mistake. King H2 is actually stronger than Rook E8, which is a bit bizarre. But
It makes me ask.
You need to figure all of this out.
It makes me want to ask: am I obliged to play D5? Can I go King G8, Peter?
I think G6 is winning, right? Because if you take, I will have Queen H5.
That's clear.
And if you don't take, you're not going to be in time to take. This rook is gone.
I'm going to lose a rook, a D5. The eternal pin versus being an exchange down. I know what I'm taking. I'm losing.
Yeah, you're just losing here. Yeah,
because of rook E6.
Yeah, I guess rook F6 is what you wanted, but just rook E6 completely seals the deal here, and white wins automatically.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But I was just trying to avoid the eternal pin variation you showed me, because I just know how grim those are.
Those are bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, Fabi is so strong. We know he's top 3 players in the world. I play him Blitz. A while ago, he would spot me time on the clock. I get 3 minutes, he gets 1 minute. And he would just laugh and run rings around me. I win a couple of games, but he wins most of the games.
Even with 1 minute.
1 minute on the clock. Just
Dang.
whoop, 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 whoop. And every move, instant. Just feel it. Just comes out his fingers, and his brain is just calculating instantly. His instincts, he's on fire, and I'm struggling to survive.
Right.
That's a confident Fabi. Okay, it's me sitting across from him, so he has a right to be confident. But when Fabi's on, these moves, he just calculates very quickly. He sees exactly what you're trying to do. Sorry, Wesley, I see you're trying to break out. I'm going to play H5. I'm going to squeeze you. You're done. But when Fabi's off, he says it himself. He doesn't feel right. He doesn't feel confident. And that's what we're seeing right here. The number of shifts he's making in his body language as he's trying to calculate these lines, you see it there. He's not just focused. You see it. He just keeps shifting in his chair, and he's feeling the pressure of the clock right now, and he's down to 14 minutes, and he doesn't see what he wants, which is a clean-cut win.
Right.
and it's causing him some kind of consternation. I'm not liking this body language at all, and the lack of confidence that has plagued him over the last couple of months. He might really not win this game.
It's absolutely still on the table, despite for our viewers, like who can probably see the first of all the bar on our screen, and many of them will be watching with the engine switched on, and they will see that there is a bunch of options which are extremely strong for white. But yeah, this is still not a foregone conclusion. You are a pawn down. You have to be precise. There are definitely some ways to make mistakes here for white yet.
Talk some more about the pitfalls that Fabi is. I mean, we can see he's struggling. Why is Rook A3 such a struggle, Peter?
I think he is trying to assess exactly what I just described, because I think, I don't think he's worried about Queen B8 at all.
No.
I think Queen B8, you kind of know you'll be okay. I think what he's worried about is this position, where the black pieces are reasonably central, reasonably connected. If you give black a couple of moves to play perhaps King G8 and D6, D5, it will start looking very different. The dream scenario, of course, is something like this, and why black might start becoming better, but obviously you will have things to say about it.
Right.
And the first two moves that occur to you in this position will be Rook E8 and H5. And Rook E8, actually, as I mentioned, gives black time to solidify the setup and perhaps even escape.
Okay.
And no, H5 does occur to you.
Of course.
Because G6 is a very topical idea in all of these positions. But to assess how winning you are, and if you're winning at all, requires time. And time is something that he is kind of running, not out of, but short on. He's down to 12.
And
Rook
he did not
C1.
find the move.
He did not play Rook
And Wesley
A3.
is back in business.
Yeah, and now Queen D7.
What a relief.
Queen D7 or Queen C8
relief.
give black a chance.
Wow, 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 wow. Let's just revisit Fabi's road to the GCT finals, because our GT champion didn't have that easy a road. Peter.
He was in a clear lead after the first two events. He got second behind Hans in Poland and then second behind Vincent in Romania.
Two great results.
Netting him 20 points from the first two, which looked like he will just coast.
Right.
But then he only tied for fifth in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, getting 5 points. He was still leading the tour.
Yes.
Half a point above Prague after the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. But his play in the Sinkfield Cup was...
Specifically that loss
spotty.
to Wesley.
It's very spotty, yeah.
That loss to Wesley. Suddenly, it was...
Honestly, I don't know.
It's clear getting to the finals was suddenly in jeopardy. It wasn't a certainty anymore.
Yeah, we saw scenarios before the last round began where he genuinely would fail to qualify. In the end, he qualified quite comfortably by making a professional draw with the white pieces against MVL, but...
Yeah, and... This last turn, well, Queen E2 took half his clock, then the Rook C1, and once again, through the magic of television, we can just see Wesley's reaction, perhaps, to this move. Again, we were looking at Rook A3, it just looked like the move. Rook C1, no, we don't get a chance to see Wesley, but he was quick to write it down. And talk to the position now. Yeah. It's a new kettle of fish.
Yeah, black needs to unpin themselves, which I don't think is a shock. I guess you play Rook C1 with the intention of taking on C6. B takes 6, Queen takes C6, you probably will lose, but you can take with the Queen. And if white plays Queen E6, black just goes King G8.
Whoa. Now I'm looking at... No, there's no perpetual checks after Queen F3, right?
Maybe this is what he thought was winning, but this is just a perpetual.
Yeah.
It is now. You for some reason, couldn't have done it on the previous move. Play Queen F3 here. There's just no perpetual yet, because we just run with King F1 and Bishop F2.
Gotcha.
But in this position, the difference is if you play Bishop F2 here, we have Queen H1, and you can't run because you've actually given up your entire king side.
Gotcha.
Shockingly, white is not much worse even here. This is just so funny. King F1, Queen takes G6, Queen D5. We're 3 down, minus 0.6. This is how bad the black position is.
We just lost G5 and H5.
We lost all of our beautiful pawns on the king side. We're still not losing the game, maybe.
Maurice, it's hard to win a game of classical chess. And now we're seeing white just a single slip, and a lot of advantages go away.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Stop it.
Just a
This is
blunder is a
Fabi.
blunder.
But we all know Fabi. We know him personally. We've seen him over the years. He went 7-0 in the Sinkfield Cup 12 years ago. He's been the number 2 player in the world for so long. He's one of the top 3 rated players in the history of the game. But something's off. And when you're losing your confidence, you stop being able to calculate things as well. And you can feel it when he's standing here when I'm talking to him. It just feels like he's playing badly, and it's becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. And it's just depressing, actually, for me as a friend of his. Supposed to be objective as a commentator, but for people you say, just play your own chess. Just let's see how it works out. To see him play like this now, wow. I mean, it's Fabi. How did he not find rook a3, rook e3? He saw it.
Of course
He just couldn't figure the thing out. Hard to speak about this situation. It's just, wow. And Wesley is saying, hey.
And by the way, take some more time off your clock.
Please, keep thinking. Give me a chance.
Yeah.
I've got more than twice your time now. How did that even happen? And here comes Wesley So. He is a tenacious fighter, and he'll sit there seeming confident, at least, seeming like it's okay. I'm just sipping some juice. I'm getting up.
Yeah, we see there from the Stockfish how White's advantage just kind of fell off a cliff at those last 2 moves by Fabi. Opportunity for Wesley to save the position, but Nasi, the game between Pragg and Vincent, has you transfixed.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, absolutely. Things are changing in both games, but first I want to draw your attention to Pragg's clock. He's down to 10 minutes already in this position. I'm going to catch you up with what happened. We left the position after knight c4. He did not go for queen a7 and all those crazy lines for a good reason. He dropped back with queen c1. Vincent very quickly played the best move, h5, with the idea to put the bishop on h6 and attack the queen on c1. So after h5, the only move bishop e3 was found, and then Vincent very confidently played this move d5. And now there's so many problems to solve in this position. If you play something like bishop g5, an in-between move, suddenly d4 comes. You can't take the rook because you are instantly lost. You drop the bishop back, c takes b, and guess what? Game over. So bishop g5 is not a candidate move. You have to play e takes d5. Takes, and Engine suggests rook d3 here, but this is such an ugly move that humans would not consider, so I'm not going to take that seriously, and I'm going to show you bishop d4, more natural move. Well, here I was first thinking, this allows bishop h6. That was the whole reason why we put the bishop on e3. But here you can play f4. The pawn is not immediately hanging, because if you take bishop h8, rook takes, and simply rook f1. Okay, it's not a simple position. Everything is hanging. You can go knight e2, rook f7, knight c1, knight d5. Somehow, white is better here. Don't ask me how. So these are a lot of fun lines in this position. Of course, black doesn't have to take on f4. Vincent could continue with simply rook e8, allow rook takes h5, then take on f4. And this position, even though Engine says it's fine for white, I think practically speaking, we prefer black here. This knight is fantastic on c4. But guess what? Some moves are coming in. Bishop g5 was played, and Vincent had this incredible opportunity to go d4. He missed it. Guys, he just played rook d6.
He played it rather quickly, too. And not only did he play rook d6 rather quickly, Nasi, but b2, b3 was Pragg's rather quick response as well. It's like, but sometimes in chess you trust your opponent, right? You're expecting that move, and d4 was not apparently.
d4 would have been a very good spanner in the works, because apparently white still preserves some kind of equality with b2, b3 here.
He never played that.
But yeah, but good luck going specifically for this position. Like you generally don't like destroying the structure like that.
I'd be afraid I'm lost.
Somehow white is actually still alive and maybe even completely fine here, but that is a bit outlandish. And now after rook d6, b3, white is completely fine yet again, because the knight has been repelled. You can still go d4, but as we know, b takes c4 is often being playable here, and there are also all kinds of intermediate moves that would never occur to
Maybe
a human player.
E5 94, something
E5
like that?
94 is one of them. Machine likes F3, F4 here, which you get disqualified for that. And if you drop the knight back, if you play knight b6 here, you kind of start liking white, honestly, like F4 here, perhaps.
What was
Trying to get E5.
Because if you're playing rook d6, you want to go rook b6. So of course you don't want to go knight to b6.
Yeah.
Can we
Agreed.
respond here with rook
100%.
b6?
But rook b6 just costs you a central pawn, and it appears that there's just no attacking follow-up to this. We want rook hd1 and rook d8, and our pieces are connected well enough so that black does not really have
Looks
anything
like black
concrete.
should have a tactic here, but I
Right,
guess
you're
that
saying
Doesn't
somehow.
seem like there is one. I think
No
I think d4 is the best move, but obviously it was stronger on the previous move when we didn't burn a tempo on rook d6. I'm still completely shocked by the fact that the engine just says bc4, dc3, and then I'm not even trading the rooks. I'm giving you rook b6 check. Like rook
This is not
b6 check,
human chess.
king a1, white is better because we want to play e4, e5 and just start taking those things off the board.
But Peter, Prag only has 9 minutes for
Yeah.
next 15 moves before the time control in this insane position.
Yeah, I think if black goes d4, maybe white just goes knight a4 here, honestly. I think in a practical game. No, that's
Ooh,
bad
e5.
because e6, e5. And
Whoa,
if
whoa,
we take the knight,
whoa.
both of ours are hanging now, and we're in trouble.
Oh, that's a beautiful
Yeah.
tactic. Wow.
I'm trying to figure out what I would do in a practical game here if this was more.
Knight
I think
a-
maybe a e5, knight e4
Well,
is something that attracts me.
okay, so knight on c4 takes e5, knight e4.
But then we go knight e4 and then rook takes d4, or even knight takes d4. We're not better, but we've solved our problems, I think.
Mystifying.
This looks way better than all the other lines Angel
And
suggesting
in this
for
position,
white.
we go knight e4 anyway. You can play rook d5. And b takes e4 appears to be playable on my screen, but I think everybody goes rook takes d4 here, just to not mess around with those types of positions. And white is fine yet again.
Wow, I keep trying to sacrifice exchange. I don't know. I fell out
How?
of bed this morning. Instead of knight takes e5, go back.
By the way,
just
we do have a move.
Yeah.
B3 was played by Prag, but I think Maurice has something for us.
Wow. Okay, Maurice.
Big development in the other game.
Please.
Wesley did not unpin himself.
What?
Queen c8, queen d7 were the moves we were expecting. Instead, Wesley finally got his bishop out of jail with d5, but at the wrong moment, and Fabi did find the precise move here, h5. It's shocking, the developments in this game. It's going back and forward to swinging, and I have an explanation. I got it all. You ready?
Ready.
Fatigue. That's what I'm going to go with.
That's a good.
That's what I'm going with.
Right?
They played in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, 27 games of chess.
That's a lot.
Then they had to play the Sinkfield Cup, 9 rounds, classical chess. And now they're playing the finals. This is back to back to back. I know that they're superstars, but that much chess all within the span of 3 weeks,
Yeah.
that's a lot. We all know we need to recharge our batteries because they're making unusual mistakes. It's just got to be that the machinery is not working that well. I'm going with that one because I respect these guys way too much. But now with h5, Wesley finds himself back in trouble, and Fabi once again in control, although he only has 9 minutes and 24 seconds after h5. Wesley played king to g8. He still has to find accurate moves here in order to maintain the edge. It's not an easy position. The engine gets queen e3, grabbing squares.
I think with specifically because we want to take on c6, and if you take with the queen, we want to have rook c1. It's an important move. It's
Very important point.
We are re-establishing control over the c1 square there.
That said, he only has 8 minutes now to find accurate moves, not let the position get out of control. It's going to be tough, and fatigue certainly may be a factor. It's not going to be a helpful one, for sure. Fabi needing to find moves. If he's going to win this game, he's going to have to be accurate, and he's going to have to do it quickly.
Thank you, Maurice. King g8, 8 minute. Well, hold on. Yes, 8.5 minutes, pardon me, for Fabi. What is the main line that you've been following?
As I
Peter?
mentioned, queen e3 appears to be by far the best because, let's say, the second best line on my screen currently is king f2. First of all, difficult to make that move.
King f2.
And also, as an illustration, after queen d7, we take on c6, and we play queen e3 anyway because we need to be able to threaten rook c1. But obviously, doing it immediately is going to be much stronger because it's just an extra tempo for white.
And why is Rook C1 the cat's meow? I mean,
let's say we play Queen D7 here.
Yeah.
White takes on C6. You take the Queen. We go Rook C1. Where do you put your pieces? You can't lose control of the 6th rank because you will probably lose to G5, G6.
right.
So you can't, like, something attractive like Queen B5 or Queen A4 probably just straight up loses to G6 and white gives mate. So you have to perhaps play Queen D7.
Okay.
But now I have Rook C7. And you start seeing the outlines of how this will collapse, even though it's still not trivial. After Queen D6, the top line is like completely unplayable. It goes Rook C8 check, waits for you to play Rook F8, Bishop F8 loses to Bishop C5. This one you will understand. But after Rook F8, it turns out that we've done all that to put it back on C1.
No, stop. Stop it. No way.
Exactly, yeah.
That's not chess.
Arbiter.
That's just not a
That
thing.
is absolutely not chess.
Because
I'm calling the arbiter.
we have created the threat of Bishop C5, which
Yes,
wasn't winning on the previous move because Black had Queen D7 simply, and the Rook hanging on C8 provided enough cover. Now Bishop C5 is back again to being a threat, and if you play Rook F7, we can improve our position slowly by playing like King G2. And
No, stop
This
it.
is
Black
how
has
you're
no
going to
moves.
win.
Nope.
Come
Nope.
on.
No, I'm
you're
not.
Not gonna
I
happen.
am not, no. Machine would, but I definitely wouldn't.
Wow. That is not a compelling
He
argument.
played King G2.
And Fabi played King G2, which is honestly not a shock. These are not easy variations. But now Black is sort of okay after Queen D7 or Queen C8. Once again, those need to be played, but they needed to be played earlier as well. So takes. I think Fabi probably thinks he has very good winning chances after Queen E6, and White is still better. But Black finally gets pieces out of the corner.
That is such an enormous relief, that move Bishop B4, what
Yeah.
you just
I
played,
think
Peter.
you
He never
survived.
had that. He never had that opportunity. There was pawns on D6 and D5, a queen on D8, a rook on F8. That bishop had been entombed.
I think
the
he
longest
escapes
time.
now. And a good thing for Wesley, because we were talking about Rook AC1 needing to be met with either Queen D7 or Queen C8. He didn't do it here, but he really has no moves anymore.
Well, but King G2.
Life will force him to play one of those moves
Yeah,
because he just has nothing else moves anywhere.
But it's such a relief, Maurice, when you see your opponent play King G2, instead of hitting you with, haymakers.
Queen D7 on the board.
Agreed.
Yeah.
He has played Queen D7, and he's trying now to pressure Fabio on the clock a little bit as well. You had your edge. Now you're letting go of the rope a little bit. Let's go. Let's keep going forward, and let your clock also be your enemy. The other game, Pragg did not play E5. Pragg played the move knight to A4. The engine's not happy with that move either.
For a very specific reason, though.
For the move that you guys mentioned, E5.
Yeah.
That's a lovely move.
Just a fantastic move. If Vincent finds it, he has a ton of time on the clock. 17 minutes plus all the increments to be able to find a move like this and keep the pressure on Pragg. That is going to be a barn burner. Both sides with black were sort of, let's just say,
Flirting with edge, flirting with danger.
yes, but I won't say that about Vincent because he seemed to be okay throughout. Certainly, Fabi, with the time situation he's in right now, he better be careful because that game could turn around.
Yeah.
And Vincent here challenging his opponent as well, but both players with white at 8 minutes. This is what I really want to talk about. Both players with the white pieces at 8 minutes with double-digit number of moves left to go. That's a challenge.
Right.
And I want to, honestly, watching this, I want to offer an alternative explanation for why we have so few decisive games in the Grand Chess Tour.
Fatigue isn't.
It's a curse.
I'd like to stay with fatigue. Curse sounds.
Okay, explain yourself, sir.
Something is happening to players in these tournaments. We perhaps need to burn some incense or something.
Cleanse the room. All right.
We're
Besides
that's
that,
going to be number 5 explanation somewhere, maybe 6.
E5. Let's look at the game. Vincent is eyeballing E5. And by the way, the geometry of the move, it really suggests itself because that queen on F7 is bearing down on B3. There are chances of, a queen takes B3, a D4, D3, and a queen takes B3 showing up.
I think
So it's very suggestive.
He hasn't played it, though.
He played Queen E8.
Which is a similar idea, but much weaker, because White can now reestablish some sort of control with F3, F4. And this was another thing that E6, E5 was fighting against.
Stopping F4, yeah. Bless you, bless you. Okay, go ahead, Peter. Put it on the board. F3, F4. And
we want to play E4, E5.
That I don't want.
Allowing that would actually make black worse.
Right.
E5 is best.
Okay.
But then look at the improvement in White's position. Like we got so much here. The
Yeah.
diagonal is closed. We have a protected passer now, and this knight can be aimed at the D3 square.
That's way too much.
Making a
have
compelling
given
argument, aren't you?
It's still a mess, because after Queen C6, Knight D3, you have Queen takes E4.
Whoa,
But this is a
whoa,
piece
whoa, whoa,
sacrifice.
whoa.
After Rook D1, you probably are incentivized to take on F5, give me this knight, and play this position. And
Oof.
I kind of like black if you don't, unless
E4, Queen F4 probably.
Okay.
Otherwise, it would have been maybe winning for black, frankly. If E4, actually Knight G3, Queen F4 is not as strong, but Knight G3 does win.
Yeah, if I can't play E4, if you get the
Oh,
blockade.
and Queen F7 there, or Queen E6 or something? Well, Queen
Yeah,
F7.
but the king is actually quite safe on A1 with the bishop firmly closed.
I saw
With the
Yasser do
diagonal
the
for-
same thing that I did, but you can't get the pawn forward.
This is
Yes,
why this
okay.
blockading knight is so strong.
that
And something
is
I wanted to
zinger.
point out as well, because I think I figured it out. I think Prague was planning to go knight c5 here.
Okay.
And yeah, this is exactly what I thought. Yeah, rook b6 is so strong with the intention of bishop f8.
Yes. Yes, that's a...
Like, it feels like we're there. If you give me a tempo to play king a2 here, maybe I'm not even doing that poorly, but after bishop f8, you resign, because you cannot protect the pawn on a3.
By the way, A4, bishop
Yeah, that's
A3
a
is
spectacular position. Yeah. Giving mate to the queen on c1.
Nice.
Four on the board.
Four on
Prague
the
found
board.
f4, yeah, very good.
And this game is full of vim and vigor with 6.5 minutes for Prague, 15 minutes for the time control, and the move number is
27.
27. And let's just flip back, if you don't mind, Maurice, to Fabi's game.
31 moves in with 5 minutes and 47 seconds left on his clock is Fabi. He still is slightly better with some chances, and he's played the move queen to e6, offering a queen trade. That will make life a little bit easier to navigate the position, though I'm not sure it will be enough to win the game. But those pawns advance on the king side, they will always be a problem, even though it's not a mating attack anymore that we had hoped we'd seen a long time ago. Those pawns do restrain the black king side. Now White needs to dominate on the other side of the board, possibly pick up one pawn or maybe two. Those pawns could become weak. Wesley, with 19 minutes and a shout, has a real chance to save this game. He doesn't want to rush anything and trust that Fabi might lose on time. He has to come up with the most accurate defense right now. And it does involve a queen trade, but how does he make the queen trade? Bishop b4 is a move in this position. Fabi could trade queens and run to rook to e6, and then after c5, rook to c6. There is counterplay with the move d4, however. If you start grabbing pawns, we'll trade off. We'll get our own counterplay as well. And this one is a rook and pawn ending that you really don't want if you're Fabi. Way too much play for black and some serious chances here. So that's a chance for Wesley. I'm starting to see this game trend towards a draw.
Yeah.
And Fabi has just simply not found the most incisive moves. What looked like a what was a gigantic advantage many moves ago, it's gone.
It's fizzing. But bishop b4 is a very compelling move to make. I mean, your pieces are all gummied up, and you're doing it with a tempo against the rook on e1, Peter.
Absolutely. Even queen e6, rook takes e6, and then either bishop b4 or king f8 appear to be probably closer to a draw. In particular, king f8 here, closer to a draw than to
Just
a
sidestepping
victory.
g6.
Trying to, giving yourself rook f6 as a reply to g6. If you play rook e5, we have bishop d6. And
Again,
we can actually take on a 4 here
relief.
without getting mated.
Enormous relief.
Yeah, I think Wesley actually escapes this now. And this is going, I just want to mention that this is one of those, and look at Fabi. This is one of those that really haunt you, because you showed a fantastic new, risky, kind of a gambly opening idea. It
Great
paid.
idea, yeah.
It paid out. Your opponent did not find the best play. You got a huge advantage. And he is now sleeping away because you couldn't finish it off. This is going to be very, very, very unpleasant for Fabi.
You didn't cash the receipt.
What are those things when you have prepared an opening line? And he played a gorgeous opening line. For those who came late, the moment he put G4 down on the board, as I'm trying to go back
F4,
to the moment in time, how much analysis we've done.
Wow.
It was this moment right here. And at this exact moment, Fabi banged down G4, and he had prepared all of this. But when you prepare something, sometimes the psychology of being well prepared works against you. Because what you have to do is stay calm. You've caught the shark. It's in the net. And you're so excited. And we saw Fabi earlier. He'd make the move and he'd get it from the board and he'd walk away. Make the move, he'd get it from the board, he'd walk away. And he was so clear. And when Wesley played C6, he banged down G5. Wesley played knight B6, he banged down H4. Every move, he's like, got it, I'm prepared. And then when F5 landed, he said, whoa, that's not in my preparation, and he slowed down, which we would expect. And then after much thinking, he came up with the move A4.
Right.
And then bishop D7 happened, and right here, we saw him slow to a crawl. We all expected A5, and this position, we said this was a huge position. Get the bishop on the long diagonal, put your queen here. That's fantastic. He spent a long time and didn't find this move. Instead, he played rook E1. And now is what I'm talking about, the psychology of the preparation. When you're so well prepared, your opponent starts playing moves you didn't see, and now you're not sure. You're looking, should I play like this? This wasn't in my files. What's the right way to proceed here now that my opponent has made a bad move? Sometimes that preparation becomes over-preparation, over-reliance on memory, and not enough on just playing chess. And we saw it happen here. Fabi started making poor decisions, and he still was better, don't get me wrong, but bishop E3 wasn't ideal. A6 by Wesley definitely was not great, giving Fabi a chance. And then it was here where Fabi got the chance. Instead of the move he made, he could have played rook to A3, a fantastic move. Instead, he offered a trade of rooks. His advantage dissipated. Wesley, again, didn't play necessarily that accurately, but Fabi could not find all the best moves. And now Wesley has actually played queen to E6. Still, I don't think we've seen a move yet.
No, Wesley has not played bishop
Wesley's
E4
still looking
yet.
at this position. But it's something about when you prepare, you have to also be prepared to play when your opponent deviates. And so it's important that you keep your adrenaline under control and your heartbeat low. And just stay cool. Sooner or later, he's going to play a move that I don't know, and we're just going to play chess. But it didn't seem to happen for Fabi, get into that flow state where you're just playing freely. And a queen trade has occurred.
Now King F8 is, I think, much more precise than everything else.
He's not
But
reaching
he is reaching
for
for bishop b4. Bishop b4 is the second best move. It probably is still okay, but there's still some chances probably for white if you play rook e5 here. Some defensive play will need to be shown. Rook e5 is the only way to cause any trouble whatsoever. If you include rook e8, rook f8, rook e5, it gives black a chance to play king f7, and all of these positions start looking completely fine for black. So you need to play rook e5 straight away. Now, machine says g6 might be the only way.
G6, not even bishop to D6.
No, because I think it wants to go rook e7. If you play h6 here, or rook d7 even, you need to free up the f5 needs not to hang. So machine goes g6, and now importantly, it goes rook takes d5 without h takes g, and then bishop d4, with ideas of perhaps bishop f6. Fabi gave a check though. Now this is all gone sideways.
No,
Fabi will not lose, but I don't think he has any realistic chances of winning anymore.
and we do have rook e5 on the board. Does this invite? What am I missing, Peter? Does
King
this
King of7 is very logical.
but
and
bishop
best.
d6 is
Bishop
bad?
d6, rook d5, bishop f4, bishop c5, you've lost.
I've lost.
Yeah.
Wow.
Fabi gave the check in order to stop rook d7.
Yes. Or rook e7. He was
Yes.
trying to.
Yeah, let's try and figure this out. If you play rook e5, if rook d7, I'm guessing g6 is borderline win. Yeah, you can't allow
stuck.
this. You can't allow this with black.
Okay. You have to play g6.
I think he is just generally, I think, fatigued and slightly out of form. And also for today, I guess, tired and slightly dispirited because he knows he's blown it. He knows he was better somewhere. I'm guessing he doesn't know how much, but like a player as strong as he is knows he was much better at some point. And this is no longer the case. And now, King F7, by far the best move in this position.
And which makes a lot of sense because the one thing you don't want to see is G6.
And you get somewhere here, and it starts looking like a draw, right? I guess you switch to the rook ending, and black probably needs to play G6. And it might, for a second there, look like there's some threats going on. But with the king on D7, only 3 open files. Like, the rook never gets to the 7s here.
To the business squares,
Obviously, black will lose if they lose the pawn on H7, but there's no realistic scenario where I can imagine white getting there.
White's rook getting over there.
Yeah.
Wow. But on the other hand, the current position, King F7, is such a beautiful move.
Very
because,
natural, yeah.
White's G5, G6 is the way you can lose this position as black. King F7 says, please take one of my pawns.
This one probably also holds, but I think King F7 is more natural.
And in the other game, we see that Pragg and Vincent are under 10 minutes on their clock. Under 10 minutes, both of them, as Vincent has gone for that line you mentioned earlier, and we see the knight back on F8. It's still a wild position. But we do have some stats about head-to-head, looking more and more likely that Wesley and Fabi will draw their game. And if they do, there's going to be a bonus blitz match to decide who won the classical portion. I know, blitz to indicate who won classical, but look at this.
More stats for us.
They are virtually deadlocked in blitz. 17-16 with 18 draws. Those are some even numbers there. And it's just going to be winner take all. 2 points clear if you win the blitz game.
And how's the head-to-head in the other match?
Yeah, this one,
Whoa.
somewhat lopsided in Prague's favor. 15 games, Prague wins 10, loses 4 and 1 draw.
Wow.
And this is an obscene number for a player of Vincent's strength. 26-22.
Kind of makes the stats a little bit, explains them a little bit better.
Maybe,
but let's pause and toss it to Nasi. Nasi, what's going on in Prague's and Vincent?
Thank you, Yasser. I just want to quickly update you on the position before they get too deep into time trouble. Prague is already down to 4 minutes in this crazy position where it's impossible to find the candidate moves. In the current position, one of the best moves for white is knight c3. Just give up the knight, blunder the knight. I'm trying to make sense of it. So you take, I just simply take back. And the idea is that at some point, for example, you take, you free your knight, I actually trap your bishop on g7. How did this happen? Where did this come from? This was never an issue. It just suddenly appears on the board. Absolutely crazy. I mean, if we see knight from e2 to c3 in 3 minutes, I don't know what to even say. I'll be absolutely speechless. So I was looking at more normal moves. Let's say knight c5, queen c6, but this does allow black to take up a lot of pawns. For example, b takes c, check, queen f5. Also, knight on e2 is hanging, but believe it or not, it's not clear which one is better to take, which says a lot about this position, how crazy all of this is. After knight f8, Prague is still thinking. There is also another option to take on c4, but again, that's not a human option. Engine suggests it's playable. Queen a4 and simply play c5. Again, losing the knight on e2, but you're okay with it. You take on c5. Of course, if you take on e2, d6 is hanging. But when you take here, I have bishop e7. Another tactic that never existed in this position. But even here, the compensation for black should be more than enough. Let's play rook h6. Go ahead and take it. I'll be very happy to get this rook on b6. And I do see the move on the board. It's knight to g3, which is completely on the different side of the board. It cannot be a good move. And now looks like if Vincent simply plays h4, there are other moves as well, bishop h6, bishop f6. Looks like this bishop on g5 is very strong, so black needs to somehow get rid of it. So h4 is very strong. And then b5, and this position is only going to get crazier. And let's not forget, time control, still 11 moves to go, 3 minutes for Prague, 8 minutes for Vincent. Not enough time to figure out anything in this game.
Now, see, you're mentioning h4, but I love Peter's idea of getting the bishop to f8. Does knight h7, knight takes h5, bishop
Might be a little
f8?
too slow.
Knight h7 is playable, but it doesn't play bishop f8 after knight h5. If you play bishop f8 there,
Tactics.
you somehow lose to knight f6. And your attack on the queen side is not fast enough.
Play
And
bishop a3.
yeah, you're not in time, weirdly. But knight g3 is kind of incongruous, and the play, with the play happening on the other side of the board, you would think you needed to make a move there. But it's kind of darkly ironic that we thought this was the quiet game of the round for most of the round. And now this is an unholy mess by move 30,
Blowed up
with
on
nobody
us.
having any time, and the other one is an equal end game.
And the one where you were showing where you took a pawn on e4 and not the knight on e2. Now, see, I was like, wait a minute, you know, like what version of the Twilight Zone am I in? You know, knights are worth more than pawns, and I'm a
That's what we were taught, but
pawn grubber. So this is crazy. 3 minutes for Prague. Seven for Vincent.
Let's
let's
move
try
29.
to ignore the engine moves. There's no natural moves. Nothing about this position is
Yeah.
natural.
Absolutely.
Great point. And the fact is, what's kind of hilarious about what's happening right now is we could have predicted it about an hour and a half ago when they were playing so slowly, and it's going to come down to some mad mess in time pressure.
Right.
It's just so utterly predictable when you're playing slowly and you don't have an advantage that's what's going to happen.
By the way, I understood why he played knight g3. It's no longer hanging on e2. Now he wants to take on c4 finally.
And play c5, right?
No, just knight b2. Ah, sorry, no.
a4 is hanging.
Yeah.
But there is a line where you take on c4, I take on a4, you go c5, and queen b5 check hangs the knight on e2. So
maybe, but yeah, that's...
maybe that's the idea.
For some reason in my mind, the queen was back on f7 for a brief moment, and I...
Dare I say I'm confused. To my mind, that bishop on g5 is too darn strong. If that bishop, if I could trade the dark square bishops for Vincent, I would be able to play knight e3. So let's start with bishop f6.
Bishop
sir,
f6
that's
is
why
one of the best moves, yeah.
h4 is suggested, so bishop h4 and you go knight e3. But would you sack a pawn for that?
In this position, best move is knight takes h5.
Okay.
You have to regrettably take on h5 twice, because otherwise once again you could blunder knight f6, but you probably don't want to.
Okay. So I'll fall for it.
So we take on h5 twice, and white finally removes that really, really dangerous knight on c4, which was planning to land on e3. Black is slightly better after queen g4, but we are probably surviving this with the knight
That's
finally
so
coming
ugly.
back.
That white Prague's. You have to overcome the prejudice of these double pawns to find this acceptable.
Yeah, and
It's pretty hard.
But if you don't take on h5 here, you are in very, very significant trouble. He's gone bishop f6. Nicely
move,
done,
Yasser.
Vincent. Nicely done.
But what you wanted to say
Yeah, h4 was very
h4,
nice. Yes.
distract the bishop.
And we keep our bishop still on the board and go knight e3 immediately.
Now that
Or b5, or there's a bunch of moves here. Knight e3 is quite strong.
93 looks gorgeous.
And bishop h6 follow up.
Yeah, rook c6 becomes interesting, although we probably give up this exchange quite willingly if that happens.
That's why I like
Di-
bishop h6. I
bishop
want to keep the knight
h6.
on
Yeah,
e3.
knight g2 bishop g5 is
No,
not that bad.
don't take it. Bishop h6. Knights love support.
We still have that move.
Oh
Otherwise,
no!
we still have that move.
Party
This is-
pooper.
This is such a weird position.
Oh my
I'm really,
goodness.
really enjoying this.
Now they're looking for clarity.
Right.
They're looking for easy moves.
Yeah.
Don't start sacking pawns. You don't know what's really going on. Tricks could happen.
Right.
You only have 5 minutes on the clock. In Vincent's case, you only have 2 minutes on the clock. In Prague's case, you have only played 29 moves. You need simplicity and clarity in this moment. It is turned away from just being a chess game, and now it's become time management. And you need to make it the time control and nothing bad happen to you, no sudden hiccup. And that's why you're going to see simplistic decisions come about. I don't mean that they're easy decisions, but it's going to be about simplification and just get a normal position on the board so that I can make move 40. By the way, in the other game, they will make
Yes.
move 40 quite easily. They're at move 38 right now. And this position is virtually even. White might have some kind of cosmetic edge in the Fabi game, but we are almost sure this game is going to end in a draw. and they will be having the Blitz playoff. It's just amazing that Wesley escaped this game. But this one is the one with all the fire.
Down to a minute.
Down to a minute and 10 seconds.
For Prague.
For 11 more moves.
Yeah, and needs to take on f6 now, or he is in significant trouble. And then probably needs to take on h5. It does appear that if you don't do those two things in a row, you are going to be faced with a very difficult task and no time on the clock whatsoever.
See him shaking? Look at that. He's shaking up and down in his chair. And now he has captured, which is the cleanest decision. And he has to write his move down. You know, doesn't matter. You get
Those
your
30 seconds.
Your
get
30
eaten
seconds.
up. Well,
You have to continue to write.
Right.
And you could see it now. This is not his normal, cool, calm demeanor. He's starting to shake a bit, feeling the tension of the moment.
And is knight takes h5 strictly or rook takes h5?
You can begin with the rook
move?
takes, but if you take with the rook, black has rook g8. Black will not trade everything off, and you will get this collection. I should show this, because it doesn't win material. It's just that white ends with like really, really horrible pieces.
If you want to simplify Yasser, which Pragg needs with 39 seconds, he has to take knight h5 and take the knight on c4 right after.
Yeah. And he
Queen g5.
He didn't play that.
This is not good. Knight takes a3 is borderline winning. Rook h6 also strong, but you can just take on a3 and pick up.
Let's show the line, because knight a3, king b2.
Knight c4
I
check
take,
back.
and you have
now
the
we have
move.
knight h7,
That's
followed
so
by
nice.
queen takes a4.
That's so hard to... Queen g7?
Yeah, it's actually, no, I don't know if you see this even on 5 minutes, because it's very, very specific.
Come on.
We actually managed to drive the queen away from the connection with the rook on f7, then we take on a4 on the other side. Why not king a2? Then just knight h7 straight away. And if we take on h5, black has queen f8 minus 2.5. Okay, why is... the confusion is like, why is there... Actually, I think this is what you do. You do this anyway.
That's easier, right?
You do this anyway. Queen h5, and you can throw in knight c4 check.
But if you go queen f8 here, I have rook a1. And it's
That's the difference. That is a very, very big difference. Because we kind of stabilized. And
no one has time to
the king side is very
figure
pinned.
this out.
Wow.
I think Vincent's just going to play rook h6 or something simple here. Rook f6 to h6.
It's actually
right?
a very decent move, which I think argues in favor of just doing that and not really worrying about much else.
I like that move specifically because I'm a pawn grabber. I like knight a3, but I'm looking at that beautiful e3 square, and I say, I don't get to play knight e3 and rook c6 very often. But when I have such a grip on the c2 against the c2 pawn, Maurice, you know, I don't want to cash cheaply. Knight a3 is okay.
It's also chaotically. Your knight's hanging on one side. You could play king b2. You could play king a2.
My opponent's in time trouble.
I'm also in time trouble. You're under the 10-minute mark. You can't just look at your opponent. And now Vincent is starting to shake in his chair. This is all about keeping your nerve, keeping your cool, and playing sensible moves. I don't imagine him playing some wild line and then trusting it.
Let's try some wild lines, if you don't mind, Peter.
Okay.
Knight takes a3.
Okay.
King b2.
King a2.
Or king b2. Rook c6. Let's go. Take my knight, please.
Yes.
Take the pawn. Don't you at least think about these things?
You do, but you don't.
Because if you could play queen f8
right?
check.
Yeah, why is knight h7 not
He's
strong
played rook
here?
h6.
Ah, whoa, okay.
Maurice,
I'm telling you, accidents could happen on the way to work. Don't do anything crazy. He put his rook, defend the pawn, let the position sit. Play normal, safe moves. That's what's going on in their minds right now.
Machine appears to suggest that if you don't play 5 of 6, you're lost.
Lost.
King a2, knight d6 minus 1.7. And you can sort of understand why, because h5, h4 is being threatened, and then your entire structure will collapse. Yeah.
Yeah, sir, but you didn't get the knight to go to e3.
But it's winning the e4 pawn.
Yeah, knight e3 is also very strong, but knight d6 appears to be stronger. But both are very good. And you also could begin with h5, h6.
Excuse me, he found it, but with 12 seconds on his clock.
12?
Well, 10 seconds, 9 seconds actually.
He adjusted the pawn, moving it like to make sure that he He probably placed it in the center of the board. And what's going on in this case?
That's
Peter?
uber cool. I'm sorry. Adjusting pawns with 9 seconds on your clock.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think.
But wait, 96 is a tempo.
Queen f5, 93, queen takes you. I was about to say, this is probably what you do.
Okay.
Because if you, in that position, if you can find a way to take the pawn on f6 off the board, like we get here by force. I don't think white has any choice. We get here by force, and if there is a way to take the f6 pawn off the board, which appears there is, you probably win, right? You win quite easily, in fact, because.
And I'm keeping the d4 pawn alive.
Yeah, no, this is just not good.
They made move 40 in the other game with just an even rook and pawn ending that is barreling towards a draw, but this one is anything but.
Ah, okay. I was trying to figure out why the engine wasn't giving me a completely winning position for black. There is this intermezzo with knight f6, which you need to find, assess, on like probably 32 seconds by this point for Prague. And this maybe isn't lost, shockingly, because we want to take on h6.
F2?
Yeah, knight f2, we take on h6. You can't really allow f7, you have to take on h6.
Okay.
And now we have rook f1. Wow, this is so beautiful. You will
you
enjoy
take on
this.
e6.
You will enjoy this,
No.
Yasser.
Oh. And
there's-
knight c5
and there's knight c5
at the end of the. Oh.
You will, yeah. And black
Well,
is
play
black
the
is
move with
still a
rook.
little bit better, but this probably is a draw, frankly.
Well, you should show rook h8, though, right?
Yeah. But let's show why rook h8 is in fact losing. It's not winning. It's not losing is a bit strong because you still have queen e8 here. But if you just naively take on f8, this is a fork which also protects the rook on f8.
Royal
in the end.
fork.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Current position, please, because I got a different approach.
Okay.
Okay. Knight e6, of course. Let's go. Tempo.
Okay.
Queen f5. Knight e3. Let's go. Of course. Queen takes e5. Knight g4. Of course. Let's go.
f7. For some reason, important to throw in f7.
That
And then
causes
after
need
you
for-
put the queen on f7, I play queen
Stop
a5.
it.
And we
Stop it.
Arbiter.
Stop it. Not going to happen. Nope. Nope.
Queen a5.
and we are okay-ish.
My head just burst.
Yeah, I think
sorry,
maybe why are we including f7? What the like is it knight f2? Yeah, we are trying to defend against knight f2.
So include
to have a
f7
pin.
to
have a
rook
pin.
f1
Yeah.
pin.
No.
Because if you play f7 here, nobody's going to take.
Vincent has worked his way down to 120 on the clock.
Burned 2 minutes of his clock, by the way.
Has played rook g6, which is one of the decent moves, but maybe not the best one.
Queen f5
check
comes
played
with a
instantly.
check.
Yeah, Vincent will play king b8 now.
Which makes a whole lot of sense. Just
Yeah,
to
everything
get-
else bad, but also nothing else makes any sense
Yeah,
whatsoever.
knight d6.
But then the only move is to take the knight on c4?
I think you will, because too much
Knight
is
Knight
hanging.
e3 is killing.
Too much is hanging.
Knight
93,
e3 is just
96.
killing.
You have to, Maurice.
But after
I get that you
takes-
have to, but
Don't
you
make
don't
that
want to.
You
10
don't
seconds,
want
by the
to.
way.
No,
You do not want
don't.
to, and he's down. And you could see it from
5, 4.
4-8.
Yeah.
Queen f5. Queen
Seven.
f5 needed to be played faster.
4
Queen
seconds.
f5 needed to be played faster. Why would you go down to 4 seconds?
But my
here?
question is, after b takes c5, both knights are hanging.
Yeah.
Can I take either? Queen a4?
Well, Queen e4, I think we're taking on e5.
What?
Queen a3?
Rook d3, b3. We now have some things going on the other side of the board as well, right?
Time out. What was it? The knight was go back. The knight was hanging on. Oh, it's not
wasn't.
hanging on
It
g3.
wasn't.
See, I can't even play knight to d7.
You can, but I think I can go queen d4, queen d7 here and not get mated.
Somehow everything works out for white.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That's
Excuse me,
just
13
unfair.
seconds on the clock. He does not want to take that knight. But he's going to go under 5
8,
seconds.
7, 6, come on.
5.
5, 4, you need to take. No.
No, I told you he did not want to take the
He
knight.
did it with
1
a single second.
With a second left. He did not
A
want to crack his
single
structure on the
knight
king
second.
side. And now he's in
is
trouble.
just winning, yeah.
There's
Knight
many
e3
moves that are
winning,
winning
rook
now.
g2 winning, queen b5 winning, everything is winning.
course,
But
we're
knight
gonna
e3 is
see
the
knight
simplest
e3.
one. Knight e3,
No,
he
you cannot
will play
stop.
queen f3, and now knight d1 is completely winning, but you can even continue
I'm
playing for
definitely
mate.
playing rook g2, by the way, in this position, because,
Yeah.
I mean, I never get these opportunities to concentrate my forces against the c2 pawn. Knight e3, rook g2, are you kidding me? This is overkill.
And Maurice was so right. You don't take on c4 with 5 seconds on your clock. It's something that you've been avoiding for the
This
last
is why
10
he
moves.
needed to play queen f5 immediately, to at least
Yeah.
give himself a minute on this decision.
Wow.
Agreed.
30, he
Okay,
did
1
it
minute.
with 1 second on his clock. it kills me that these players are so able to make that.
Physically, right?
Physically.
In time, yeah.
How do they know?
And that was a capture as well, which are trickier.
Right,
And it's very far away from the
H5.
clock. You know?
Is he worried about
far
knight
as it could
g7
be,
if
right?
knight e3?
I think he is, but rook h1 and queen c6 wins there, I think. Let's show this on the board. Yeah, like knight g7, but I think the point is rook h1.
He did not play.
He played the second
Rook,
best move.
rook g2 is the same. It's basically the same position.
He played rook g2.
And by the way, rook g2 does have the threat of queen c6 and knight a3 mate.
If knight g7 now,
Queen
we
c6.
take on h1 and we just go queen c6 carefully, and the king on b8 is completely safe. Its counterpart on b1
Is not.
Is not.
Down to 8 seconds
And
again.
This is a disaster that it looks like Vincent's going to win. 5 seconds
6
left.
points for a win,
3,
everybody.
2,
Queen
and
f3.
on the
Again with
board.
1 second.
No.
Twice in a row.
No, stop it.
And now,
Knight a3,
knight
rook
a3,
c2.
yeah, -2, but
Only.
But you don't have checks here, so you have to play queen c6. But I think he'll just go knight e3 now.
93 is stronger.
Oh, he's
Knight
got knight
g2,
g2.
which is a blunder. It's a mistake. You can just take
And white
rook
is
g2.
winning now.
No way.
Takes king c1, captures that rook.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no way this happened.
Did we just see what? I can't believe what we just saw.
King c1,
Knight
white
takes
is winning.
a3 and rook takes c2 was the. It's with check.
King c1 plus 1.7.
It was with
Well, you can
check.
see your rook has nowhere to go.
Oh, dear.
Speechless.
He had knight a3.
He
and
doesn't
instead
see
he
it
played
yet,
knight
though.
d2.
No, I think Prague does.
Prague
Vincent
finds
doesn't.
king c1.
Of course.
There it is.
But he.
And
Peter,
Vincent is
This is inexplicable.
in a state of shock now.
He hasn't
This-
realized yet that he's losing now.
This is an. I think he's coming to that realization.
He
just
saw
lost
himself
the
winning
rook.
an exchange,
Yeah,
and he didn't look one move further.
But
There was a very slow blink there, but yeah, this is disaster.
But these guys are such calculating machines. You calculate checks first. Your first instinct is to calculate knight
He
takes
did.
a3
He played
check.
knight d2 check.
Knight a3 check.
I understand, but knight d2 check was clean.
Yeah, and
And an
Fabi,
interested observer with
Fabi, who got to move 40, is now watching this and thinking, what the?
Prague. What a gift.
It is, and now Vincent is desperately looking for some tactical opportunity that is not there.
Oh my
Well,
goodness.
you have to play
Unreal.
rook h5 and rook f2 in some order, but the pawn on f6 is going to be so strong. It just decides the game there, pretty much.
That's actually the only way to play.
Yeah.
And hope you get into
And he had
some
all the
blockade
time.
endgame.
He was the one.
He rushed.
He had like a minute
and
at
a
least,
half,
maybe a
yeah.
minute and a half even.
But knight d2 looked like a clean solution, guys.
Yeah, it looked like it was.
It looked like a clean solution. You have to see the study-like rook trap of king c1. It's not incredibly difficult, but you had to decide to look at it. It looked like your opponent was desperate.
Yeah, everything else you resign. Yeah, if Black has a moment to play queen g6 g2 here, Black is just an exchange up for nothing.
Yeah, he played it thinking he was winning the game.
Yeah, he thought the game was over, and
Yes.
it kind of is. But
And now
not, yeah.
he's
And now
the
just
one
seconds
with
left.
10 seconds on the clock. And
He's
he's
taking
the
the knight
one.
on h5.
Yeah, I wonder if queen takes h5 is also winning.
Queen takes
No,
h5,
but then
rook f2, no?
Yeah, I thought my plan was, but there's king a7 there in the end. My plan was to play rook h8, rook f6, knight c5, and claim that I have an unstoppable threat of knight d7, but it's kind of stoppable.
It is, fortunately for Vincent.
Yeah, so Prague will take with the rook. Prague will calculate that, and he will take with the rook. Black has to play rook f2. We take on f2. Black takes on h5. We go knight c5.
They just went
And-
from -3 to +2 in one move.
Yeah, and
How do you recover
Has
from that?
taken,
He's taken with the rook, yes.
and there's just
Correct
nothing
move.
to do. Your rook is hanging, and there's no square to put it on. You must
Wow,
play rook f2 and
what
go
a-
into this very sad endgame.
Time trouble.
Time, trouble.
Makes fools of everybody.
Except that Prague had less time on the clock.
And he was losing.
Yeah.
And he
rook
was
f2.
losing.
Now it's important, I think, not to get distracted by rook takes e5, because rook takes c2 and queen takes e5, and maybe Black survives.
Sorry, it's not important.
There is rook e5 here.
Yeah.
But Black has rook takes c2, which I think is very, very important. And this position you probably don't win. With the knight already on d3, maybe you do. But with Black having time to make moves.
Yes, queen
Black
c5, queen
probably
a3.
escapes. Yeah.
Well, I just like the way you say, and in this position, with white queen hanging, with the black queen hanging, of course you take the pawn on c2 with check, and that's your saving grace.
Yeah. Well, but Pragg now
moves to make
12 seconds.
12 seconds.
And he should just grab the rook.
Grab the rook on f2.
Don't take on e5, and he's going to allow himself to go down to 1 again? Okay, at least he went down to 3.
Yeah. Wow.
And now we have one move to make. Knight c5, the only thing that wins, by the way. If you allow black to play b7, b6, they stabilize.
It's hard to believe with the pawn on f6. How does black stabilize here?
I guess it gets rounded up, because then black, I guess, has enough time to play queen f7, knight d7.
Yeah, knight.
Okay, then it's move 40 with a big decision.
Knight
Ten
c5,
seconds.
knight
he
c5, of course.
He found the best move.
But it's, I think
It's kind of straightforward, though, right?
And now after b6, regrettably for black, you take on a6, king b7, knight b4, and
you're back to d3
You're back to d3 or to d5, whichever one will be stronger. And this is bad news for Vincent.
What a time trouble scramble that was. And in that time trouble scramble, Vincent, just go back, because he had such a winning position.
This is maybe a biggest one-move swing I've seen in quite some time, because I think it's like a 6-pawn swing.
Yep.
From -4 to
and a
+2.
6-point swing in the match.
And that as well. Yeah.
Winning to losing, right? Straight.
It rhymes, yeah.
Go back to that position when he played that move, knight d2 check. So in this position, knight takes knight e3 was always the move I wanted.
Yeah.
So I could go queen c6, right? Because I was just like dreaming of that. But I thought
also
knight
this,
takes.
This is not easy.
Yeah, and now queen c6. And we're winning, but we're winning slowly. There's no immediate mate. White has knight b2, white has rook d3. It is still winning, but after knight b2, for instance, the engine goes b7, b5 for some reason.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
It's not easy.
Or it's now going king a7. Like,
What? I just want to get to the business of checkmating you.
no, I mean, in fairness, this appears to be winning as well. We just,
thank
we just
goodness for
simplify into
that.
this endgame, and it appears
Both
to be
of them
enough.
reached move 40, and they have
Wow.
left the board.
And because it all happened in time trouble, we really didn't get a chance to witness the players. Let's revisit that moment of there's Pragg. He just made the move with 1 second on his clock.
Yeah.
Vincent had quite a decent amount of time, a minute, and played the move knight d2 check, and that just threw the game away.
Big
Like
blunder.
it turned from +3 to -3, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
And hinged on one study-like move, trapping your rook.
King C1.
Otherwise, you're completely winning.
Right.
And Pragg now leaning back in his chair, thanking his lucky stars.
There is a God, and he's on my team.
As he now has to go about the business of winning this position. I'm going to say that move, knight takes a3, with no time on your clock, you might instinctively go for it, but you are sacking a piece. And it might seem, again, to us, it's so different when you're sitting on this side. You have no stress. And when we talk about that in Blitz, we always say the people on the side see all the good moves.
Yeah, right.
Right? Because you feel no stress whatsoever.
Right.
And you can just look without any cloud over your eyes, nothing. You're just watching. And then you're like, why don't you schmucks play this move? I mean, come on. It was an easy move. But you're in the middle of the fight. You see knight d2, that's winning. Knight a3, the guy plays king a2. Stuff's hanging all over the place. I'm going to lose a rook. I'm going to lose a knight. Am I actually getting compensation? I'm down a piece. Why am I playing that stupid line? Just play knight d2 and beat the guy.
There was another option, knight e3, which was...
That was the one I liked.
Or knight
the best.
e3. But knight d2 just wins on the spot.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
if
so
not
tempting.
for that one detail, it ends the game. And
Yeah.
he genuinely thought that he solved everything. And
Yeah,
this is
it
not-
was all over. We
is not
can
done.
criticize, but knight d2 won on the spot. And the king is the thing that wins the game. You're in it. King c1, you're trapped. Oh, come on.
Peter, you kind of dismiss this position as kind of winning for Pragg, but I'm now aware of the fact that queen h1 check and queen takes e4 is a possibility that maybe...
If you want to
Vincent-
stop that, you have queen f1. But knight b4 appears to be stronger. And the point is, if you do this,
Yeah.
white goes queen f1. And the combination of the f-pawn and also you are kind of getting half-mated on the queen side appears to be completely
Well, that's just
decisive.
unfair. That's just unfair that I'm getting mated.
Yeah.
The fact that I'm losing the pawn on
Yeah,
a6 is
and
ridiculous,
also,
right?
this being move 41, and the reason knight takes e6 hasn't been played yet is actually, this is also very, very good. Queen takes e4 and queen h2, which probably...
I really love what Prague just did. You know, in times of stress, the most important thing you can do is slow down your heartbeat. Is breathe. Breathing is, meditation and breathing, important techniques. And right there, you could see, first of all, he got it from the board at move 40. Let's just clear out all the tension from the body. And then as he's sitting at the board, you saw him slump back. It's like, okay, I survived some madness. Let me relax. And he just needs to bring down that heartbeat, bring down the tension, and then he has to re-amp the adrenaline and the fight mode. So yes, you have about 2 or 3 minutes to just do this, right there. Just do this. I'm tired as ever. I've been playing chess for a month. Let me just cool, calm, so I can get some clarity. I can't believe I survived the madness. He's not going to sleep. He's just trying to just get the tension out in a way that allows him to continue fighting. But he could be 21 years old. He just turned 21, but he gets tired too.
And if we can get that graph back, the progression by Stockfish.
Yeah, that's going to look fantastic.
Yeah,
now.
it looked so good that from move 30 to
Stockfish.
35,
That's going to look like...
Black
That's
was
going to
completely
look like
winning.
a modern-day Bitcoin graphic.
Look at that. 30 to 35,
Whoa.
Black, game over. Black is completely winning.
Completely
And then
winning.
Instantly, White is completely winning.
Wow.
From 35 to 40, it's just, such a roller coaster.
Absolutely, absolutely. Remind everybody of what we're doing today, our formatting schedule. We are playing classical chess, but we may be playing Blitz.
As things stand, Fabi and Wesley are, I'm guessing, moments away from the bottom half of this graphic. Today is a classical day. We are playing the usual classical time control of an hour and a half over the first 40, and then half an hour for the rest of the game with an increment. And only if 2 draws happen, the players will play a bonus Blitz match. It's not even, it's a series of games, frankly. Chris Bird will get to them with a coin. They will toss for who begins with the white pieces. It feels a bit unfair, but there you go. You'll get a little bit of an advantage, but in a Blitz game, it's not that important. And then they will play until somebody wins a game, with whichever color, doesn't really matter. And then they stop. And the winner of that Blitz match gets an additional 2 points.
Okay, so scoring system is very, very important. You win a game of classical chess, you get 6 points. You win the game of Blitz chess, you will get 2 points. And let's pull up the game of Fabi, because when we left it, the players were in a rook ending of 5 versus 5, and we kind of thought, well, you're not getting to the h7 pawn, so a draw was inevitable. Is that true? According to the engine, it sure looks it, doesn't it?
It is true. And the thing is, I was kind of wondering, do we have to worry about the pawn ending? And then I realized, even if, you know, the worst happens here and Black somehow allows White to get the king to g7, it's still a draw. Because I will just lock it there in the corner, right?
With king f7, yeah.
So, and we can demonstrate this. In fact, the machine just goes b5 here, which does allow White to get to g7. Whoa, it makes a draw differently even. This is apparently fast enough.
This
Shock
is,
horror.
I would be nervous.
Shock horror.
I would be nervous to allow.
And Fabi has played rook e3, offering the trade of rooks to go into the endgame.
The interesting. Oh, this is why. I guess this is why I wanted to show this. Apparently, this is a draw. I like this. Chess is a beautiful game.
Well, this is a natural.
This is not good. None of this is happening. I want to preface this by saying none of this is happening. But
2 pawns on the 6.
But this is a beautiful drawing
natural
position.
draw.
Yeah. But the point I was kind of trying to make, which is slightly more relevant, is if this happens, this is still completely fine for Black, because yes, you lose. The base of the chain gets removed from the board, but you still do not win.
No, you don't let the king escape.
Yeah, and rookie 3 landed, and yeah, Wesley can. I mean,
Breathe
if you want to
easy.
play King D7, you can play King D7, or you can take only 3. Like, but at this point, whatever you do is completely fine.
Wow.
Now, the other thing that Fabi and Wesley have to do is start thinking about the next game, because they know this is drawn.
Right.
So Fabi has to get into a mindset. It's one game at a time. It doesn't matter. It's not you get white and you get black. It's a coin toss, and whoever wins the game gets the 2 points for the match. So you've got to, in some way, start thinking ahead about what that's going to entail, get your energy ready, because it's going to be a dogfight, and you don't want to lose it.
And they don't get a break. They don't get to go home and prep. They start the Blitz game immediately.
Right. Oh, immediately.
Immediately.
Yes.
Well, maybe 5-7 minutes.
5
please.
minutes
Right.
just to. Yeah.
Do they get to consult with their second at all?
I'm guessing no.
No.
There's just not
Probably not.
enough time. I think they draw the colors, then Leonard needs to set up the transmission.
Right.
And I think this is why the break even exists, just to make sure that the board is properly connected and the transmission is ready to go. And then they play.
But they will be playing in a different room. This is the Blitz room.
Nice, nice. So that Juan,
If Prague
Players
game is
not
still
disturbed.
going on with
Yeah.
Vincent, so they don't disturb the other players who have more than 5 minutes on the board.
it's a 30,000 square foot facility. It doesn't surprise me that there are plenty of tournament rooms for them to do that. I wanted to ask you, Peter, it's one of those things. Fabi came with this fabulous, just fabulous preparation, and he missed his mark. That really hurts.
It does. It absolutely does. And I'm sure all of us have had some experience of actually landing a new theoretical idea on the board and then
And a big one.
failing to capitalize. And, you know, outside of the World Championship cycle, I would say this is about as high stakes as chess gets.
No question.
Which makes this even more painful, because you absolutely do want to win games, classical games in the Grand Chess Tour finals with so much riding on them.
And here we have that king and pawn endgame as you described it. Now b5 is quite a funny move, by the way.
And yes,
But
sir, also
yes,
look at
please.
the game progress, Stockfish. Look how winning Fabi's position was for
Exactly.
15 moves, maybe even
Exactly.
20. I can't read that
Wow.
well. But
Yeah. And I think Fabi now is ready to.
Yeah, the big question if he is going to play b5 check here or not.
No.
It doesn't really change anything, and
might as well.
yeah.
Look at Fabi.
But
I mean, he knows it's a draw. It's time to not regret.
Yeah.
Spill milk.
Right.
Don't cry
No,
over
no,
spilled milk.
don't cry over it. It's gone.
I mean,
Next.
it's done.
Yeah.
Easier said than done, but
And,
yeah.
and by the way, in their blitz, they have the most incredible head-to-head blitz that I've seen. Normally, speaking, in blitz, one player tends to have a big score, but this is about as even as I've ever seen. 17 wins for Fabi in blitz, 16 wins for
Wesley 18 draws, so basically like a very clean split down the middle
Right.
for all 3 results.
Besides, you just don't get that, and probably not that many draws either, right? So that's an extraordinarily even toss pick'em, if you will.
So I know we're not going to see Prague Vincent Blitz match anymore, but their result was quite different.
I apologize to our
probably.
credit. Could you bring that graphics back just for a moment, because I didn't quite see the live blitz ratings and how they stand in the world of the live blitz ratings. 27.55, 27.23, and it looks like they are repeating. So let's catch that handshake.
And I guess we will get to watch them do the coin toss for the white.
Fabi looks destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Say disgusted.
And Wesley,
Wesley's in a good
you
mood.
talk about the spilled milk. How about the cat, Cheshire cat, who got the cream? He escaped with one.
3 or
today,
4
did
lives.
Wesley. Truly.
If you have 9, you really
Some
expended 3 or 4.
lives were expended today.
Yeah, that is for sure.
multiple of lives. Yeah,
Yeah.
not just the
How
one.
did this happen?
Yeah.
not just the
I mean, in the intro, we were talking about missed opportunities, and I was wondering if we would have more today.
We did.
We had even more today than yesterday.
Yesterday was perfect chess, no
Yeah.
mistakes.
Compared to this,
Yeah, no mistakes whatsoever.
And Fabi informing the arbiter Brian Yang that he does intend to play King D4 and make a draw. Wesley said, "You bet."
Apparently, they get 15 minutes until the Blitz.
Oh, well, that's a very decent chance to reset
tier
and recharge.
second,
Let's jump back.
They're chatting
back
right
in.
now, though.
Yeah.
We'll see this. Let's take a look at. Despite the fact that they're going to try to kill each other in 15 minutes, this is one of the beauties of our game. You
Yeah.
sit and you chat with respect. What should have happened? What could have been done?
They're whispering because Vincent is still
Yeah,
sitting
but
and
they
thinking
can't
at
really
his
speak.
board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pity because that conversation I would really would like to hear.
And especially as it's unfiltered, they don't know what the engine has been telling them. They're just telling them what I missed, what I thought was important, why I played King G2.
And because it always revolved around the same squares, we don't really know which moment of the game they are currently on.
Let's revisit the Blitz for just a second and tell us what's it all about.
Yeah, and there it is
Peter.
in black and white. It is by the standards of 2026 a somewhat slow blitz time control of 5+2, and at first there will be a flip for who starts with white. I'm assuming in this particular format there is no reason to begin with black, right? It's not an Armageddon, so there is absolutely no penalty for starting with the white pieces. So I'm
Right.
assuming whoever wins the coin flip will pick white, and they play one blitz game. If that blitz game is decisive, we're done.
Okay.
If it's not, the colors are going to get reversed,
Okay.
and we play another one.
What's
and that
that
continues.
well, what's that bottom thing?
Just
Could you-
explain
Yeah,
what's
could-
the bottom line. I think Chris is trying to explain the rules. Or they're whispering. Of course, we can't hear anything. Yeah. They need to move to the other room and discuss this there.
Yeah, there's a Hershey's bar in his hand, which will melt. That's not very hygienic.
All right, Fabi picked. He got the Hershey's bar. Does that mean he's white? I'm gonna guess so.
Oh, Wesley just shook his head there. Wasn't happy, I guess, if Fabi gets white in the first game. He's not lucky.
Well, after today,
And also, he needs an answer. Because if he plays that same line, G4 might come screaming on the board again.
yeah, that's a fair point.
So he's got 15 minutes to think this through.
And-
what should I do about this novelty of Fabi's?
Yeah, and the thing about Wesley, he generally only travels with his mom. There's no seconds in place. And Fabi, I guess his team is much more accessible, so they
Local,
might be
in
waiting
fact.
downstairs, and he could
I don't
like.
think they're allowed to go outside.
Okay, then the whole thing is completely
They're going to get
theoretical.
rescanned and all that. I think they're kind of stuck upstairs in the room. You see Wesley there. I saw Fabi walk in the back. But
Vincent is still thinking, by the way. He hasn't made a single move after move 41-986.
Exactly, and it looks like he's going to be taking a while too.
I hope that we can find out about this rule. Do they get to leave the hall? Let's see if someone can get that for us as we go on break. But are they allowed to leave, or are they stuck?
Exactly. We will indeed be taking a quick break. Don't go anywhere because we're going to have Blitz as well as the continuation of the game between Prague and Vincent. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Round 9 saw all 5 games come down to calm draws, forcing a two-way playoff between Wesley So and Praggnanandhaa. Wesley and Pragg were unable to determine a winner in the rapid. This will be Wesley's 7th draw in a row. The 6th from the last 6 rounds of the Sinkfield Cup. He won in rounds 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And then he drew 6 in a row to close out the tournament. And now his 7th draw in a row. And Pragg happily taking the draw and saying, I'll just take the white pieces next. And if he wins, he's the champ.
That was quick.
Clearly, Pragg now trying to figure out if he needs to just repeat and go on. Is there another way to play?
I'm surprised.
He played dramatically with the move G4. Let's say that. It may not have been the best move, but he's showing that, hey, I wanted to try to enliven this game and possibly win. So kudos there. But maybe he might have to pull the brakes on this one and just put his rook on F6 and repeat and go to the blitz.
G5 is a very decent practical chance, by the way, because I thought H takes G5 might be okay, but then after rook F6, you've lost, actually. This is very beautiful, because in this position we have the discovered shot. So this is gone. Second best move is, no, he's gone rook F6. Yeah, this will now be a draw.
Wesley reached for his.
The more he thinks, the more likely it is that he's just going to take the draw, the repetition, because
2 minutes.
he's way behind on the clock now, more than 2 minutes.
Yeah, and there we have it. And Wesley's about to say.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Blitz it is then.
It all came down to a winner-takes-all Armageddon. Let's be clear. Pragg chose white.
Yep.
He said, I want to win this game for the title. A lot of people choose black in that situation. You get draw odds.
E4 was winning material. So
Wow.
Knight F8.
Wesley looked a little bit nervous when he
Knight
played
F8.
Knight F8.
Knight's a pawn.
Knight takes D5 wins a pawn. There is a fork at the end of the road there on F6.
Oh, Knight E4.
Yeah,
That's a pawn.
Immediate Knight E4 is also very, very strong. So Pragg is in control if he finds it.
Knight
One of those two things he
F8.
should find.
That was a nervy
menu
move.
filled with
Knight G4, Knight
tempting
G4
options
played.
right now.
Bishop takes E4, very strong. Knight also good, but Bishop takes E4 stronger.
You're a pawn down. You have to defend
Yeah.
the pawn down right now.
Interestingly, Bishop G2 is the best move. This is going to be difficult. I think you pretty much always take.
No
Queen
queen
C7.
This allows Knight E4.
Knight E4 wins.
Pragg can have a devastating position with Knight to E4 right here, right now.
He sees
Yeah,
it.
that's
He
the look
stops
of a
it.
man who sees it.
He
yeah.
He
sees
should
it.
have played Queen E5.
Queen
right?
E5 was much, much stronger, yes.
He sees Knight E4. If he finds that move, he wins this one.
Knight E4 guards his rook, by the way, very importantly. Not just the fork on F6, but
Bishop
guards
takes
the rook on
B7 as
D2.
well, yeah.
If he finds it, he's one step away from becoming champ.
Like a tiger, he's just about to pounce on his victim. Knight to E4 wins the game.
Well, Wesley went Queen C7 with the idea E4 Queen takes A5.
Queen takes A5, I guess, yeah. He wants
was
to attack
He's
this.
not
he
reacting
fell.
quickly, though. Is
Well,
he
needs to
looking at
double
something
check,
else?
He needs to
has
calculate
nine.
everything. But Knight E4, he sees it. I guarantee you, he sees it right now. That's a.
Oh, he
my
missed it.
goodness.
He missed
takes
a
A5.
killer move.
He's still winning, by the way.
And no, I think this maybe is lag. Yeah, this is not.
He's
this is
not winning at
anymore.
all. Knight E6 and
I don't
Wait a
like
minute,
Knight
Bishop
E6
takes
though.
C6.
Allowing Bishop
Bishop
takes
takes
E6 is a big mistake. I don't like. Yeah.
What
This
did
is-
Wesley just do? Well, I
Takes-
guess the
takes
time
Queen
pressure is
F7,
getting to him
Queen
as well,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
Pragg now suddenly has a fantastic position again. The
This is
stakes
much-
are happening.
This is much better for White again.
21 moves away from time control.
he could have played Rook
21
E7.
moves away from the increment.
Yeah.
No, this is not a pleasant
Wait.
G4. What?
Yeah, some things fail. G4 was actually the best move, but H4 is also decent.
Whoa. So Wesley has to hang on grimly,
Yeah.
a pawn down.
H5 now is winning for Pragg. H5 is a very typical idea. H6 Queen G7 is
Played.
and he spots.
Pragg is winning again. Wesley has to make 17 moves in the next 32 seconds, and we see him panicking.
H6 was. I'm pretty sure H6 was winning on the spot, but even now, okay, if Rook D8 is your best move, it's not that easy. But
Pragg only has 35 seconds himself. Could make a concrete decision, and he has made a mistake and offered a trade of
Trying to trade
queens.
Queens.
And Wesley's back
this
in
is a
the
draw
game.
now.
This could be a drawn ending. It is a drawn ending. What
it
am I
is a
saying?
draw now. Or Rook H8.
Well,
maybe?
they just have to play and Wesley knows he's got to draw.
Wesley's also ahead on the clock now.
G4
He is
right
not
now.
using this.
Yeah.
That's it.
He spotted
That's it. He knows he's got the draw. And Wesley So
And now you
is
can
going
park
to
yourself
win
on the back rank even if you want, but it
the
doesn't really
2026 Sinkfield Cup.
matter. Congratulations to Wesley,
Oh,
winning
what
it
a
for the third time in his
What a
career.
game.
And Wesley knows that he was a
Prague is
little
not
bit
resigned to the reality of
lucky.
the situation. Wesley So is the champ.
And Prague said, I know I missed it. I know I missed it. Wow, very appreciative live
H6
audience.
just finished the game on the spot there after
Maybe they
H5
have some.
T8.
We will listen in if they.
Yes, push. But you can't win all tournaments. You have to share.
Wesley just told him you cannot win all tournaments.
Yeah. Also very weird.
A winner has been crowned, and our 4 Grand Chess Tour finalists have been decided. Join us for the Grand Chess Tour Finals beginning August 22nd.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the GCT Finals. Oh boy, that was amazing. We are now headed for Blitz as the 2 classical games between Fabi and Wesley ended in a draw. And Peter, it's in black and white.
It is in black and white. The colors have been drawn. We believe currently that Fabi begins with the white pieces. The time control will be 5+2. And the rules are extremely simple. They play 1 game of Blitz. If that game is a draw, the colors get reversed and they play another game of Blitz until somebody wins.
Okay.
And that somebody will get an additional 2 points, meaning that they will enter the rapid and Blitz portion of the match with somebody leading 8-6. And normally I think there would be 28 points at stake.
I see.
And because of that additional 2 points, there will be now 30 points at stake, meaning that whoever gets to 16 first
will
wins.
win the match. And in their head-to-head, something we've looked at in the classical, but now we'll be comparing it into their Blitz.
And there we have it, yeah. An incredibly level statistically between those two. 17 wins for Fabi, 16 losses and 18 draws.
And this is how our day has gone so far, as we have the result.
And yeah, we see that the score in Fabi versus Wesley, the score is now at 6-6. There will still be that Blitz game, so the score will change one final time today. Somebody will be, as I mentioned, leading 8-6 before the final day of the semis. The second game between Keymer and Praggnanandhaa is still ongoing. Prague is objectively winning, but we have seen huge swings in that game already. We are not calling it.
Have we ever? My goodness. And there you see Prague and Vincent still in their classical game. By the way, during
King
our
C8
break...
was chosen by Vincent
Yeah.
after 15 minutes of thing.
Exactly. By the way, during the break, we hope you enjoyed the post-game shows, Tales from the board. And just keep in mind that they are available after each round on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe. And the current position, Peter, if you could talk to our Prague versus Vincent, King C8.
Really, you can only really make a couple of moves in this position. You can play knight b4, which seems very logical, aiming it towards either d4, d5, or d3.
Right.
Or you could play queen f1, stopping queen h1 check, aiming the queen at the c4 square. The only thing here that I think doesn't resign on the spot is this idea of queen h6 check, and then after, let's say, king b2, you can play d4, d3, which probably makes you give up on the passer on f6, but the position remains optically completely lost. I think your king is quite weak. There is all kinds of things that are going to start happening on the queen side. I don't think this holds.
It's ugly, Maurice. But on the other hand, getting rid of that f6 pawn, there's some hope.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You play this, You've got all the pawns basically on the same side. It's bad.
It's bad.
But I'd be defending that F6 pawn with my life. Why are we giving it away?
But let's interrupt ourselves as, guess what? Wesley and Fabi are sitting down to play their first Blitz game. And let me see if I can, I have to refresh my event page, I guess.
Remove the active games, yes, sir?
Okay. Oh,
And
yes,
it will show
that's the trick.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, you knew the trick. That is very good.
That's why I asked if you were ready. Okay, but now we can start.
Okay. And Chris asked if you're ready, you can start. And
Is Wesley going to
games are
repeat
off.
the whole thing?
No.
Is now the big question.
There's no way.
Oh, no.
You didn't have time to look
Wesley
check
has
the line.
seen enough.
My goodness, do we say this often enough? We are in a, no, we're not. We're about to be in a Marshall gambit.
Fabi has not played the pure Marshall for a while, as far as I can remember. He will probably play some version of D3, C3, or perhaps H3, D3, A3.
An anti-Marshall with A4.
The Marshall sacrifice with D5, Frank Marshall created many years ago, and it is something that has deterred Fabi from going for those sharpest lines, which seem to draw for black almost automatically. So here we are.
A4 and Rook B8 is a very interesting choice because this used to be kind of considered borderline unplayable, or at least much worse than the other two possibilities, which are B5, B4, Bishop B7, because it seemed very strange to give white control over the one open file on the board, seemingly absolutely for nothing. And this is, I think, a very heavy influence of not just Magnus, but Team Magnus. Because I think Daniel Dubov's influence here is very keenly felt. And he's also played this a bunch. This was played in a match between Magnus and Jan Nepomniachtchi quite a bit. And Magnus survived all of those positions.
Yeah, and you just said the open A file. And maybe after B5, B4, black gets an open B file.
Wesley chooses not to play before. I think Magnus generally played before in that position, and this is a bit different because now after d4, d5 threatens to capture that knight on c6.
Hello.
Which is why I think it was maybe slightly more prudent to begin with b5 before, because if you play d4 here, I can, for instance, take and park it on b4 quite safely.
Or I also checked the database. Black usually played bishop e6 in that position. Rook e8 inaccuracy.
Rook e8 inaccurate.
Whoa, Wesley has something concrete in mind, which the engine definitely does not like at all to a really, really large degree. Knight c3 plus 2 on my screen.
That pawn on
Knight
f7.
g5 plus 1.5.
That pawn on f7. You played rook e8, now you try to
something up.
double move with d6.
This is not a thing.
This is not going to be fun. That's a
Knight
tempo
c3,
loss.
d takes c4, knight e5, borderline winning for white. But yeah, I think you play e5 if you don't know how much better you are. And you get a very pleasant position anyway, but he was kind of winning with the other two moves. This is still pretty good, though. This is a kind of a... It looks like an open Spanish, but it looks like an open Spanish that has gone kind of wrong for black because the A file has been given up, in particular because of that.
But we've seen Fabi get better positions and not exactly handle them the way he should.
You can even sort of go in with GG.
Even though he's better in this position, it's not over by any stretch. The other move, knight c3, was dead busted.
Yeah, and
wow.
And as an illustration of just how bad this was, knight g5 with the idea of meeting h6 with knight takes f7 was also incredibly strong.
Yeah,
this is also kind of winning.
I played fried liver as attacks in my life. This is the best fried liver ever.
Wesley clearly mixed something up. This is not how you play this position.
But Fabi trusted him.
Yeah.
Played e5. Now it's slightly worse.
Yeah. I think without g2, g4, black might be able to stabilize. What black wants is to have enough time to play queen d7, knight d8, knight d6. And then you are completely fine, most likely.
Which is the second time we'll see g4 if he played it, and he decided not to. And he's kind of soft-footed it with that move, bishop to d2.
Black is fine now.
And now he's a completely different position. That's what I said about it doesn't matter what the opening is if your opponent just gets little help back in the game.
Can you go b4 now?
Yeah, before it's completely fine. Rook a8 is completely fine.
But I wanted to say now I don't want to play knight e6 so much as I want to play knight c4. And the idea of rook e8 and knight a5 really, I find
Very, very
that
nicely
attractive.
put, yeah.
Put the knight on c4.
I think Fabi is probably still at least a little bit shaken by how the classical games worked out.
Exactly.
sure,
I
yeah.
just wanted to say, I mean, you know, huge, a bomb of a novelty idea, and not to get rewarded with a full point. That hurts. But we don't have rook a8. It is
Not
a
yet, no.
slower blitz game than we're used to. 3+2 is more of a standard than the 5+2, and b4. The one thing I hesitate.
There's a spin.
Bishop a4. I hate pins. I hate getting
I think
myself
he
pinned.
is probably intending to
Queen e6?
Queen e6. And then the machine goes knight f1, knight e3, and says we actually now once again have a bit of a bite. But yeah, Wesley played rook a8 instead, which is a full pawn. Hang on a second. See takes before?
I'm a pawn grabber.
What is happening
What's
here?
happening?
People are
Pawn
tired.
looks free.
I think people
They're
are.
very
People
tired.
are very tired.
Yeah.
That
Still
is
only
just
has
Yeah,
one
that
wrong.
sequence makes no sense.
At all, completely. Yuck. Just yuck.
Well
Is he
stated.
not
No
going to
other
take the
words.
pawn? I mean,
This is a
it's
technical
pawn.
term. For
Yeah.
those of our viewers who have just tuned in,
Right.
this is a very technical term.
Wow.
Fabi is trying to figure out what the compensation is, but there is no compensation. Yeah, there we go.
And Wesley's
need to
trying to
speed
figure
up.
out what the compensation is. But Wesley played like, hey, I got this.
Yeah.
Rook, b.
off.
And now you never basically unpin yourself. Knight g4, knight e3, and you're going to be stuck there. Or knight f1, knight e3, they're all very good. Knight g4 creates an additional idea of e6, knight e5, though, which is why it's stronger, I guess. And if queen e6,
Maybe knight
machine
f6
goes
check.
knight f6 check. Okay, this might not be that easy, with the intention of rerouting it to the f4 square, which is quite desirable.
It kind of didn't show why pawn takes was possible.
Yeah, this is
But
a bit.
the bishop on e7 was
Okay,
hanging
knight
in
g4
the
played.
line.
Wesley will play queen e6, I'm pretty sure, because if you don't,
You got to break the plan.
the position is then completely
Is
busted.
he not going to take on g4 first?
Ah, maybe that.
Whoa, he's allowed e6.
Okay,
complete
no,
blunder.
people are
This is
very,
game over.
very tired.
Wesley is definitely showing fatigue as e6 is just crushing, and it's on the board.
This blitz is done. Now I am calling it. Fabi will not let go of
he's
an
just-
extra queen. This is a bit too much.
Wesley's just completely blundered his position away.
This has honestly been a horrible game of chess.
Literally nothing to do about knight e5.
Yep.
Yeah, but now
And you
E6
got to
does
play
not
king
work. You
f8
can
as
take on
well.
f7, c6.
yeah, we
You
begin.
got to go king f8 as well.
Yeah.
b5 is also a nice fork, by the way, that's coming.
Well, the bishop is hanging, so we're not
Yeah,
winning a
but
full
rook
piece. But we
c6.
get rook takes c6, and
Yeah.
yeah, no, it's just.
He cannot touch that pawn. He has to move his king, but that's a disaster. And then
Well, we
but
see
the rest
from-
just falls apart. Wesley knows it.
We see from our chess thermometer bar, it's all white. I mean, it's creeping towards Wesley's name.
Yeah, this has
Incredible. He offered such resistance in the classical, but he's offering
It
none
took- it
here.
took all
and
of
you can
him
see it
to
right now.
survive,
He's
yeah.
disgusted with the situation.
And
And there's b5.
Fabi does
with rook
find
c6
b4,
following
I think,
next.
Yeah.
Yeesh. Yeesh.
I mean, given the choice, you still prefer this to losing that position that he had in the classical, because this is only 2 points, and that one was 6.
6.
Also rating points, right?
Yeah, plus maybe the rating points as well. Yeah, good spot.
Okay.
All right, well, Fabi still has to win the game, and he's under a minute.
Bishop f4.
Bishop
Let's
f4
just-
looks pretty good. Yeah, I think this would.
Let's
play.
get the. We defend d4. We hit c7. Let's get the show.
Yeah, I guess you take on g4 and take on g4 if white takes with the queen, and then you get mated after queen f5 is what's going to happen, right?
Normally.
You might go rook a7 to defend the c7 pawn.
Then there has to be
I think
that's the
some
most-
tactic somewhere, or just knight e5, queen h5. Frankly, we don't even need to, overthink it. We're 2 up. Everything is protected. Like, do we
No,
need
this
to?
is over. This is over. Wesley now has to start looking for tricks and somehow be tenacious, but this is so busted. He's taken.
HG also not a mistake.
You know what's
so
funny? Queen D3 is winning here.
Stop.
Queen D1, D3 plus 4.
Wow.
Just give up a
Just
full
leaving
piece.
it there.
That's hilarious.
Just
of
leaving
course,
it,
he will
leaving it
recapture,
there.
which he
Queen
did.
G4. I guess his intention is to meet Rook D4 with Bishop C7, which is not the best move in the position. Queen F5 wins faster.
Right. What you wanted.
But
to
I'm
do.
pretty sure he goes Bishop C7 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Wesley probably resigns actually.
By the way, Bishop C7 is not bad.
Yeah, it's a good move. Yeah, there we go.
And he's played it.
There we go. Wesley doesn't resign. Okay.
Not yet.
Rook
but-
takes G2 maybe, but there is Rook E4. I forgot Rook E4 existed. Okay. Then of course you don't resign. But F7 survives, so you go Rook C7 check and then B6, and somewhere around that point,
Then
you probably do
And
resign.
there you go. Terrible. Yuck. Let's go back to.
It seems like players need a longer break to get ready for the Blitz. Wesley just was not ready for this game at
No,
all.
Well, that's a
really,
big result,
really
though.
wasn't.
It's a big result.
Of course
I
it
mean,
was.
he got +2 for Fabi. You see them chatting here. It was not a great game, to be sure. But as we talked about fatigue, and it's tough to play after classical game yesterday,
Right.
hard game, classical game today, and then to switch off and suddenly play Blitz and not play your pet line because you're afraid of what the guy did. That had an effect. What Fabi did with G4 in the first game made Wesley say, I can't go there. I don't have a solution.
Not yet, anyway. Yeah.
And so Fabi manages to take this one. It's not 6 points, but 2 points is nice
Take
to
a
have a
lead.
little bit of padding as they will go to rapid chess
Tomorrow.
and blitz chess tomorrow.
Yeah, and Fabi going in our general direction, and we might.
He's coming to be interviewed, and we have another game going on, but I'm going to predict Fabi's disgusted.
Yeah.
I know he won,
Yeah,
but I guarantee you he's disgusted with his play that he didn't win the first game.
yeah. Fabi will be very mixed emotions at least, and probably the disgust will be the dominant one of it. So even though he does enter the rapid portion of the match, had 2 points.
Let's jump into the game, right?
Yes, exactly, Nasi. What's caught your eye in this one?
They've only made one move.
That's what's caught your eye. Is
Yes.
after making time control, the players decided they needed an hour.
Yes. Vincent played King C8 and Pragg played Queen F1. That's it.
And as
Deep
mentioned,
thoughts.
Deep thoughts.
as mentioned, the only way to play is to somehow try to throw in D4, D3 and provoke white to trade D3, 4, F6. But the engine, now having thought about it for a second, says, I am not obliged to
Even do that.
to even do that, and says, this appears to be, let me
'cause you win
check.
the
Yeah, it
pawn
goes,
back.
it gives a check. You can't go to B8 because you're getting mated on the C6 square, so you have to go in this direction. It gives a check, and then it plays F7. Although I guess eventually it still trades F7 for G2. It's just that it assesses all of these positions as completely winning.
I see.
Yeah.
And not much to argue there. The problem with the pawn on B6 is C6 square is just so weak that in certain cases we just get mated. Queen
Yeah.
A6 and knight C6 is a mate.
I think Vincent might enter second time trouble, but there's just no solution, no hopes in this
And
endgame.
we're talking about eventually they will get something like this. And if you remove the pawns from E5 and D4, this is very close to a draw, perhaps just a draw, in particular if black manages to solve the slight problems with the king safety. But the pawns are still there. And you have to deal with ideas of like queen D5, knight C6, queen D5, knight D3. The pawn on E5 is much weaker than the pawn on E4 because white is much closer to attacking it. And yeah, I just don't think you pretty much ever make a draw in a position like this in a practical game.
With Fabi having won the Blitz game, let's take a quick peek at the scoreboard.
There we have it. 8-6 in Fabi's favor with that asterisk denoting that this was the result of that one very, very quick bonus blitz game.
Yes, and that has left us with a single game going on between Vincent and Pragg. For those of joining us late, we saw a huge turnaround in a blitz time scramble where I think Pragg made move with only 1 single second on his clock, and several times went down to under 5 seconds on his clock. He was lost. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. Vincent won an exchange, but cost himself a rook.
So he lost the piece.
Yeah, in the solution that he found. He had 2 different ways of winning the game. He literally snatched defeat from the jaws of victory at this moment. You have it on your
moves,
ski.
yes or no. I just realized Rook D2 was an option too.
Yeah, and
Rook D2 was an option as well. Wow.
Our production team does have a video of this entire incident, so that perhaps is also forthcoming. But this is the position we're speaking about. Knight E3 is winning very, very comfortably. Material is level, but White has these kind of interestingly symmetrical kinds of knights on the rim, which are famously dim. Queen C6 is coming. C2 is incredibly weak. There is no coordination. Best play appears to be something like Rook E1, Rook E2, after which the position continues collapsing, and now the material is dropping off as well with like Queen takes E4, perhaps Rook G8, Rook G2 with the second rook coming in along the same course.
Right.
White is in ruins.
Totally.
But instead of that, Knight takes E3 also quite strong, just to know that this exists. And Nazi pointed out that even Rook D2 machine says is winning. But Vincent thought, why not just do this straight away? And now I will secure the rook by playing something like Queen G6, Queen G2 next. There is no next.
Oops.
King B1, C1 happened on the board, and the rook has no squares. Somewhat luckily for black, there is Rook H5, Rook F2, which saves the rook, but it gets us the endgame that we're currently discussing, which is pretty bad for black.
Oh, wow. And we, through the magic of television, let's just take a look at the last minute of Fabi's game.
Absolutely.
This is the Blitz game, by the way, for those joining us late. The classical game ended in a draw, and, well, Queen D3 was not played.
Queen D3, anyone? Yeah.
Winning, Queen D3 winning was not played. Instead,
and we have the somewhat relieved Fabi in our studio right now, giggling at the idea of Queen D3, which I think is the appropriate reaction. Also, Queen F5 here is like twice as strong as Bishop takes C7. You will be glad to know.
No, this I figured.
Yeah, of course.
That there might be something.
The Bishop takes C6. Amazingly enough, didn't cause resignation. He did have Rook E4. Yeah. And it was through this Blitz game that Fabi takes a lead in the match, not the 6-point lead that he hoped for, but rather a 2-point lead. And our winner today with Maurice.
Yes, we're with Fabiano Caruana. Fabi, you've won this portion of the match. You played an incredible opening novelty, enterprising chess with G4. Give us some thoughts on this and your thoughts on the game overall.
Yeah, I kind of came up with this actually only a few days ago, when in the break between the 2 tournaments. I was just messing around with this line a bit, and I mean, I think that this position is known, and Wesley knew it, and people have played Knight D4. I think like Java here has played Knight D4, and people have even gone for this, but it isn't supposed to be very good, and I think they go like A4 here or something, which isn't really too dangerous for black. So this concept of G4 is pretty new, and you know, it takes White takes some risk for sure, but it's also dangerous for black, especially visually. That's the main thing. I mean, once you actually go into the line, none of them end up being dangerous for black, but visually it's very dangerous. So players with the black pieces will I think naturally see ghosts. He played like very logically, and then he made a mistake here after. This position is fine. Like Black can kind of do this sort of thing, just hide the bishop from f6, and it's supposed to be equal.
May I ask you one question? You banged on h4. Did you know this variation at all? Because it goes into some craziness.
Yeah.
I'll extend the question because this line is supposed to be good, really good for you.
I don't remember what's in the file, but h4 is definitely the main.
The main one. Okay.
At least in my file, I assume that this is interesting and probably also a draw objectively. But my plan. I mean, I couldn't analyze everything. It's a very rich position.
I guess the real question we're asking is this, because we were so incredibly curious if you had this position in your files?
Oh, this, probably not.
Okay.
But I did remember that h4 and black can kind of take, and there are positions like this I remembered, or queen b6 or various moves. So I only had a very vague recollection of this position, but I knew that black, in general, should not be combining f5 and c6. You can play f5, you can play c6, but you shouldn't play them both.
And you took some time and you settled into this position for Jose.
Yeah, I was trying to understand more or less what I'm aiming for. I really thought he would just respond with a5, and I thought this inclusion doesn't hurt me. But it did surprise me that he allows a5 here. But then I couldn't quite figure out like how. Okay, b4 didn't come to mind, and I couldn't quite figure out how to proceed in this position. If b4 had come to mind and then bishop b2 comes, actually this looks extremely dangerous. So that was probably good. Yeah, and he should always play a5, I guess. I was aiming for this position, basically. I thought that this is a huge advantage. I mean, if he sacrifices a7 in general, it's just bad without any concrete variations. I just put the bishop on d4, and eventually I play a6, and endgames are winning, and so on. So
you did have, in this position, the move bishop to b3, which I guess doesn't change anything?
It could lead to the same position, like if we go for this, I guess. This could transpose. The thing is, I just thought that bishop b3 was strong, and I thought he should play a6. I don't think he's okay. Like, this position I just thought was, or bishop b3 first, I wasn't sure. I just thought was bad for black. So I really expected a6.
But this line does lead to a little bit more space for him.
No, objectively, probably bishop b3 first is better, but it is kind of a choice of two very similar looking moves. So basically, I think we were both kind of considering this position from far away. And yeah, I didn't really consider h5. But that I think is very clean because he can't move. But I didn't think about this one. This one, yeah, here's where it went wrong, right? Because, of course, the first instinct is to go here. And there was two things that I was considering for black. One was this one, where I think I go to f3, otherwise queen c6 comes. And this position, to start with, I wasn't 100% sure how to win this. And it's like kind of half concrete, half not. Like I could be positionally winning or I could be tactically winning. It's hard to tell when, but I really didn't want him to get active. And then I started to consider this stuff, rook d1, which I think is also very strong. But then I kind of got stuck in this position here, and yeah, this is just winning. I think there are multiple ways to win. I only figured later that probably like every sort of endgame, heavy piece endgame, rook endgame is completely winning. But I just didn't. Like if my advantage had been smaller and I could go for this, then I probably would have happily gone for this, figuring that it's just very good chances to win. But since I thought my advantage was so big here, and I wasn't sure how big it was there, it was kind of. So I spent too much time and I ended up confusing myself. Maybe in a blitz game I would have just like blitzed out these moves and it would have been best. But then I was thinking like if I remove the defender on c6 and I try to get g6, yeah, and here I had already like I couldn't no longer see how to continue the position. I figured it's still much better for me, but this move did come to mind, but I didn't want to take my eye off the a6 pawn in case he takes with the b pawn. That was kind of why I. But yeah, here I guess if we get something like this, then I get the c file, and then it starts to look really tactically dangerous for him. But it's already not an easy. I was going for this endgame because I still thought it was dangerous for him, which I guess it was. But here, yeah, there's still some chances. Although I think a strong engine already shows that it's a draw. Because I can't take on g6 first. I have to keep this, and then he takes here. And this does look very drawish to me, although could probably press it very seriously. Yeah, and after king f7, I think it's just a draw. I mean, there was this one moment, he surprised me with king d6, and then I saw I can go here. But then I did kind of see that this position, I thought king c6. Apparently that's bad, but g6. But I did think that in general this rook b8 was a draw, so. Yeah, it was really this moment, where I shouldn't have played rook c1. I think my big chance to win was here, and it is a winning position if I played well.
It would have been 6 points, obviously, but you're showing some very difficult lines. I mean, it wasn't like it was just easy peasy, just run through the variations. So your feelings about the fact that it ended up in a draw?
Well, it's disappointing. I mean, nothing's ever trivial in chess, so this is as close to, kind of, it's not like a mathematical certainty, but if you have a lot of time and you calculate well, it's sort of one of those positions you can just win by pure calculation without trying to get your opponent in time trouble or outplay them. You just can, no matter who your opponent is, you can just calculate this to a win. So, yeah, I do regret this moment, of course.
You did get 2 points, though. New rule that wasn't available the last few times you've done this. So +2, how much does that mean moving forward?
It's definitely something. I mean, it's the splits game couldn't be a draw, so it's a 4-point spread, which is very significant. I mean, either I would be down 2 points or I'd be up 2 points, and that matters a lot. It was basically the equivalent of 2 blitz games because we couldn't have a drawn result. So it gives a little bit of relief after this miss.
All right. Well, good luck with the upcoming match tomorrow. There'll be some interesting rapid and blitz games.
Thank you.
Get your rest.
Thanks.
Quick question for you, Fabi, if you don't mind. We started our broadcast saying how difficult it was to have a victory in the finals, that we had something like 26 games and 24 had made a draw, compared to, for example, a Sinquefield Cup, where we do have certain number of draws to win ratio. It's really skewed in the finals. And we couldn't come up with an answer other than cursed. What do you think is going on? Why is it so difficult to make a draw, to make a win?
There's almost certainly going to be a decisive game here. I don't think Prague is going to not win this. I mean, it's just no counterplay for black, just a pawn up and an attack.
Right.
But speaking generally, I think it's a combination of bad technique and good defense in some cases, and also just because it's so few games. I mean, compared to the Sinquefield Cup, we don't play many games here.
But it's 25 now drawn out of 27. 25 out of 27 from 2018, 2019, last year, this year. Only 2 wins in 2019 only. One by Magnus.
One by Ding.
And one by Ding. That's it.
Team, yeah.
And everybody else draws in these Grand Chess Tour finals. It's supposed to be a very exciting matchup, but the Classical just...
Well, they are exciting games. It's just that a draw is a result that can happen. You can have a lot of...
We could have had 4 out of 4, potentially, so far in this tournament. We could have easily had all 4 decisive games.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yesterday I could have easily lost.
Right.
Prague was objectively winning.
Right.
And much worse earlier as well.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I meant yesterday. Today, it was astonishing. I mean, I was watching the game live because I had reached a time control, and it was like at this moment, this is when I started watching. And from the side, it was kind of hard to comprehend what happened in the next few moves. Because, of course, knight e3 kind of comes to mind, taking a rook. And, like, when you're in the game, it's very, everything's very blurry. I mean, you're kind of, you're affected by the time trouble and by the pressure and everything, and you're perhaps panicking a bit. But from the side, it's just so crystal clear, every move. And then when he played knight d2, I was thinking, I didn't actually think knight e3 here was so clear-cut, but I just thought, like, this position has to be winning. I mean, this king on a3 is so... But, I mean, once you're in time trouble, it's such a tough situation, so anything can happen. So Prague is going to steal this game from the jaws of defeat.
Absolutely. Steal is the right word. Thank you. Thank you for your insights, Fabi, and good luck tomorrow. Absolutely. As we turn our attention to the game of Vincent and Prague, and you just heard what Fabi says, this is no counterplay. This is pretty grim for Vincent.
Vincent actually chose to defend, quote-unquote, actively by giving up the pawn on e5. After the move night before, there are all kinds of ways to try to just hang on to the pawn on e5 against for dear life, but this is grim.
Yeah.
Instead, he goes knight d7, queen d5, knight c5, and now knight c6, just wins the pawn. You can't really go back to d7 because even ideas of like before a4, a5 will be completely winning.
Sadly.
So I'm assuming the intention is king b7, knight takes e5, c6, which does force white into this kind of a optically kind of a weird pin. But there's absolutely no way to exploit it, and we do want to play b3 before next move.
Oh dear.
And we are now 2 up, and the moment it unpins, like the moment white unpins themselves, I think it becomes a done deal.
Exactly.
They are once again back to, 5 against 3. This is a kind of a never-ending attraction for us today. This game is always in time trouble. It's been in time trouble from about move 20 in the
5 minutes.
in the first time control,
yeah.
and it's move 46, and they've basically exhausted their second time allotment.
Well, it was just what Nazi said. I asked her what had attracted her eye to this game, and they said they made one move after meeting the time control. They both spent 20 minutes.
Yeah, and also notably, you can play something like a3, a4, introducing the option of a4, a5, and if queen d6, we can play knight c6 here. Even these knight endgames are just completely busted. Then the cleanest solution is, I guess, maybe just reroute the knight to e3 and then start creating passers, king to d4.
And we do, by the way, have knight c6
Yeah,
on the board.
knight c6
Maurice,
a lot more
jump
logical.
into the discussion here. And what did you think of the interview with Fabi in particular?
Well, I like the fact that he confirmed what we said about being on the side, it's easier.
Yeah.
It's just easier. And when you're in the middle of it,
He was
when you're
speaking
in the middle of the battle.
specifically of that time trouble between Vincent and Prague. He could see it
Yes,
so
it's so
clearly.
easy. Just do this, just do this. But when you're in time pressure, when you don't have great information the way others have with an engine, the like, but even without the engine, you talk about the fog of war and the lack of information that one might have during a battle. But when you are in the midst of it, you just go blind. You can be great. You can be a great player, but you just go blind. And people don't recognize how much of a reality that is. We don't have to trash the players. Oh, you missed the move. You missed the move. We know what's going on in their being as they're sitting there in time pressure, and it's starting to happen. By the way, as we look at the clock times here,
Once again.
it's a bad position for sure for Vincent, but it's made worse. It's exacerbated by the fact that he only has 2 minutes and 18 seconds to try to put up some kind of stalwart defense of just any kind, in fact. So this is tough, but I appreciated Fabi being frank and saying he was disappointed. He's going to walk out saying it could have been +6.
Yeah.
But now it's +2, a little bit of a cushion. Not bad, but the rapid games are going to be worth 4 points. So in one game, Wesley could get it all back and overtake him. Very different from what it would have been if it was +6.
Yeah.
I tried to figure out exactly what that means, the +2. It means that he can draw the remaining games, basically. Equal score in the remaining games would have led to playoffs without the new rule, and now just wins for Fabi, which is honestly a big deal.
He has
Well, there's 16 points
raw
left,
odds.
right?
Yeah.
16 points left. Out of that 16, Wesley has to make 9 to take it to playoffs. Fabi has to make 8, and it's over. So that's
Draw
where they
odds.
are.
Yeah.
That's where they are.
Yeah. I see that what you have on your screen compared to the current
It was
position.
picturesque, and it might actually get there, because Queen H4, and once I realized Queen H4 exists, I thought, yeah, this is what Vincent is intending, because this protects against Queen D8, protects against Knight E7, and he at least is trying to win the pawn on E4. This gives him a glimmer of hope. But regrettably, you kind of get mated after the correct move here. Nazi, have you looked at this?
I saw you put the pawn on b5, and then it was just made. So yeah, I think before b5, right?
Yeah, but also A4 is very strong, but B4 I think is much more direct. And the point is, if you take on E4, I can take on C5 first, and then I have the little bit of a fork on E7.
fork.
So black has to take with a knight, and now we go Queen G8 check. This is very pretty because black has no checks, and there will be mate on B8 sooner rather than later. So you have to play King D7.
Okay.
And now Knight E5 I think is a mistake, but knight. Well, okay, this is tricky then. Hang on, Knight B8, and if you
King
play
D6?
King D8, King D6, the winning move is Queen E8.
Not easy. Knight
So you-
f6.
On 4 minutes,
Threatening queen d7
And
mate.
our colleague who does studies is probably his eyes are lighting up right now.
King d5.
King
Let's
d5,
go.
I think queen b5 or queen f7 maybe as well. Yeah, queen f7. Well, okay, queen b5 is what I found. Queen f7, queen b3 is studies again, but queen b5, and if you go back, I have queen d7, queen d8.
Oh.
This is findable
Oh.
because this is much more human.
Very
But,
geometric.
Yeah. But shockingly, if you play knight takes e5 there,
Yeah.
after king d6, you will have to kind of
Win the game all over?
Win this all over again, yeah, because there is no mate anymore. Machine still says knight c4, king c6, queen a8 check maybe, because there's a lot of repetitions on my screen, but this appears to be what it wants, with the intention of playing king c8, knight e5. And because the black king is so poor, even this might still be winning. Actually, probably is. It says +4-ish.
Wow.
King b8 only move, right?
Yeah,
Not
king
getting
b8 and now queen c4.
Oh my.
Forcing
not that easy.
forcing the queen to h7, going queen c6, and now you cannot defend against knight d7 takes b6. And your position collapses, apparently. But like, yeah, I'm using apparently here very pointedly, because you do not find all of these moves, I don't think.
So
Wow.
in the live position, if Pragg doesn't go for b4,
Okay.
let's say he doesn't find this idea, play some normal move, a4.
Well, but,
Is it so easy?
But once again, I think it's the same. I think after knight takes e4, okay, a5 is very strong now. a5, and if b takes a5, I'm guessing now we do give mate after like knight takes e5 and queen a8 checkmate. And
Might be easier, right?
yeah, this is
A4.
easier. Yeah, this is easier. a4 is cleaner. Hang on, but hang on.
But
Queen
can't
takes
I
e4
think-
exists now.
The queen?
But then we do this, right?
Okay.
And then we win the pawn on c7.
King b7? How do you
Oh
win the pawn?
no, queen c8.
Oh,
Queen c7, and we are now 2 up, and yeah, we will convert this kind
very easy.
of quietly and confidently. So yeah, I think having gone through the lines, a4 probably is better for your heart rate and your general demeanor.
so after
That
a4,
line with b4 though.
That sure looked convincing to me too.
Well,
By the way, while we're talking, 1 minute 43 seconds for Vincent.
they have leveled on the clock.
141.
Yeah.
one more question,
For
Peter.
Pragg.
After a4, if I go queen f6, can you still take on e5?
I can play a5. a5 is a bigger threat. a5 is what we want, I think, no?
King b7?
Oh.
I'm walking right into the fire. I have c6 prepared if you
I know,
if you don't
but-
give me a double check.
Yeah, knight e5 still wins, but we have knight e7, queen d8, which appears to be...
Of course, it's winning.
Oh,
Very
It cannot not be
no.
winning.
Oh no, queen c8 and queen b6 are on Prague's agenda here.
Oops, not b5, yeah. b8, queen c8 check,
Down to only
king
1 minute,
b6,
though.
queen b8 check, and
Is it possible things can still turn around in this?
he's
scenario?
gone
Guess
a4
what?
though.
A4.
He did find a4. I think he'll be fine.
One of the two very good moves now.
Big question though, after knight takes e4, if you don't play a5, let's say if you go knight takes e5, black has to play king b8. We can still get back to the same positions. Black
Yeah,
does
it
not.
still looks
yeah.
like you're getting
Black does not have anything better to do here, really. You can try knight c5, but
right.
It's annoying how safe White's king is.
Mm.
That I don't even have one check.
I know.
One spy check.
yeah. No, but here it gets a bit tricky because, for instance, second best way to win here is to do this,
Okay.
give this check, and then play knight c4, actually allowing black like queen h8 check. And yet b6 appears to still be impossible to protect. Yeah, he's gone knight takes e4, which I think is correct because queen takes e4 loses very, very prosaically.
Right.
This at least requires Pragg to calculate variations. Well, nicely done, young man.
E5.
Very on point.
Did you say calculate or just instantly respond?
Well, he figured it out when he was thinking
He
about
did.
a4.
He
yeah.
did. He did.
Yeah, provoking
A5.
ba5 is very clever.
So Nasi, what's the cheapo that Vincent can come up with here? Vincent needs a
If you
cheapo.
had any. Well, I think White's throwing in a6 as well as taking on b6. So
Very
maybe
much
let's
so.
go knight c5 to
Knight
at least
c5
slow
is the
down your
best
pawn.
chance. Okay, I'll go along with that.
Just going b4.
Oh man, that's just not fair. I don't have queen d4. I don't have queen e4.
Oh, this is amazing how safe this is, yeah?
That's ridiculous.
We're getting rid of all of our structure, and yet there's still no checks anywhere.
Queen a. No, I'm just
Could,
using knight.
could I go
Sad.
back a moment? A moment. Okay, B4.
Yeah.
Right here, Queen E4.
BC5?
Because 97 still exists.
Among other things. I'm pretty sure there might be other things
The
as well.
BC5
But
is
BC5.
cleared the cobwebs. Thank you very much.
He's down to 17 seconds.
Is Vincent. He's got to play knight
12
C5.
seconds. And he needs a move, but he's in
Needs
trouble
a
no matter
move.
what he does.
7
seconds.
6, 5,
Knight
4.
He's ready for a move.
Knight C5 played, yeah. We
With how
expected
many?
that.
With 2
seconds
seconds.
left.
2 seconds, yeah. Prague has a
Well,
minute and 40.
Prague easily beat his 2 seconds by 1.
This is such a big result.
6
6 points plus Prague is a fantastic rapid and blitz player.
And Vincent has recently kind of struggled, in particular by the standards of this field.
Yes.
Had
in
a
rapid and
very,
blitz.
very poor St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Tomorrow, it will be essential that he win the rapid match.
Yes, at least one.
One game. Get
least
4
one.
points, and then go for it in blitz. But he's got to win the rapid match.
Right.
He cannot afford to break even in the rapid.
No.
It's 4 points each one of those. So if he can go 6 to 2, he's back in business.
Just to point out that machine says King A3 plus 4.
Stop.
You're so
Really?
sadistic, man. You want to just make random waiting
Not
moves.
me,
Because
I
Queen-
see,
Not you.
I
It's
see
not.
it
It's
on my
not the
screen.
first move by the injured, is it?
No, before is much more efficient.
So you just want to play King A3 to show
I want to show it to the viewers, just
viewers just how
dominant this
bad
is.
it is.
Yeah. It's just,
Wow.
I think it's a very kind of a vivid illustration of just how hopeless this position
But that is a little bit sadistic.
And
It
he
is.
has played B4, by the way.
No argument. But yeah, I mean, you play before.
Now, Prague, since move 40, has not made a single inaccuracy, played the top choices by the engine.
Really?
The first line, every move.
Each move.
Yeah.
Well,
Once he got that opportunity to turn things around,
Yeah,
he's-
tip
it's
your
like,
hat.
I'm not letting this.
And it was that opportunity to turn things around because he was definitely.
Seconds. 6, 5.
There's no
Yeah.
good
Got to
moves.
make a move
He'll play knight.
or resign.
No, okay.
He's
But
played
now b takes you. I mean, Queen D8
that
wins
loses the knight
faster,
on the
actually, I
spot.
think. Or 97, Queen D8 wins faster. Apparently. But I think
Everybody will take the knight and take the family, the royal.
we
fork.
actually collect absolutely everything if we go 97, Queen D8. So you might as well.
We're not afraid of
now
playing
with the pawn on
before check?
A5, we collect absolutely everything on that flank, right?
Oh, with checks.
With always checks,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Ugh.
It's much easier.
Yeah, this is faster, yeah. 97. And now you can't actually, I mean, you can still go b takes c5, but after queen b4 check, you might regret it, but queen d8 is very clean, yeah.
That will prompt resignation.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think that's probably game over now.
Oof.
And look, Prague looking away and saying, I got this.
Oh, yes, he
Queen c8
does.
check will force you away
100%.
from the pawn, and that's just going to be it as pawns are dropping like flies.
So this is a third win out of 27 classical games?
Yes. That is the right stat.
Manchester finals. But yeah, Peter, like you said, we could have had 4 just in this event.
Yeah, quite easily could have had 4. 3, I think, like considering the size of
positions.
advantages,
Yeah.
I think 3 is like the average.
What is he hoping for here?
Stalemate.
Maybe
Stalemate.
a stalemate of some kind?
Why not queen c8 and knight c6? What are we doing here?
We have a resignation.
Fun's over.
Well,
Queen takes
congratulations to
b6
Prague.
is dropping with a check, and then c5 is dropping, and then. Oh, wow. Well, our congratulations to Prague on a very, very big victory, but boy, it could have easily been the other, the shoe could have been on the other foot. Vincent had this game dead rights.
And he played a very interesting and a very good game until that fateful moment where he threw all of it away with the
knight
wrong
d2.
knight move, yeah.
He really outplayed Prague in the
Yeah.
early middle game completely.
Yeah. And that move, queen to e3 followed by knight c4, was a real facial. Like go ahead, play queen a7 if you like, and then
Yeah.
you end up having to go queen c1. That was a real cold shower. And Maurice, if you could bring up that moment on your board that we just said, that
Knight
knight
C4?
d2.
Yeah, this is where it all started going wrong for Pragg. He was still fine until that moment. He
You
wasn't
mean the
better.
knight c4 moment?
Yeah,
Roundabout move 20, knight g2, knight c4.
exactly.
Got it.
Yeah, and let's see it on your board.
Such a beautiful move.
It really is.
The idea that your queen is stopping this knight from moving and the knight says, yeah, sure. Come on in. Come on in to the spider, to the fly. And you cannot go in there unless you want to be buried in the position knight here. And now you start to realize there's some problems in there. Somehow the knights are coming back to get this queen. This queen is trapped in the house by itself.
Yeah. But if you would show that line where the king came to b6, that was the most hilarious.
Yeah.
Queen a8 check.
Knight db5
king
first.
c7.
Oh, no, I think
No, it's not this
knight
one.
db5 first.
Knight d.
Knight db5 first, knight c6, then we give a check, that goes knight
and
b8.
this, and then
And
that,
now we give a couple of
and
checks.
then another check, and then this check, and king b6.
Ridiculous position.
This is come on. What
Come,
are you laughing about? This is the standard way you win chess games.
of course.
I mean, this is totally normal. You just let the person come all the way in. And you trap their pieces inside your position.
I honestly think I have never seen this before.
Cavalry getting stuck in
We're in a
ice.
classical game.
Queen e8, knight a7, still there, not
Yeah.
being touched, and white completely busted. I
Right.
genuinely don't think I've ever seen this before.
So that was the trap that Vincent had.
It reminds me of a game. Is it Smyslov Geller, where
From Zurich.
where Geller plays rook 8, the queen comes in, and he plays rook h8 and says, "Come further, come further."
It was Geller
Or
versus
Irva.
Irva.
Yeah, it was Irva.
Standings, Peter. After,
Standings, absolutely.
What a day,
We do have,
what a
we do
day.
have standings. 9-3, or 3-9 rather, in the match between Vincent, Keymer and Pragg. Pragg now, I think, a pretty serious favorite to progress to the final. And Fabi slightly ahead, 2 points ahead in his match against Wesley. Still everything to play for in both. But we have finally we've separated the players and we have leaders in both of our semifinals.
And tell us about tomorrow's format, Peter.
Sure. Let's take a look at tomorrow. Tomorrow we will play shorter time controls only. We begin by playing 2 rapid games of 25 plus 10, 25 minutes.
Where 8 points will be up for
yes.
grabs.
Win costs 4, draw nets you 2 points. And then we play 4 Blitz games, 2 points each. If we do get a tie, and honestly, I think it's now. Is it possible to have a tie now with in a Fabi match?
Yes, 9-7.
How do you get 9-7 when everything is even?
No, you draw a game.
Ah, yeah, okay. I'm losing my mind after this. After this round, I am completely mad, which is fine. Par for the course. I apologize.
No, you and all of us. I mean,
We regret the error.
Yeah,
regret the
we definitely have
We're getting
a
tired,
head
too.
snap.
A little bit, yeah.
Well, you called it bonus blitz. I was wondering about the curse there. Curse for the commentators. You go from classical to blitz as a commentator, and you saw how hard it was for these top players to do that, including Wesley, because Wesley had a bit of a glitch in the blitz game, terribly.
But Yasser, it's so important to win classical games because of live ratings. Pragg coming into this tournament, he was world number 8 in live ratings. Now he has jumped to world number 6. If Fabi had won his game against Wesley, I mean, he's second rate in the world currently, second, third.
He's third right now.
Third. Maybe he would have overtaken Hikaru. So the ratings matter in the classical chess.
Absolutely.
And Wesley has dropped. Not Wesley.
Wesley
Keymer
would have
has
dropped. Yeah. But Vincent dropped because he was world number 4, 6.
Let's take a look at insight on how the players fare in rapid in their head-to-head. Let's start with Pragg and Vincent.
Just one-sided so far in all of the shorter time controls. 10-4 in Blitz, and as we see on the screen right now, 5-1 with only 1 draw for Pragg in the rapid. So Vincent will have to try and do something about that tomorrow.
I mean, Vincent's live rapid world rank, 44th. That just tells the story, right?
And in the other match?
Actually, heavily favored for Wesley.
Wow.
11-5 with only 13 draws. That's more
shocking, right?
more decisive games than draws in Rapid, and also a very, very skewed matchup in favor of Wesley.
Wow. Let's pause our conversation as we have a very special guest in studio. Prague has joined Maurice, and they look happy.
Well, he's kind of smirking right now, like he stole something. But congratulations on what was a big win. It was a quiet game. Nothing much happened. Boring end game. No, of course, I'm kidding. That was insanity. How did you keep your cool, given how insane, I'm just absolutely mad that game was?
Yeah, it was such a bad game from my side. I think it clearly shows that we both are quite tired. It's obvious from the play, and also my nerves was just bad today. Like I just couldn't think when I got 2 seconds. I mean, usually it's a better time control than Rapid, and Rapid you can actually make some decent moves. But here I just couldn't calculate anything. I was just making whatever that came to my mind, and obviously I got really lucky that he missed King C1. But I mean, even after that, like it was just I couldn't properly calculate. I was just going by my instinct, and somehow it worked.
We saw you rubbing your eyes at some point, kind of leaning back right after time control. Was it trying to calm yourself down or just get some energy back?
Yeah, just to calm myself down. Like I still felt I still felt I was playing in a time trouble position, but even though I got 30 minutes, I was just trying to calm myself. It took me some time to just calm myself and try to focus. But yeah, still, as I said, like I couldn't properly calculate. I was just trying to make decent moves and trying to put pressure, which worked at the end.
You were on like 2 seconds a few times, maybe even down to 1 second when you were playing. That must scare everybody. I think we have it on the monitor. Here's a moment when you had only 1 second left and just made the move in time with the 30 seconds. I had talked to you about that when you had 3 seconds left. Now you're down to 1. You're giving everybody a heart attack.
Yeah, I've done that many times. So I think I'm, that was my least of my concern at that time. My position was just so bad. I don't know if he had some win at some point, like
he did.
Probably instead of 92, yeah.
If we could start with this though, this move knight c4. Did this come as a shock to you when he dropped it on the board?
Yeah, I didn't realize that he can just go knight c4. Like queen a7 is just nothing, and all these lines just look so risky for me that I had to go king c1, which is sad.
Okay, you did back out.
But I think already I was kind of, the momentum was going against me, so.
Yes, we got to this moment here,
yeah.
And he had 2 choices: take on a3 or just play knight e3. Did you see knight e3?
Yeah, I saw knight e3. I just didn't know what to do. I was probably going to go rook c1, but queen c6 is just so bad. I don't think I should survive this, especially with the time.
But you must have been thrilled when this landed on the board and you found king c1. How quickly did you spot it?
Yeah, I saw king c1 immediately, but I just wanted to make sure that I'm not blending anything, because he went knight d2 so quickly and confidently. I thought maybe there is something, but okay, I spent like a few seconds, then realized there's nothing. I don't know if I converted it well.
You converted it beautifully after this, and you were able to get exactly what you needed. And yeah, you played virtually flawlessly. I think Nazi said you played the perfect moves after you got to time control and got this fantastic position. Sorry, we jumped to the end right there. Well, that was nerve-wracking. What do you do now to calm down? You've got big games ahead. Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah, I should definitely start playing better, because I think yesterday was pretty decent game. It's just that I missed something, which is something I shouldn't miss in any format. Just rook e4, rook d4. There is nothing to calculate.
Yes.
And I saw it immediately after I played king f8, so it's kind of disappointing. And I also had time. Like I spent like 3 minutes before going king f8, so it was just bad. But I felt the game overall was good. Like it was a complicated game and it was fighting one, so it was good from both sides. Like till I missed the win, I think it was a good quality, so I shouldn't be worried about that. But today was just bad, so I should just try to play better. It's just take it as one bad day and more.
Wesley said something before I let you go. Wesley said, how did this young generation play? Pragg just lets an exchange sack happen. He puts his rook on A2. The position's completely wild, and he's acting like everything's A-okay. We would never play like this. He's not that much older than you, but he makes it sound like this generational difference is so big, how you all play so much more enterprising fighting chess.
No, I think from my generation, there are even players who play even more crazier than me. So I'm like on the closer to, I think, Wesley style. But yeah, when there is an option to fight, I think we all go for it, and we don't mind playing some crazy positions. So.
All right, well, get your rest, young man. You got big games tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Congratulations as well, Pragg, from our side. Wow, what a day. I'm still a bit recovering from the classical and the Blitz combination myself.
The curse is broken somewhat.
A little bit. 3 out of 27?
Yes.
28.
It's a start.
28.
It's a start.
It's a start. It's a start. Well, my goodness, as we prepare to wrap up our broadcast for today, I just want to remind everybody we'll be back tomorrow. We will be playing Rapid and Blitz throughout the day tomorrow. No classical chess, but maybe the final word. A final look at our scoreboard first.
Let's take a look what ended up happening today. We just saw that very nice interview with Pragg. Pragg is now leading 9-3, which is a very, very big margin. This is why the classical games are so important.
Right.
And he also has a very good record against Vincent in both the shorter time controls, and everything is still very much to play for in the match between Wesley and Fabi. Fabi had 8-6 after winning that Blitz match, but still a lot of chess to be played in both of them.
Well, this is an interesting graphic.
It certainly is.
Vincent gave me a heart attack today.
You were about to be extremely happy about things.
Yeah.
Right. Final thoughts, Maurice?
I gotta say, me and Peter, just
Yeah, you guys.
we've been around.
We've been
We
around.
know a thing or two. No, we dodged the bullet. Is what we did. Pragg said it, and it was my feeling. Fatigue is setting in. How do you get rest when there's no rest for the weary? There are no off days. You've got to somehow go get a massage, spa. Something has to happen to get energy back, because they've been making hundreds and hundreds of decisions in the last month.
Absolutely.
And it started to take a toll.
Yeah, but Nasi, Wesley has a big advantage in rapid chess. As you saw their head-to-head lifetime matchups, he's only trailing by 2 points.
Yes, and by that statistic, Wesley should be in good spot to recover, but we saw how he played the Blitz game today. So that might affect his confidence. And also, as Maurice said, I couldn't agree more, everyone is so tired. I think they need to prioritize rest now over preparation.
Right.
And we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Well said. Well, there you have it, everyone. Thank you very much for hanging out with us. Tell your friends where you are watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.